Twitter. Ah, that's awkward. Ah. Let's try again. I need to start eating soon. Maybe that's fine. I think that's fine. I will post it on Twitter. It's Sunday cook. It tastes like it tastes like, you know, I don't know the English name. Yeah, bone broth basically. The ox. MUKBANG. Korea flag. Oxtail, yeah, that's the word. It is like that broth. Please go like my post. Now I'll also move Twitch chat to be here. Because I'm just, I don't know. There's too much food to watch something while eating. What? Ah, I'm gonna cry. Yummy. Here are my side dishes. It's kimchi and you know the shrimp or shrimp. It's really salty. Oh my god, it was really salty. Let's try the pork. I'm ready for putting in, but this, I ordered this as a side dish and then I got this as well. Okay, thank you for enlightening me. I think it's meant. to be put in the soup. I think you're right. I was trying to make sure it doesn't start tasting weird. I don't think I should have ordered pork because it's already so much food. The pork tasted weird. It tasted like jelly, like. Guess it's really old-fashioned. I love bone broth. It's my favorite type of soup, I think. I'm gonna keep an eye on the sea, so we know when the pre-show starts. Or not pre-show, but introduction, whatever. It seems like cast is already live, so maybe I should put that on. Like they're doing a discussion.
Chosen by the fans, and it was MKOI once again.
I mean, I love MKOI, but come on, it's an 80k right clicking. Come on, I can do that in my sleep. Come on, that was. Why aren't you playing on the stage?
Let's see. Window capture.
It's not so easy to just right click, and as well, he got the 6 items. That's kind of like the hard part, you know, getting the scaling point of an ADC. So,
Right. Next category
so
we
much
have
hope in one man. So.
is happy little accidents. Do you have an idea of what it could be? Happy little accidents in game or
Oh,
outside
that
of
was
game?
the wrong.
It has to be Caltys getting trolled by the empty tissue box, because if
yeah.
I would be there, I'm like, hey Rev, can you give me a tissue? And he just looks at you like this, the smile on your face, like,
Kidding.
yikes.
Yoinked. Any ideas?
I don't know.
Padlin, are you going to Busan next time you visit Korea?
It could be a play that wasn't that bad, or it's a play that's really bad.
Are we gonna be in Seoul?
In Europe, we have a lot of happening. Our lobsters do buttery, our steak is too juicy.
So oh Jeju, oh my god, I want to go back to Jeju so bad. But I didn't plan it last time.
82.2% of the vote. You know what? Happens to the best.
We might not have expected, but we do have a sex pack at least in our league. That was beautiful.
I'm sad I didn't get to visit, but I want to go to Jeju. If I visit again for MSI, it will be warmer.
You know, like nerves are high, you know, Caps was nervous, jitters.
Hands are cold.
You know, Caps is kind of new to this league.
Yeah.
Kind of an unknown name.
I hope this kid does well in the coming years.
But also,
next category we
I didn't like
is gonna be the best
super love it when I was there
Best play.
Best play?
the first time, but it was so many years ago that
Talked about earlier.
I want to try again.
That one was really nice. And the play I really loved was
Anything
the. I mean, I'm going to.
I still liked it. I still didn't like really see why I would be there over being in Busan, for example.
You know,
Shifters best race? No.
you know
no,
what's my
this
best
one.
play of the season?
No.
I was buying a potion.
I'm sure 3 days is enough.
Do we have that on camera? No, we don't. it's that rare, but that's my play.
Alright, let's reveal the winner, and it is MKOI once again with the Wombo combo. 48.4% of the fan vote here for this one.
Oh, I remember this one. It's about something nasty is about to happen. It's about to be a lot of knockups. Oh no. Oh. Hey, that's an
For those that watched the interview, what did you think? I saw some comments saying it. It was it was informational.
Brother, I'm so compelled.
Love it.
I'm happy about that
We're gonna
because
have here and
I'm
the
scared I'm
last
saying
one
the
is
wrong
best
stuff
map
and
check. Okay, there's a few contestants.
I don't
here.
know, be a bit
Can be
trauma.
a Carsy humanoid
Has to be
moment.
Carsy humanoid for me. There's like
Yeah?
just so many highlights, you know. Like, they're just back and forth. I don't know. I didn't thought. I would
Basically,
like this much, but Carsy humanoid.
he has called me up and told me, okay, we're gonna discuss these games briefly, and then we're gonna discuss these games as a whole, and then a bit more about this last game.
Reckless. Let's take a listen.
And that was basically the prep I had.
We've been together for over
Um,
a year and like I'm pretty good.
and then they had to set up some
At this point of my life. This is a good
sound
place to
stuff.
live in, together with all of you. Agreed. I wouldn't
So
wanna
I
be
had
better.
maybe 15 or 20 minutes
mean,
to
it's
think
wholesome.
more about the
It's
games,
wholesome.
and I was looking through the drafts again, trying trying to remember what I was talking about during the call stream.
But I feel like there's something that's been going under the
Um,
radar here. The players
yeah,
have been
Quickshot
shining
is
for
a
their
really
play
good
in
host.
game, but it's their beautiful voice that I'm interested in
beautiful.
here. LEC karaoke. Let's review what happened.
It's like he always knows what to say. He always knows when to like move on from a subject, and he has a lot of energy. Yeah, I feel lucky that I get to work with him. I'm just a little league player, you know. Yeah, I think it could be easier. Okay, I'll give this another shot.
Wait, you speak in Croatian?
He comes from Turkey.
Yeah, that's a good point. If I do that, maybe it will be better. And I can also add some of this. Let's try it now, because on its own it's not so tasty.
Shout out to LEC Production for this beautiful mashup. Some of them made it to air. I'm happy that there was more in the back pocket here. You guys have been playing actually for years. You have to expect that you're gonna end up in mic checks and in videos like this, right?
I mean,
No,
for sure.
the shrimp is like way too salty. I feel like I'm eating it wrong.
I think I was a bit of a shy. You know, like I was trying to get into X
I will
Factor,
try
get into
putting
the
one in the
podcast
soup
now,
and see if it
weird
gets
stuff.
tastier.
Vladdy on the voice.
Yeah, bro, Vladdy was going hard, but I was one of those grumpy guys. You know, everyone's singing into my team, and I just look at them and I'm like,
Still our buddy. You say
no
stop.
fun allowed, yeah?
Still our
No fun
buddy.
allowed.
Lock in.
All right, if you guys want to catch our players in Spring Split and the action itself, the tickets for Spring go live on sale on the 6th of March.
You said you don't love Busan?
At
Everyone I met in Seoul
LEC.ht/tickets.
says that.
All right,
Like,
guys, before we dive into today's series, I want to poke
Ah,
your pro player
I
brain
prefer Seoul.
about some champions
Why?
that maybe
What's
we
wrong
might
with
see
you?
on the Rift today, or that you want to see on the Rift. So, sharpest analysis.
Yeah.
Give me your best. Plead your case. And
No
let me know
offense,
which
but
champion
how
you
can you
want to see
prefer a
today.
big
Jack,
city?
first.
Yeah.
That's just like
Start off,
any
so
other
I wanted to
city.
really, focus on analysis here and bring a pick that I
When
think
I'm
we're
in
for
this,
sure gonna see
when
today,
I'm in
and it's just
Seoul,
bring a
I
lot
feel
of
like I
energy.
might as well be in
So,
Tokyo
Kogma,
or
fantastic pick. It has a really
Copenhagen.
high
Like,
DPS, it's a great
it's the
hyper
same
carry.
vibe.
Golden Exciter, beautiful. Hansama, wow, looks great. Wow, looks really good. Sorry. Up against top esports.
Well, Copenhagen
G2
looks
play
better.
Kogma and demolish them. Hansama win rate there on screen as well.
Reason shrimp
75%
or soy
7 KDA, like,
sauce.
this is a pick that I'm looking at G2 today. If we go to next slide here.
See, but why do I have so much? Why did I get so
It's
much?
because Crowny posted on Twitter talking about how this new item, Dusk and Dawn on Kog'Maw, gives you so much damage and it makes the W proc on towers. It's absolutely incredible. We go to this side here. Yes, look at that damage! 1,600 damage on the tower with Kog'Maw W? What? It makes no sense. It's because of the Dusk and Dawn item that just adds so much damage, and it's also just a great first
That's
item.
so
Power
crazy.
spike, and it just allows him to go kind of AP Kog'Maw, which is so good against tanks. And then, if you're playing Kog'Maw as well,
Put a lot
you
on.
make my favorite play-by-play caster so happy.
Oi.
No, that's the wrong medic. Wrong medic. Yeah, it makes my favorite play-by-play caster so happy because you get Braum, you get Kog'Maw Braum, and then you have Mom. Medic plus
Mom?
Braum.
What?
Mom.
Mom?
What?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, wait a
Most Asian food
Yeah,
is
and you can trust this analysis. Here's why.
sweet, I think.
Okay, well, seriously, guys, why do we have this here? Are you
Most
kidding me?
East Asian
Swans
food.
in a bomb.
Okay.
Do you want to
Either it's sweet or it's very
No, I don't
spicy.
wanna talk about this. Okay, well, If we didn't play Kog'Maw, I
I
guess.
love it,
Maybe we
guys.
play
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Okay.
hopefully we see Kog'Maw. I'm solid.
Okay, here's the
Go,
thing.
go, you go next.
My criticism is always, you know, if you're in soloq, you're in LEC teams, there's sometimes where it comes to where you have just, you know, some issues. Feeler's getting the best of you and your comp is horrible. Burden is
Yeah,
on you,
Chinese
see
food
the
is
track, or,
grease
you know,
here.
ADC like Jack Spectra is whining that he's weak. Well, you know, the easy solution is on.
Oh no,
Brother on,
Wait.
he comes in, there
If
he
I eat
is.
traditional
Having
Korean
fun
food
in
every day, I feel
war?
like
Do you want to be an
Okay.
assassin? Or do you want to be a tank?
it's very healthy.
Do you want to engage maybe? Because that's what the LEC stuff. Yes,
I've been
yes, you pick
to
Ornn, but do you want
Tokyo
to carry maybe?
3 times, and I've been
No,
to
you pick Ornn. Do you have no friends? ADC still hates you? Well, don't worry,
another
buddy. Level
city,
13, the oven is
Kyoto,
ready, items are in
once.
the oven. So, you know, all you can do is teach that crybaby a lesson and support and upgrade the support item instead. But, you know, sometimes happens. You're losing the lane. Do you know where to base? Did you take a bad trade? You're getting dove and maybe your jungler says, good luck, buddy. Well, you know, you just press a button, you hope an item, build that ruby crystal poppy pod. Do you like trains?
But that's about it.
Right? Look at him. He has a cool train skin. You need to engage. Enemies right in front of you. Do they deserve to be punished? You have Malphite ult on a 12-second
I like
cooldown. Look
I
at
like
it's getting blown out of the water. That's EG right there. Versus G2 MSI 2022. You need to engage. Enemies
I
far
like
away from you.
Japan.
Are you still angry? Hit them with the train. Blow the horn. Here they come. Here they come. You blow
It's
them
pretty
out of the water.
nice, but I
Awesome.
was sick
He's super
most of
funky,
my
but that's
trip
not me.
when
Go
I
next
went
round,
last time.
please. Come on,
Okay,
come on, come
nice
on.
cosplay by
Okay.
the way.
What's her
Why
number?
is
Where's
Laura
the
better?
analysis here? This is just
And that's exactly why you pick Owen. He does everything and he's the best champion in the game.
Get you someone that loves Ornn as much as Odame.
Don't
That's all I
forget
can
to
say.
breathe. I love how you went full school presentation, super serious, pleading your case, and then you did that.
Don't worry.
I have to sell. It's a salesman.
Don't worry, I'll come with
Let's go
analysis.
here.
Don't worry about it, Odamne. You're japping. I'm gonna bring the heavy-hitting analysis. Are you tired of losing games? Are you tired of seeing your opponent team with a smile on their faces? Well, look no further. The champion for you is Zoe.
Wait, who's
What?
that?
Okay,
Are
next
you
line.
kidding
Next line.
me?
What is that? Okay, next line. It's
my God.
Zoe. Okay, let me talk. Is that Odamne? Oh, I love that. Perfect.
Wait, what?
No.
Wait, what? Why is it me?
Really.
What is
I
going
like
on?
Kyoto
I'm talking
more
about Zoe here. Bring it back in presentation. Thank you.
because I like
production.
the
Infinite summoner spells. Is your opponent
the
trying to flash away to get you off their
more
track?
countryside.
Yoink.
It was pretty like
Is
touristy.
your enemy top laner trying to defend the bot lane stack? Yoink!
BDD, my goat!
Is your mid laner trying to stop you from getting a Scooby snack? Zoinks! Look, I'm gonna quote the greatest linguist of our time.
Yeah, I always went
You only
to
get one shot
Korea also,
and
except for one
opportunity.
time.
Look at BDD, even he agrees with that. It doesn't matter how hard you hit.
And I
Are you
regret not
tired of
going to
Nami
Korea
throwing
that time.
bubbles at your face? Well, bubble her back and watch the ocean get filled of tears. There's more there's more salt in the
I don't like
position
really long
Minnesota is in
holidays.
the
I get
fence
bored.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh,
Like, that is
okay.
crazy. Well, I don't want to linger too much. The sum of the cardamom is that. No, please remove that picture. I hope
Where's
Zoe.
the analysis,
I
man?
hope Zoe wins. I'm a Zoe main, and she's just so fun. The people get so trolled by the bubble, and her voice lines are so cute. Like when she sings about chocolate cake, lol. She's super random, but also smarter than she looks. Just like Odamne.
I'm full.
Oh my god, bro. I think we killed
I know
Zoe.
to finish
I'm
this
so happy
board.
to see that.
Zoe, you picked the most boring champion. You
He's
picked
so
the most
hype.
tilting
It's
champion.
not yes,
You did right.
That's the
I
point.
did good.
I feel like you did good.
But at
Honestly.
least I had analysis.
Let us know in chat which presentation you
Yeah,
think
that's
was
funny.
the best here. We're gonna take a quick break, but before we do this, Legends Academy is an organized play circuit with 3 seasons, and season 2
I think
is
adding
around
it to the
corner.
soup was a
Players
bit
from all
easier
skills
to
can
eat.
participate, from casual open ladder to
Yeah, but I wouldn't
tournament
want to eat
back
this
to
as it
pro.
is, I
Watching
think.
is not just the
Maybe I'll
premier
eat it for
goal here.
lunch
You
tomorrow.
want to participate, so go to legendsacademy.japka.pl and we'll be on the other side of this.
Where I'm staying, I get free kimchi, and it's really good kimchi. So I could just eat their kimchi with this pork. I mean, I'd save it for a night.
Łatwej drogi do kariery. Dziś już jest. Legends Academy, powered by Żabka, to realna, prosta droga do esportu.
More than 2 hours? What the hell? I mean,
To nie jest tylko turniej, to jest rozwój, trening, analiza i mindset.
That's
Potem
cap.
kwalifikacje, drużyny, wyzwania i otwarta droga do Rift Legends.
that's cap.
Finaliści Legends Academy trafiają do zamkniętej kwalifikacji do profesjonalnej ligi Rift Legends i grają lanowy finał na tej samej scenie co prosi.
Czyli dokładnie tam, gdzie chcesz być i ty.
Masz skill, masz drużynę, brakuje ci tylko startu.
Dołącz do Legends Academy, powered by Żabka i walcz o swoje miejsce
I
na
have
scenie.
30 minutes left.
Legendy nie rodzą się same, one trenują.
I wanna finish
Wbijaj
the
na
side dishes at least.
legendsacademy.pl i zrób pierwszy krok w prawdziwy esport.
Yeah, Brainworm doesn't want me. We finished that one. Hi. Oh no, not the NPC music. Oh, this is 2 minutes. Surely it doesn't start in 2 minutes. Does it start in 2 minutes? Oh. I think G2 wins 3-1. I think they will fumble one game because of the drafts. Now I'm so full. Now I want to take a nap. Apparently it was a popular prediction. I thought it was gonna be very Casey one-sided. Because I think Casey is better. Better, stronger.
Hello everyone, we're here on the floor in a wonderful Olympic.
I literally
weekend.
invented
Finals of
Annie.
LEC versus, so let's see who we can find. I found the movie star Koi Boys. The Koi Boys, does that sound good?
Yeah, it sounds good. It sounds really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have any predictions for today? And also, sorry that your team didn't make it.
I'm gonna go with 3-1 to G2.
Okay.
3-2 to G2.
Okay.
Carmine Corp, 3-0.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, are you allowed to say that here?
No, I am not glad at all, but I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
3-0 G2.
Do we have anything special planned for the stage introductions later?
Apparently Annie is good against mobile targets.
Secret. Yes.
Who are you supporting today?
We were supporting Movistar Co yesterday, but yeah, it's not the case anymore. I think that G2.
It was pretty cool in the arena yesterday.
Yeah.
At the end.
And if you're like
for
me,
them,
you can
it
go
was
face rush
obviously.
Yeah.
And
with Nimbus
it was fun
Cloak.
for us.
Do you think most Spanish fans will support G2 or KC?
Oh, there is a lot of rivalry with France.
Yeah.
So I think that most of the Spanish people will be supporting G2. You know.
We'll see. No way you're supporting the French?
No.
The only time
What's the score gonna be?
I feel truly
think,
happy is when I eat
G2.
tastiness.
I hope
Photo for prediction. What is your prediction?
G2 3 y Camina Corp 2.
G2 stamps Camille Corp.
Stomps.
Absolutely 3-0.
My I guess 3-1 for G2.
Thank you. Have fun. So my completely scientific poll does say that most of the people here are backing G2, but I do have a lot of faith in how loud that KC block can get. It's going to be a super exciting matchup, and I think it's going to get very, very loud in here.
KC fans can be loud, but you can never outcount G2.
I wonder if Caps is gonna play anything funny. I hope it goes to 5 games.
We've been seeing for years in the LEC. What do you think about this, guys? And yeah, the legacy that G2 has cemented in the fans' hearts.
Legendary organization. The fact that they've been top 4 since 2019, it's just absolutely incredible. And the consistency.
I stayed up for 5 games yesterday.
After year, regardless of roster, they've made it to nearly every single final. And it really all comes down to one person at the end of the day.
I mean, you all know who it is. It's Caps, baby. The GOAT. He's so furry and has hooves at this point because he's just so established in our league. Like, the way you can take one...
Oh, that's my pose.
And make as many montages
Caps stealing my pose.
Full career. Like, the way he pops off in fights, the way he plays the
I think Warwick, Broken Blades Warwick is retired, sadly.
A lot of time when I was competing, I felt like he was just the ultimate boss every single time. There was so many
against his better judgment.
Yeah, Caps is not him today. Yeah, it's Craps. You know, he's not gonna show up. He showed up a couple of times.
You see roaming bot lane, you see bot lane say, oh, and then
all the guys have the exact same outfit. Except Oldamna is a little bit more blue.
G2 is finished when we know that they always turn it around. What is it about with Caps?
I mean, it's popular to hate on the most, like the best player, you know? Like people doubt Faker, people doubt Caps, and it's also like a lot of people want someone to step up. We wanted Laddie last year to step up. We want Yehu to step up. We want Jojo to step up because competition is really what we're all about, but Caps is not allowing it.
What does it take to have this kind of success on this long of a career, guys? You've all been on the Rift. You've all played.
You know the lore guy?
I mean, it's just unspeakable. It's just unspeakable amounts of talent.
On YouTube.
There's just so many pro players who just come into our league into the LEC or pretty much.
I met him at League Awards, and he
LEC
had a custom-made suit that was half striped and half normal.
I mean, to me,
accurate.
Obsession. Like he lives,
That was so based. He looked so stylish.
The only thing he does. Like he always, like I talk to him
without being overwhelming.
Like when you talk with him, like in the green room or something, he's always talking to you about League of Legends. Like, oh, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? But like just like Jon Snow, I feel
when
like
I asked him, he said, "Oh, it's meant to be a pajamas."
It's fair to say that winter is coming.
It didn't look like a pajamas.
That pun? That's what we're going with?
That's right.
Well,
I mean, you did say winter did come, but the winter this time will be blue because it's KC.
All right.
They established themselves as the winter favorites because last year they won winter. They, you know, they upset G2. They went to first stand. They did a great run over there, and now I think it's actually the best time. For them,
my point is that
to be contending
they
G2.
could have been a bit more creative with their suits.
I think it's all about just the roster swaps that they've been coming into this year. With Busio, with Yehu, they're just looking so much better, and it's going to be an amazing series.
What do we think about the strength of this team, actually, before we dive into further into this discussion? KC rebuild on one side, G2 banking on the same project yet again. Do we feel at the moment they're supposed to, now reaching finals?
Look, I mean, let's just compare it to last year, because they were playing in the finals last year. And I think what was compelling about KC back then was their team fighting, was their structure with Targamas and Vladis team fighting on a Victor, the Kanan moments. But their
already ate all the Sunda.
This year. Right now, how you see KC win games is through strong laning phase performances. And I think that change is what might give them an edge today.
I also think just Busio, like the fact that he's able to impact the whole map so
Maybe I will order food there again. It was very close.
Maybe best player in the league. I know.
And it was fast.
Do you see who's on the other side of the mid lane?
I mean, Caps versus Busio is a tough discussion, but just the impact that he has in the games, the way that he's able to not just win bot lane, but win mid, top, help jungle, he's just doing it all.
We've seen a lot of KC. We've seen
Kind of
for the past 3
Srayon.
days. Actually, they were
I feel like it's a pattern.
on the other
Whenever
side.
someone asks something, it's like 2 messages later, someone joins and asks the same thing. Meeting Syndiguk. It's a sort of bone broth
for
sausage
finals weekend.
soup
You can see behind me LEC practice room. So I
with
just wanted
pork.
to take you on a journey with me and show you what it looks like from a team sitting in finals, waiting for their opponents and who they're training and how everything is going. So I'm in the G2 practice room. You can see
Sometimes
everybody here.
there's
Guys, say hi.
intestines as
There
well,
you go. Yay.
but not
Okay,
in this
so
one.
I'm gonna ask Caps actually, Caps. So first, why are you wearing a bathrobe? What is this about?
Well, I actually expected Spain to be quite warm, but it turns out it's actually a little bit cold. So
Yeah.
I realized I probably need to bring my bathrobe around.
Okay, nice.
Keep myself warm before the final.
Okay, feel comfortable?
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
They
Okay,
look
so
like they're
one
going
thing
to the
that people are
spa.
wondering is when you're the team waiting in finals, how does Scrim go? Because right now, Casey and MKOI are playing on stage. GX got eliminated, so who are the options for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely just scrimming ERL teams. Today we are playing ERL, and you know we play la crème de la crop, as we say in Denmark. You know, and yeah, it's been fun. They're helping us out, being very nice with us. So it's
Nice.
Yeah.
How is everything
Caps
being,
is just a
going for you
paddling
guys getting ready
fanboy.
for finals? Waiting in finals once again.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going very well. We have been preparing. Of course, it's tough to prepare when we don't know who we're playing against, but we are watching the series right now and doing our best to prepare for both and make ourselves as ready as we can be.
Yeah, how do you do it actually? Because you're playing scrims, also the teams are playing, and this is going to be your opponent tomorrow. So how
I
are you
missed
keeping track of what's going on stage, but also focusing on the scrims?
I mean,
Don't make fun of his hair.
At least for me, I guess. Focus probably more on ourselves, to be honest. Just like make sure we have like good condition, make sure we have.
Caps is handsome. I will not tolerate any Caps hairline slander.
Habits, any like draft things we want to look out for, we'll be looking out for that. Sometimes it can also be dangerous to watch like too many games and get too like attached to all like the hype and stuff. So we're just keeping it calm, you know. And
I'm a boldness
What's the
defender.
schedule for you guys in events? 5 scrim games and then solo queue, or do you just go home?
Yeah, I mean today we're doing 5 scrim games and then we play.
It's too nice to bump into him.
Scrims, I guess. So we'll do solo for the rest of the day. And then when the venue closes, we'll
I miss meeting to meet him.
When is bedtime?
It's fun to meet them.
You don't want to go too late.
Yeah, probably around maybe 1 a.m. something like this.
1 a.m. Is it fine, Roma? Do you agree? Okay, Roma approves. Caps, thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
The bathrobe plus the music. It's giving spa. 2 a.m. bedtime before finals. Do we agree? That's
We said
reasonable.
1 a.m. no?
1 to 2 a.m. Yeah.
I think it's fair
Roma
enough.
thinks it's reasonable.
I've seen a lot worse.
Yeah,
Some players are usually not the most deliberate bedtimers.
For sure. I remember Ruby 6, 7 a.m. That was pretty crazy.
And that's why he didn't make finals. Unlike Caps, who's used to being in this situation here. Talking about the path and how you can make it to finals, we had 8 finals won by teams through the upper bracket and 9 finals won by the teams through the lower bracket. So what do we make? 6, 7.
True, if your ball is strong.
Ways to reach success and victory here, guys.
So I've been
Caps
on
not
both sides of
bald
the
yet.
table, right? So there's a lot of backstab.
He shaved
that can happen,
once.
right? Because when you're upper bracket final, the things that the teams usually do, the one that waits in the final, is you scrim the team from, I guess, the match closest to you. So in this case, it would have been MKOI, and then you leave the bottom feeders to fight amongst themselves to find scrims, and this way you kind of do a little bit of sabotaging. You know, you don't let them find good scrims. But here's the thing, that's the trade-off, because when you go through the lower bracket finals, in this case, KC, they already played 8 games on stage. And that's,
Alright, Simon is not also
really
not
cool
going
because
to the first
you get
round.
to value these 9
I just realized
wins
that.
lower bracket had. It's just because you get acclimatized to the stage. You get to do a lot more things.
What are
get
you
to soak in
implying,
that
Soul
pressure, you get
Shard?
to see the fans and everything, and you get to see to deal with those stage jitters, because in theory, upper bracket team should just be the better one and win a lot more, but we saw in that stat how it can go both ways.
I have a weak hairline, that's why I have bangs. Look how far up my hairline is, it's all the way up here.
2016, I think it was Yamato Cannon on Splice, he was only scrimming Unicorns of Love, while G2 had no scrims, and he was like, G2 has
But it's fine, because I'm a girl, so I won't go.
He dropped like a crazy line like that, and in the end, I think G2 won that split, if I remember correctly anyway, so yeah, kind of clap back, but I love the point that you made about Casey doing this lower one, because being warmed up in your seats on a day like this is super important.
I gave up my hairline to get mechanics.
Casey's already been there.
That's how it works.
They know the vibe, they know the crowd, and they know the crowd is against them, but they performed anyway.
They thrive off of this.
Yeah. For me, what would have happened, because I'm 100% sure, to go back on this, if we would have been upper bracket final,
At least the rest of my hair is good. I didn't wash it today, so it looks kinda mid.
So lower bracket rounds are legit.
All right. We'll see about this in about.
But I have an okay amount per. Wow, wise man. You wanna get permabans?
They're sitting comfortably in finals, waiting for their opponent, and if there's one man who's been helping through this success for the past few weeks, it has been the man in the jungle.
If Skumond was a girl, I would perma-post that that meme with the pink plushie that looks like a nerd.
I was way before you.
For G2 at the beginning.
For Skumond, I always knew Skumond for me best.
That's literally him.
This year. The
Wait.
way he is so damn efficient on the map, and the way he just sets his lanes up for success, he makes so little mistakes compared to most
pink
of the in our league.
nerd
Always lose
plushie
some random stage of the game. Skumond doesn't do that.
But he's not playing against the most junglers now. He's playing against Yike. So he needs to do a lot more than that.
I mean, look, Yike is the kind of guy I talked to him backstage. He's just like, yeah.
Look, this is literally him.
He will pick whatever will win him the game.
This is literally Skumond.
Skumond's no slouch with the champion pool either. If we could bring up the champion
Show me
here.
the bubbles.
We're not gonna bring out anything because before that, I actually want to hear from the man himself. Shox caught up with him ahead of the series.
What do you mean how?
You guys shut up.
Skumond in the house for the grand finals of LEC.
If he was a girl,
Skumond, would you
if he was a girl, they have the same glasses.
of G2 these playoffs?
They have similar vibe, you know.
Yes and no. I think that I got the chance to like shine in these playoffs for sure, but I do think that the reason why I shine that
no, like he not everyone with glasses gives that vibe.
Like my teammates just made it easy for me.
You just don't see, you don't have my vision.
I would be really happy to do the same for them right today. But yeah, I mean, I think I've been.
Yeah, classicals nerd lol.
So I'm looking forward.
Conveniently, I'm not wearing my glasses.
Scenarios when you step into an arena that the other team has already played in. Is there anything that you've been able to do to help that situation? Because you can't really fake it, right? Playing in an arena like this.
I mean,
yeah, it's a meme, you know.
In the sense that
it's not an insult.
We already played for 2 days in the arena, and for us, I mean, besides like the tech check and stuff like this, we didn't really get to play and like play around the arena with all the fans.
It's faker nerd.
So definitely it's gonna be like important
probably
to stay, like, focused,
a very
the
successful and rich nerd.
That we adapt the fastest way possible, so we don't have like any like exterior issue. And show some good gameplay.
Yeah, it's interesting that you're up versus Yike, because Yike, of course, has the history with G2, but also he has gone through a similar thing where he is
going
into a very
appreciated
team who has at times played the hard carry role in the jungler, but is also able to play the other side.
Is the texture shaded?
And he impressed us yesterday a lot.
It looks like it's pre-shaded.
Watching and thinking, oh my god, what is this guy getting up to?
If it's not pre-shaded,
I think the game 4 and game 5.
Then what material is that?
Get to see fully because we were obviously screaming. And yeah, I mean, I think he had really good angle for the Kazakhs in the last game, and I mean, he actually historically played it as well back in the days with G2 as well. So I think
it's throwing me off.
Good on it, so that was definitely like some nice Kazakhs, and I've actually saw like a lot of.
It looks like a G2 dress.
The Kazakhs as well.
But the more I look at it, the more I notice that it looks pre-shaded, and then I get confused.
KC as a whole, when I asked when we were still in the studio who you guys would expect, a lot of people said KC. What do you think is so strong about KC right now?
You're gonna steal her look. No,
always, I mean, at least like
I'm not fashionable
last year
enough.
as well. I think they just have like really strong like laners in general, and I think they play like
I like
when they
the
play discipline game and they play
non-flash
like,
aesthetic,
which are like pushing lanes and just like playing.
I like
Korean
Korean style clothes.
I think this is where they shine the most, and I feel like when they have to kind of like pull the trigger and engage, take some risk, maybe it's not their best game in general, but I think like the front to back games usually are like where they shine the most.
Yeah, this
Caltys
kimchi.
said that MKOI's mid game is better than yours.
Yeah,
I
I've waited so many years to wear that dress.
We will see today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd never go to events where you wear cocktail clothes.
At the end of the interview, oh yeah, we see the trophy arriving on stage. Absolutely.
I got that
amazing.
dress from my mom.
At the end of the day, but I want to follow up on what Skumond was saying, and especially what
like 10 years ago.
Lately, the fact that Skumond has been
and I
one of the
never had any occasion to wear it.
He was very humble king.
He is, but he's been doing a lot of heavy lifting for G2. Both junglers are actually, if I'm looking at this match today, I'm looking at the jungle and what's going to happen in the
I think 3-1 to
G2.
G2.
What both these players can play.
I mean, while I'm favoring Skumond, Yike is no slouch, obviously, right? And both
Also,
of these
there's
junglers
a
have been
stupid.
bringing out really exciting carry jungler
Yeah.
picks. It's an incredibly
It didn't
exciting
fit her
and
anymore,
diverse jungle
so
meta
she gave
that
it to
allows
me.
you to play a wide
And I
variety
just
of
kept
champions.
it.
That means that you can both carry through draft and you can carry in-game by playing these high resource junglers.
Yeah, now I'll even take it one step further. I think this is the most diverse jungle meta we have ever had in competitive League of Legends.
But yeah,
And I
you know,
think this
girls
opens
going
up
to
so
puberty
many
really
cool
young,
avenues, especially
and
in a best of 5 fearless. The fact that just like
then you stop
yesterday,
growing.
Yikes,
Like, you don't get taller.
won them the game. If you have those pocket
You will
picks
get
in
like
your
less
pockets
fat.
and can bring them out on demand, you can have such a high impact on a series.
Like, your
just like
face
Yike
would
did
change.
yesterday.
I feel like my face
Yike had to show a little bit of what's in
was
that
very
pocket.
different from 10 years
We
ago.
haven't seen Skimon dig deep. I'm really excited to see how
And
Skimon digs deep in this meta, because it's all about the junglers. What?
I think your body will still change a bit, but you will not get
You're trying to
taller.
set me up for failure, Finn. Come on, let's look at the early game comparison, because it's really about the early game for both of these two junglers. And the word that I want to focus on is efficiency. Both of these junglers are incredibly efficient.
I don't know if it's like that for every girl, how it works with, you know, your female body parts. But the first thing that happens is that you stop getting taller, and you get your period, obviously.
So many camps, sets his laners up for success so much more, and look at those stats. Goal difference is the same.
Hasn't stopped. Yeah, I'm not in puberty yet. I'm still getting taller, guys. I'm still getting taller, trust me.
He has a full clear advantage, a little bit tempo. That leads into more farm. At 20 minutes, Skimon, boom, so much stronger.
You know what's that? Cope at 20 minutes for you, Jack. That's exactly what you're saying right now.
We've seen vintage Yike yesterday.
But yeah,
on the
most
race. He
girls
was known for this
start
classic
puberty
pick,
in
this
like
very early game, these very aggressive picks. When I met
12
him
or
back in the LFL,
13,
I'm glad he brought them back
and
onto
most
the race
guys
yesterday.
don't start
Shot
until they're
start
like
of the game,
16,
again ahead of the game. So let's check it out.
if I'm not mistaken. And that's when everyone gets tall. All the guys get tall.
Anyone could talk about, not in the least about the Kazakhs. Yikes, so tell me a little bit about how comfortable you feel in terms of showing champion versatility regardless of which type of champion.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
right
more
now,
spread
like
out.
There's a very big champion pool for like a lot of younglers to play right now, and for me, that's
I
like
see.
kind of my comfort
I
zone.
mean,
love playing, like,
it
different
can
kind of
be
champs to become
spread out
younglers.
for girls as
Assassins
well.
Again, like Kha'Zix, Nafiria played the day before as well, so yeah, I just like playing all this.
But I think the average
Do you
is
think
around
there's
that
an
age.
evolution in kind of the trust you are given in the team?
Some never get tall.
You said, for instance, yesterday,
Yeah,
you're gonna
okay.
go for Kazakhs
They still
even
get
though
taller.
It can be difficult to play and you can be set behind, but do you feel like there's a whole circle of trust right now in the team, not just for you, but for everyone to be able to
Yeah,
play
I
what
stopped
they are
getting taller in like
yeah, I think
fifth.
everyone has so much trust in each other. I feel like when I asked about Kha'Zix,
Fifth
everyone
grade.
was like, yeah, just go for it. And I was just gonna pick it anyways, even if they said no. So
And at that
no
point,
matter
I
what,
was
like,
I was
we support
even
each other,
height with
and,
everyone,
yeah, even if someone else wants to pick something
with all the
crazy like
guys.
Hana, Yeho, or Kalista, Alan,
Then 2 years
we will
later,
have to do it, yeah.
that was
How
not the
much are you
case
looking
anymore.
forward to the match versus Skimon, because he is the guy that we were talking about for G2 on the Zahen, but also just in general playing out of his mind. How do you think that matchup's gonna match up?
Oh yeah, I think he's very
I don't
strong right
remember
now, and
why
I
we
think it's
started
gonna be
talking
a
about
big,
this. Was there a
jungle
question
matchup right
about
now
it?
today, between me
Oh
and him,
yeah,
and
about the
probably
clothes.
The best jungler is gonna win today.
Yeah, I
That's how
can
see
wear
it, yeah.
all my clothes
So,
from
yeah, I'm very excited.
when I
think
was
it's very
a
good, so you just have to
teenager.
be very in the zone.
But
You're
I've
gonna play boring champs, no, right?
donated most of them.
Sedan is banned. Never again. Never
Forever.
again.
Okay,
Yes.
Jankos used to say that as well.
Yeah.
We know how
And
that
then-
happened.
Oh no.
We'll see. But yeah, you're up versus G2, of course.
Especially when I moved
of you that you were gonna end
last
the G2
time.
era. I think
I had like
of course you put them down
I
a
had
few times
a
already. But I
a
wanted
big
to know
bag
if
like
you
this
can tell me
big
about if you
and
look
this
back at the
tall
Yike from G2 and the time that has
just
passed and the
clothes
evolution
that I
you have gone
never
through, kinda
wore
how you have changed,
that had
because now
been
you
in
really are
the
that
attic
person for
or
KC, the people
bottom
that
of my
people look
wardrobe.
up to win these games.
So yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's,
just donated
big
everything.
difference, right? In G2 I was kind of like the
And a lot
laid-back
of clothes
guy. I
were,
was
you
just,
know,
like,
not
listening to my team,
used as
following my
well,
team.
like
They were
barely
doing big
used.
things. They were very like big veterans.
Sometimes you
KC,
get
I'm more
clothes
of the veteran now,
gifted.
and I have to be the like leader voice and all of that. And I feel like I got so good at it now, and that's very nice for me
And
to
yeah,
feel.
that was
And
like 10
yeah,
years
going
of
to the finals
clothes
now, I think it's gonna be
that I
it's
just
very exciting for me to see
stacked
how
up and
well
not
I can
used
do that.
anymore.
Okay, lovely to hear the veteran. I hope you have an amazing best of 5. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
It's been a beautiful journey for Yike, honestly, from coming from ERL into joining G2, the whole 3 era that's behind him now. He's back on those carry champions. He found his strength and confidence yet again. That's a Yike that I would be terrified to play against.
Just look at his smile. That's the kind of smile I would go
One
to
thing though, you know when I was climbing a lot? In like 2021, 22.
I think this player is so compelling. I'm so excited for today.
22, 23 maybe? I don't know.
And for me, the most impressive thing about
I was, you know, kind of buff.
but it's just his evolution as a player from being this
And I
side
noticed
character,
when I
blossoming into this main
stopped
character, because
that
last
the clothes
year, when they
that I
won
used to
in
wear,
Winter, he
that used
was
to
the
be like
facilitator for
tight,
the team. And right
tight
now,
around
he
my
has finally come into
biceps,
how he said
or
he's the
tight around
veteran,
my
he's the
shoulders.
rookie. He wants to
They
lead,
started
wants to lead
getting
players like
loose.
this, to have amazing performances. And the way that changed is that the team will play
So
to
yeah,
him. He
I put
has
into
been a
perspective
powerhouse.
that,
He has been an engine for his team.
yeah,
And they were in this situation
I was really strong before.
a year ago. KC hoisting their very first LEC trophy. They lost that success completely in the rest of the year. When on a full
I don't want
rebuild
to get
here for
buff
the team,
again.
it has paid off right
Oh
off
well,
the
I
bat.
want to get
They were
fit
playing for a
again.
long season, but
My
they're
goal
here
when I
sitting
get
again in
back from
finals
Korea
against G2, to
is
get
to
that
get
revenge. How different of a team are they
fit
this time
again.
around? When you compare the KC roster from last year into what they're showing us right now.
It's a huge
Because
difference. I think
after they
especially
closed
Finn
my
touched upon
gym
this
that I
earlier,
used to go
it's really
to,
about this new
I haven't
evolution
been
of
squatting
KC.
at all.
It's about the early game, right? It's
And I felt
about
like
drafting
I was making,
strong
like, when I
laners.
finally
Yike
make
plays around
progress
the lanes very well.
with
I think
squatting,
Yike, for me as a player,
something
if he's losing
happens.
lanes, if things starts to go bad, that's when he really retreats into
Yeah.
some kind of old bad habits and things start to look wrong for KC. But when they're winning, when they're ahead, that's when they look really
It's hard for me
dominant.
to work
So that's
out
why I've
if
been
I
in
don't
love
have
with these KC
anything
drafts
to be
recently.
stressed
I mean,
about.
this game 5 going
If
Callisto
I'm
from
less
Alpha.
stressed or like there's other things I'd rather
the
do,
way they drafted the series,
like
because
when
they
I'm
realized
in
they were
a
winning
grind
the
set
early
on
game
League.
every single game, and you come to game 5, usually that's when teams slow, the Jinxes, the Aphelioses, but they were like, we're stomping these guys in lane, give us the Kalista, Renata, and we're gonna dumpster them, and they did that so candidly.
Exactly, and this is where we wanted to see these draft adaptations happen, because a lot of time, as you said, when you go to game 5, the game slows down, but not for them.
I'll work on it when I get home.
One captain of the ship. One captain
I'll
of the
work
ship. There's
out.
always one guy happy in the draft. And it's always been solved, right?
I started doing
the Kalista Renata, you have the Galio, you have the Kha'Zix, everything is
way less exercises from like YouTube every day.
I feel like when you look at
And it was
KC and
like
what they've been able to showcase lately, you
pretty
never know where the
intense.
aggression is gonna come from. Yike
But
is
I
doing
don't
a
think
lot
I
of
did
heavy
it long
lifting in the
enough
early
to
game.
see
You can
a lot
trust
of
Caltys to pull
progress,
those
or like
fights. You can
to
trust
view
the man in
progress,
the
I
mid
guess, and
lane.
then I was living in
Yehu,
Korea.
the one who replaced Vladi, the one who was supposed to bring that team to a next level, who actually showed a lot and did a lot for this KC roster.
Look, we knew that Boosie was gonna be good. We expected
But I want to start
we knew what
climbing
he
when
was.
I get home as well.
Yehu was quite unproven.
Because
but I feel
I
like
think it will be
yesterday
warm
he
enough
showed
to
why
bike.
KC put their trust into him. We know that Jojapyun was the only mid laner that kind of
I don't like
challenged
biking
Caps
if
in lane
it's
last year, and
ice.
Yehu just destroyed him yesterday, game after game. He was in full control. Either it was the lane push, or it was the solo kill, or there was the roams towards the side lanes. It felt like Jojapyun held no candle to the Yehu aggression yesterday.
It hurts you to say it, no.
It's a bit painful, but it is the reality.
I mean, we heard it from Caps himself as well.
Thank
right?
you,
He
I
prophesized it
I'm
because
gonna blow
even
my
before
nose
we
now,
saw
sorry.
what Yehu can do yesterday, we didn't believe it, but Cap said it already from like a week or 2 ago, where he's like, this guy,
By blow, I mean like
he is
breathe
the guy
out.
that will punish me in the lane. This guy will push me in the laning phase to the absolute limit.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Odo, Cap said it, and I
Yes,
was
it's
surprised
like
that he
tickling.
left Jojapyun out of that conversation of like the...
Yeah.
What are the top 3 best mids that you play against? And he just said, it's Poby, and it's Yehu, and then he didn't say a third. I'm like, where's Jojo? And we saw it in that game. I mean, Jojo has had great laning phases, but he has inconsistency, and that's exactly what Yehu punished yesterday.
And that's the thing, because I remember we were on this couch with Caps, and back then he had a lot of hopes for Yehu. For me, Yehu, back in regular season, especially, and also in early playoffs, he was the earlier guy. Especially in best of ones, you want to go for control, you want to go for something stable. How much has he evolved?
Tomorrow I will have an iced coffee, and then I'll save my cappuccino for a reward on Tuesday.
And now, hopefully, I would love to see Game 5, like you guys were saying earlier, because then we get to see how can he do against Caps.
I made a rule for myself.
different beast entirely. Because I don't think yesterday in game
That's
5
when I go to my classes.
that was more on the bot lane and the Yike pick.
When I go to them on Thursdays, I will have a cappuccino after a reward. Because they're so stressful.
He wasn't relevant yesterday?
Yeah.
In game 5.
Yeah, but you're just discrediting every single thing that he did in that series. He had so many pop-up performances.
Yeah, but we're talking about challenges.
Sometimes I have a cappuccino anyways. Because I feel like I deserve it. Like today.
In the LEC on stage with Yehu.
Because we're
He had
co-streaming.
a lot of things to say in this interview. Maybe not understanding everything, but he sent a message to Caps, that's for sure. Let's check it out.
A message from Yehu.
Hello guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Today I'm not nervous. And then so exciting. I like this. I like it, yeah. I like big match. Yeah.
You're gonna play against Caps
I
tomorrow.
best this is how I sound when I speak Korean.
Hey Caps, let's go funny game.
So cute.
It's not about eloquence, it's about cuteness, and it's about
Cappuccino cigarette to this
games is what he wants, is what we want. Are we
I will
getting
never
it?
smoke.
Caps loves it.
Again.
I mean, like for me, Caps is a guy that wants 5 games as well. So I would love to see 5 games, see these champions pull pushed.
There's so many people smoking here.
Caps wants 5 games, but I feel like we always talk about Caps. I feel like this region
I don't understand how smoking is so popular in Korea when I feel like appearance is very important here. And smoking makes you ugly. Like it literally makes you ugly, like it ruins your skin, it's like it ages you I think faster. It gives you cancer. I don't know.
Is in this region, and this guy, pound for pound, I think
Helps you stay thin, not really. Isn't the thing that it just makes you less hungry? Same as coffee.
He's walking in, he's sidestepping things, tanks usually just go in, but this guy is just min-maxing every single play. He's just so damn good.
Job culture thing for you guys could be, whenever I go to the office, I always pass like 10 office guys just standing outside smoking.
In Europe right now, with what we've seen in playoffs so far, Caps or Buzio, go. Now you guys are listening to you.
Cannot believe I'm surrounded by 2 people who believe an American is the best player in our league. Caps runs this region. The magic
Okay, I'm gonna swap to co-streaming overlay.
that has higher impact on me. Buzio is playing support.
No.
Support doesn't have that high impact. If we're talking about highest impact pound, you know you're always gonna bet on Caps.
Finn. Okay. Buzio makes Nami look broken, bro. He hits bubbles like there's no tomorrow. You lock in Nami, you're not expected to land the
You
bubbles.
do realize Nami was banned like 3 out of 4 games, 3 out of 5 games yesterday. She's a strong champion, Jack. Just because they landed a one double. Caps would land a triple bubble if he was playing Nami.
No, way stronger champions while having less impact than Buzio. He plays a stronger role.
Champion strength is relative to the player you're playing against.
Finn.
Look at the fans. Obviously they know. You guys
no. Twitch chat
flabbergasting
is
yapping.
completely biased. Twitch chat suffers from main character syndrome when the whole team plays for you. Of course you're gonna
but he's
good,
right
but
though. He's right though. I'm so tired of this Buzio glazing.
It's literally called supporting actor, best supporting actor.
Yes.
Like of course he's gonna win the
No one
Oscar for
appreciates
supporting
a
actor.
good supporting actor.
Okay, let's settle
Oh,
this.
thank you,
In the game
Miela.
that we're gonna
Hope you had a
have
good
today,
stream.
in the 5 games that we could
But
see on stage,
literally,
who do
everyone's
we
like,
think is
Buzio
gonna be
lands
the
a
most impactful
WQ on Alistar.
and
All
why?
casters go,
Keep it
oh,
on
this guy
Caps
is
and Caps.
crazy!
It's like
He
focusing
came from
faker.
America,
It
he's
doesn't
so
work.
good, this is
I
why they
don't feel like
imported
we've seen
him.
any bot lane having the
Meanwhile,
impact to
you can see
contain
like
Buzio
Oriana
so
goes
far.
5-man
So
ultimate,
GTKC.
completely independent, or like Pantheon ults perfect timing. Nah, the Alistar WQ combo was cinema.
G2 is gonna win 3-1, and here's why, okay? G2, they've always been the villains, but today,
Actually, that
they're
hits
the
me.
heroes of this crowd.
Like yeah,
And it is
you
all
you
on the
can
back
give
of not just
credit
Caps, but
when credit is
Skumon,
due,
the 2 main characters
but
of this
it's
team that
so
has a beautiful
clear
supporting
that
cast as
people
well.
are
They
like
can't forget about.
overglazing
That's
him
why
just
it's gonna be
because
G2
he's
3-1
hyped.
up against KC.
Are we doing this, Jack? Right here?
It's a
right
script.
now?
It's
Okay.
part. It's all part of the
With
script.
Mr. Spectre. I believe
Wait,
it's
what
going to
is
be
this?
a 5-game series. G2 3-2. Look at this. This
Thank
is the
you,
goal,
Toxic,
and this is Caps. Do you see a difference? There's an LEC trophy looking at them, and I think we're gonna get 5 games, but we're gonna get 5 bangers, and G2 will come out on top.
That's a very cursed goat, man.
I don't need. I mean, cool drawings, guys.
Support.
Good 3D design, very great. I don't need any of that. I just need
support.
Bustin over here. Carmine
Doing the bare minimum in LEC makes them S++ tier, amazing, most amazing support in the world, according to analysts.
An absolute demon. He doesn't give a shit about Skewmon and any of that side. He has
this is good for sure.
To roam with him, make plays around the map.
It's like everyone's just sucking him off.
That's all I need to say.
I have 3-2 KC. I just want to see 5 games. It's just that if I don't vote KC, they're gonna take my passport when I come back home. So.
Camera support is bad. Yes, only Mickey is like next level in my opinion, because he does the bare minimum and he also does like interesting, creative, proactive plays.
What is what we should keep in mind
that makes him
best of 5 series?
S tier, in my opinion.
In any game of Professional League of Legends, the 3 roles that are the main characters that's gonna win the Oscar: support, mid,
I think
jungle.
Trimby is
Can KC
better than
contain Caps?
Busio.
Because if Caps gets to side lane position in the mid to late game, I know he will make KC run around in circles. So I want to see KC attack Caps early game, bring Busio up there like he did yesterday against Georgia Boone, allow Yike to interact with Ye, who's strong laning phase, and that is the one avenue where I think they can win.
KC had the stage buff so far, having the arena against them. What is gonna prevail? The experience they had on stage, or G2 being used to finals?
G2 used to finals, that doesn't really matter. You know, they've been here already. They got used to the stage. They shut down the whole
Trimby has played on the mid
one
team
time.
this
Who's
split,
to say
that's why
they
he's
cannot
not
do
in
it again? Because even though everyone jumped ship, those are not real fans. Those are MKOI fans being phonies, jumping on the first ship they can to find some semblance of victory.
You know what, Odo? These are League of Legends fans, and that's what is uniting us all today. Us here, you guys in
that
chat,
was my app,
and
though.
these fans here in the arena today. It all comes down to this day. 5 games to
I'm sure they have like a
and snatch the
script,
only
and also
ticket
you
to
want
Brazil
to have
and
your
first
analyst
stand.
desk to
G2,
be
they've
kind
been
of
patiently waiting
arguing for
here
different
all
sides.
It's just another Sunday for them, another chance to reclaim what's theirs, and once
so that's
again
probably
to
a
do
lot
so
of it.
in Spain. KC on the other side have been longing
I'm
for this
obviously
moment
biased
since
for
winter
Finn
last
as well,
year. Looking
but
at other teams,
it's just a fact that he's usually right. Like, my Finn has an opinion on the game. He's usually just like, it's just a better opinion.
LEC versus Grand Finals. So let's check out with the teams one last time. Shocks, over to you.
Sí, ¿verdad? Busio y Caps? Busio, it's been a great tournament for you overall, but here is a guy who you didn't manage to beat back at Worlds. Have you been thinking about that? And are you gonna exact your revenge today?
If I speak Padlin, I'm in trouble.
Revenge, yes.
There's also a big part of KC fans. They're holding down the fort for you. Is there anything
I don't
you
hate
want to say to
anyone,
them?
Yeah, shout
but
out to you
AD
guys.
carry
You give so
mains
much
are
energy.
just not that smart.
They absolutely do, but then Caps, I talked to a lot of fans
And,
today. They were Movistar Koi fans, but they said, today,
That's
I'm gonna
just how it
support
is.
G2. Can you give them some confidence?
Thank you guys so much. I mean, Casey's definitely been looking strong this split, but we are aiming to go great today, so.
Final fighting words for Casey.
Best of luck.
Best of luck, it's also cordial. That's wonderful as well. And con estas palabras de Caps, ahora por fin estamos listos para
I'm not
dar un
hating
gran
on him. I'm
bienvenida a
hating
nuestros
on
finalistas.
the.
Con Volk,
I'm hating on
Ideano.
the. What do you call? And the staff, like the analyst for staff for being biased, for having so much bias, and for script writing his hype so much.
¿Hay ganas de final o no? Ambientazo el que vamos a tener en el día de hoy. Final de LEC versus G2 contra Carmine. Quien gane se lleva el título. Quien gane estará representando Europa en el First Stand. Damas y caballeros, Vamos con el primer equipo.
No, I'm gonna name change.
Vienen de cargarse a dos pesos pesados. Jugar en este estadio les hace grandes y hoy se quieren cargar al boss final. Hace justo un año fueron campeones y hoy lo quieren volver a repetir. Fuerte aplauso para Carmine Core.
Casey versus G2.
Da igual que rival tenga delante, sea quien sea, seguro que te solo quilea en la top lane. ¡Gana!
Too noisy.
Viene
That's just Spain,
destrozando todo el fin de semana. Ha sido campeón de Europa 7 veces, pero tiene
Yeah, I think the point here is to be noisy, so I guess it's fine. Please, yeah, Swedish flag, Swedish flag, Swedish flag, Swedish flag, Swedish. Oh. Boss music for hype vibes.
Ya está aquí el hombre lobo, el más feroz de la arena, en la mid lane.
Is it dancing? Why was that so on the beat, by the way? That was like perfectly on the beat. Alright, so short. I don't like his player so much. Yeah, I like most of their players a lot. I don't dislike anyone on their team. I'm not like an anti-fan of anyone. Stop saying short. Stop having short in your name then, dumbass. Dumbass.
Polivalencia absoluta. Si necesitas un gancho, te lo da. Si necesitas un escudo, te lo mete.
There was some sexual tension in that grab into lean forward. Just saying, I could sense it. My spider senses. There isn't sexual tension, that's just how Spanish are. Well, Spanish people have a lot of sexual tension, I guess. Swedish sexual tension is playing without tennis. Swedish sexual tension is touching by accident. Actually, I've been to Spain. We could have done fan meetings when I was in Spain. I wasn't sick in Spain. I mean, I've been there twice, right? To play.
El vigente campeón, el equipo más laureado de la región, el favoritos para muchos, solo hacen una cosa: ganar, ganar y ganar.
What is that?
Levantaos
My
para
man,
recibir
what are you wearing?
fuerte aplauso.
Why are you a cat. I vomited because I slept like shit. I think that's why.
Chiquitito pero matón, mira que tiene
That's
poca
Romain.
estatura, pero aún así no hay nadie que esté a su altura en la top lane.
Let's go. Let's go. Broken Guido.
Para muchos, el mejor jungla
Shut
de la
up,
liga
Ozzy.
te invade, te roba y acaba con tu partida en la jungla. Es
I saw there's one empty seats. Probably because Corey isn't playing. Is there quite some people?
Ya sabe lo que es levantar este trofeo 15
When I watched
veces.
yesterday, there were more people yesterday than
la
the day
historia de
before.
Europa.
Just because the prices. Oh, how much is one ticket?
Reyes en la melee.
Screaming so loud that my YouTube is crashing. It's not the best place. Yeah, it looks a bit. The stage itself looks a bit scuffed. When I look at it, it looks like you can feel the vibration in the ground. As someone that has played on stage, if the stage is not really good, if it's vibrating on the ground a lot, then your monitor will like wiggle and you can feel it in your chair as well. But I'm just now I'm just terrorizing. Maybe it's a great platform. You don't need to go with friends to go to esport events.
¿Qué suena por ahí? Viene con el triángulo. Es el experto en dejar a su
I went to my
enemigo
first
en
esport
pánico.
event with my dad.
Support Labro.
Do you have a gun to your head, Moet, forcing you to queue Overwatch? Is that going with you? Yeah. I was like 12, so I think you had to go with me. You're too shy. Of what? It's like going to the cinema alone. No one's gonna... Poker face. Would it kill the coaches to look a little bit happy? Not just for Dylan, but the Kissy coach is doing the same thing. Poker face perma. Hands in your pockets. Anime form, anime protagonist, aura farming.
contra Carminegor.
It's the first BO5 win ever versus MKOI, and it's in the heart of Barcelona.
I'm just a hater. I'm just a hater in general.
You don't get anywhere else.
All I do is hate.
I'm very happy that we won, because if our winter split ended here, that would be very sad. This is the momentum you need from the lower bracket to win the whole thing.
Knowing how good we were before, we were a bit too used to each other in the beginning of the split.
G2 secured themselves another
I
spot
think
in the
I
finals,
would.
and they look to take a bow in Barcelona.
I don't see a word where I would ever scream over
They will challenge you in every aspect of the game.
Jackie thought he could stay around, but Glyph flashes in.
That's just my personality.
They will always try to skill check you, and you have to be ready.
Let's go.
So I wish I could get that excited.
Gets a kill. Casey still get everything.
I don't even feel like it's half of what we will be by the end of the year. I don't even think we're close to our ceiling.
I think my peak excitedness, I will maybe like do a bounce, you know.
We don't want to repeat the same mistake we made
last
year. This time I want to be ready.
Polly one back against Tower Super has to punch away from Bucio. Matches it. Wait, he's already picked up a double. He's gonna get another one.
When I think about when I've gotten really excited, it's always like if I'm very happy and comfortable at the same time, then I can like do a little bounce, you know.
Beating Kana, who's looked as one of the better top laners. That's
it doesn't happen often.
Baron is going down, super does damage, but yikes! He's the king of smite!
Skimon is looking very good right now, and I mean, personally, I think I'm looking very good as well, so I think the juggling matchup is going to be very important, right?
When things are on the line, we just always deliver.
Never show your emotion, never let them know your next move. Always keep them on the edge, edging. Am I angry? Am I happy?
Best team is going to win.
Guess we'll never know.
As long as we play our game, we'll beat everyone.
No, when I'm angry, you know, actually. When I'm angry, I just radiate negative energy. There's no hiding that.
And welcome back here to Barcelona, just outside of Barcelona, which Benny obviously incorrect when he said we were going to Barcelona.
Love that we're opening with that, Benny. Thank you for that.
It's important that people know we're in Barcelona, not Barcelona. You know, it's very vital to me.
I'm just faking that I'm concealing emotions.
And if you didn't already know that, you've only just tuned into the stream, because we've kind of been talking about it for the last hour or so.
And they've been bangers. What the hell have you been doing this whole weekend? It's been absolutely insane. Why are you only joining us now? But I am so excited to get into this game. It's a rematch of what we had last year in winter once more. KC versus G2. What felt like our best team coming out of the regular season. Now going up against
are they gonna ban Oriana? Fans are just a serve ban.
We're thick and fast into the draft, so let's not waste any time.
No.
As Inara, Rumble,
are they gonna first pick Oriana? Vice open as well.
G2 do have
they're not gonna first pick Vi over Oriana.
On the blue side, similar to what we saw against Koi yesterday for KC. Surprisingly though, it's G2 the ban on the Rumble. Yesterday it felt like that it was a red side, or a second pick I should say, perma-ban.
They're picking
but this
Oriana.
time around, it is going to be G2 removing that. So what is that first pick? Oriana
okay,
is
now we're
available.
answering.
Is a master of the champion, and it looks like that's going to be their priority.
He's been having a whale of a time on it over the last few months.
It depends what else you want to pick. You can go since so you're on Vi here. Those are like the three prio junglers, and they will just take whichever one they prefer. With Galio, I like Vi. I think I really like Vi with Galio.
Here, immediately locking in that combo, which now makes things incredibly uncomfortable for Caps in that mid lane.
The question becomes, will we see the Nocturne? Will we get that combo coming through from Skewmond?
Or Nocturne. I don't think you go Nocturne here. You don't have a target yet. They're gonna go Simsao. No, or I'm not sure actually.
Mundo to that main stage, the international stage itself. Looks like may not be the Aatrox going over instead.
Aatrox obviously still a flex, can be played top, can be played in that jungle role.
I really dislike Aatrox jungle.
Some very good performances.
Aatrox jungle, before you see enough of the comp, I really dislike.
Crazy dive composition already orchestrated by KC here. Everything going to be sent in onto that back line, and at least there you do have the Bard to try and alleviate some of that pressure ult yourself to keep your team away from whatever this dive is going to be. But I am curious now what KC want to try and round this out with in the bottom side of the map.
No, this is the Warwick game. If Broken Blade plays Warwick into Ambessa, they have a chance. Warwick against Ambessa, Galio, Jarvan, who's gonna kill you? No one's gonna kill you.
It looks like that Nautilus ban is gonna come through, so they have a similar read to what we're talking about right now. It seems that supports are usually what you focus rather than AD carries, because AD carry, the pool is just so deep that banning away the supports usually has a lot more impact.
Good against
Thresh, Pipe,
Orianna,
also things you could be worried about. But remember, Ashe Seraphine is something we've seen KC bring out as a response to the Bard, because you get that extra rain, you get that very impressive bot lane, you get a lot of pick potential. And you'll get a lot of damage as well.
And also Bussio's been happy to take the opposite side of the Nico Bard matchup. We kind of saw Bard come out as an answer to it, but Bussio happy to just play the Nico and try and win out through that lane phase, which they did relatively successfully in the past. We'll have to see, there was the Sion ban. I thought it'd be a Gnar, because last time we saw Broken Blade and Kana face up in that upper bracket,
you don't have to be Chauvet to play Galio.
Kana in some of these matchups. Now, they were more tank orientated, but a Gnar here for a Broken Blade could be huge.
Yeah, BB in those matches brought out the Rumble, brought out the Gwen, was kind of meeting.
This tells me one can still steal the Estrel here. Kai's a spans.
Gives you a facilitator for
he
the
could
dive
totally
as well.
steal the Estrel.
Disengage if you do need it. We'll see where KC decides to
Estrel
go.
is good against all of G2
on
right
their
now.
fourth pick. Leave that support for last. Yes, you know that there's a Bard, but
yes, Warwick is up.
Completeness of the team composition does allow you a little bit
more
flexibility.
Please, Broken Blade, hear my energy. Pick Warwick. Warwick.
Gives you a lot of power in the 2v2. The Corki also does have very good scaling.
I'm mind controlling him right now.
You may think the Corki is a type of champ that
this is a Warwick game if I've ever seen one. Warwick.
The cheeky Draven hover comes through from Hans Summer.
Warwick,
I mean,
Warwick.
His career, you know that this is what he was originally known for. And when he brought it out on these big stages, he had strong performances, but we haven't seen it from him for a while, and looks like we're not going to see it today.
I will do anything.
Caitlyn,
I will be happy. I will live and smile. No! Thanks for watching, guys. Thank you. I'm ending stream.
We don't know.
Warwick died, so we could see a Shen game.
I specifically remember reading. I wish I could credit the Reddit thread creator. I don't know who it was.
It was a tweet originally, Betty, and I can't remember who that was either.
A streamer as well. I don't remember any of this. Production will hopefully find that for us. But I read a Reddit thread that talked about how Shen jungle is super fast clear. It's very cheap to build. He spikes really hard on
I'm assuming they are thinking that they want to have a top lane that can peel the Caitlyn. And then Shen makes sense. I don't know this top lane matchup goes at all.
Is known for these unique picks and unique answers into these top lane champions, and it seems that the Shen
because Caitlyn looks really hard to play into Ambessa Jarvan.
It feels like an answer into, you know, the passive damage that the Ambessa has. If you use that Spirit's Refuge, so much of Ambessa's damage is linked to
fine, though.
Use an ability, then get the auto attack off. So Shen
but if KC bots on balls and they
ton of protection on that
get one item,
as well.
I think it's
like
pretty hard
to
play.
I'm a little sad. I was really excited for the Shen jungle.
Also, Bard who's no target.
Back. I imagine he's still going to follow a similar build path, though. Going for
who's Bard gonna ult Tsunami, I guess?
Basically, just a lot of value stats. The harness, yes. And we also have to comment, we didn't mention it, Lucian. Lucian in the LEC is currently on a 13-game lose streak.
That's not great.
The Koreans hate Shan.
It's the unlucky number in a lose streak. How does that work, though? Does that mean it then flips and becomes good?
We're going to find out today.
We'll see if they can flip it over into a win streak here. Lucian now is so often used by teams to get that extra damage.
Like
Lucian's passive works really
the Shan
well with the Tide Callers
when you have the Caitlyn against enemy drafts.
And G2 going to take on KC here.
in Spain as we make our way onto Summoners of G2 in their 10th
I will understand
final
it.
in a row. Casey, the last
but I
one was
don't
back in
like
winter
the
last year,
Aatrox.
but they were the team
I
that
really
took down
don't
G2
like the
then,
Aatrox.
a 3-0 sweep. Can they refine that form today?
And it was the game where
Where are you
Yike
going?
was able to stop what had been such a long winning streak for G2. They'd won 6 in a row, but it was Yike who was able to take down his former team, push himself to 7.
Nice
the longest win streak of any player ever in the LEC. And now, 1 year later, he finds himself opposite his old squad once more.
And Caps can match him today. Caps? Oh, he can't match him today. He has 6. And that was the most he ever got.
See, they're even putting Busio placing in the LEC comment highlights.
I mean, they had a little moment. LeBron looking at the damage onto Caltys and Busio. Electric
easy trades.
Alongside the Piltover Peacemaker.
So,
champion
Lucian Nami, very powerful bot lane, does get heavily outranged. And
this bot lane only gets kills third after level 6.
We're going to start straight away. They go for the 2 versus 2 trades. They are
or like after a certain item. Spike.
This is rough for the KC bot lane right now.
It's also the fact that this bot lane of Lucian Nami comes online a lot more around that level 3 mark. In fact, we've even seen Lucian starting with the W in some of these early trades, at least over in the LPL, because it does give you some more of that passive damage. It's much easier to
Caps would never, he's too kind.
Matching of the DPS from some of these more ranged
he would never BM.
But already forcing that reset, it's a great start for G2's bottom lane.
And when lane swaps were a thing, Lucian Nami
I think us, you know, Scandinavian players, we're just shading.
In the mid lane on this Ariana, currently undefeated in 2026.
I mean, Caps is monstrous on this Orianna.
Not like this Spanish.
Super aggressive in the lane. He's always finding ways to trade
French.
his opponent. And often
perma-emoting, trash-talking interviews.
To enable him to play this hyper-aggressive style.
And that's why I actually really like this.
Teenagers will always BM, no matter where they're from, okay?
Is how vulnerable you are in a side lane. And especially against Yahoo and Yike and even Kana, there's a ton of ways
I've had
to
my
close
toxic
that gap
moments, but
if she's left vulnerable on a side.
Not anymore.
Shen nullifies all that. Yep. He just pops the ult on Caps if you ever have that overdive, and maybe G2 even have a window to turn that play around.
And I mean, we haven't had much of a chance to look at that top lane matchup. We had a commenter say that Shen is really good into Ambessa. I'm just going to blanket trust them because I have no knowledge of this matchup.
It's the internet, Betty. One person says that we trust.
Yeah, absolutely. Trust in the chat.
Yeah, there's no
Broken Blade was able to get good push.
I
can easily see how a Shen can win out trades against an early skirmisher, especially one with very long cooldowns.
Did you finish fried chicken chips?
No.
No.
Got the wave in a really nice spot
I
right
ate
now. Has to invest
3 chips.
To be cautious of any early jungle intervention, but both junglers having completed
I've not eaten more. I did bring them today in case I wanted to snack during the games. But I'm so full. I ate so much. I won't be able to snack.
So I think for G2, that's where I put
it's
my
not
focus
disgusting, it's just
side.
like cursed.
Especially because yesterday, Caltys was questionable.
Because chips aren't supposed to taste that much like fried chicken.
You're watching to see how the KC bottom lane steps up, because this was such a hyped addition to the LEC. But on the main stage, he just wasn't quite able to perform.
I like steak.
I think he really did step up, though, right?
I wouldn't want to eat an apple that tastes like steak. That would be weird.
In that game 5, we needed to see that bot lane perform. And like, I remember their 2v2 dive with the Kalista and the Renata, and like, it was so beautifully well executed. But that's also why we talk so much about Busio and how he's such an important part of this KC roster. His ability to find
it highlights how
rows
chemical
the map is something that I think so few supports in the league have been able to match. Lebrov has had some strong performances, and we'll see if he can do it today.
Lebrov is dead. Oh my god.
Caltys gets first blood.
Caster not cursed right there. I mean, immediately KC make it happen.
They were like pranking that they were going on Hansama, and then they just one-shot Lebrov.
Constantly hitting double bubbles, and now Hansama might be in trouble.
Gonna get chased down, has to dodge away from the bubble, still has the barrier and the flash, and won't have to invest either of them. Caltys did barrier himself. Meanwhile, Humon is in the area, but just covering more than anything.
Yeah.
Hansama steadfast in the face of 2, doesn't burn any of his summoner spells, will pop the
soloq is very different.
Casey's bottom lane, after what was a very rough start, they had already been forced to flash from Caltys. The barrier was burned early, the heal was burned early, but now finding a 2v2 kill just like that, I mean, all of the advantage that G2 had built disappears in an instant.
I think it was a good call to back away, though. Obviously, there was the barrier there, but also Shen had just ticked over to level 6 as well. So now the ability to punish on this bottom side becomes way more difficult as Kana.
Twilight Assault doing a lot of their work there from Broken Blade. That Q can do a huge
amount of damage in the early game.
Lucio
should write to LeBron that he's not carry. Oh.
But the Darking Blade finds its first victim. Skewmond on the map to start things off for G2. This was one of the eyes that we had on the jungler, and Skewmond performing already.
That magical journey placement was excellent from Lebrov because it just so easily closed the gap between Skewmond and Caltys. He still didn't have his flash up because remember earlier LeBron traded his flash for the Lucian flash and there was nowhere left for him to go. So G2 bait them into a bit of a skirmish. LeBron has already died in this lane, so why would Caltys feel afraid? Hansama chipping away at his HP, gets him very low. The bubble provides some space, but then Skewmond, I mean, he has more than enough damage, and thanks to that magical journey, closes the gap and secures himself a kill.
We did see Yike push towards the blue buff side of G2 with the time that he had. I think he stole away the blue.
All men focus so much about hair. Is this like a man thing?
But basically on as even between the two teams 7 minutes into this game. As it's a slight lead in mid, bot and support. Well, a slight lead in top for G2.
Broken getting some good trades here.
If it's anyone, if anyone here is balding, like, let me just tell you that I think most normal girls don't think about your hairline.
Got all 3 auto attacks of that Twilight Assault off. Nicholas, though, still in levels of pressure.
Activism is going to land on the Hansama, and that will stop the play. Hansama already level 6. Threat of an ace in the hole, always a deadly thing for the KC bot lane, so they back away before they've lost too much health.
Unless you're a model.
Little attention onto the dragons thus far, which I expected to see a little bit more, especially because Hansama has at least got decent push onto the bottom lane. Obviously,
so don't feel insecure.
Losing his life early didn't help, but I expect them to try and put some pressure over towards this objective.
Hair does not equal beauty.
You know, given that I'm 33, I'm not hip and up to date.
Hairline does not equal beauty. Okay. Healthy hair is
do recommend me a lot of Caitlyn.
I think I've read somewhere. That healthy hair,
the thing is, I'm going to mess this up, but
at least for women,
this is young memes.
Yeah, this is.
I thought we were going into aura farming and frame
massing. I don't know any of that. I'm afraid. I'm talking about.
Okay, I will rephrase that. Women with long, healthy hair are subconsciously viewed as like more healthy or higher class.
Someone in a certain direction. Because the way I've always seen Caitlyn traps is kind of
don't quote me on that, because I just heard that and it kind of makes sense. Because healthy looking hair just means you can maintain your hair well. Of course, you know, I heard that when I had like a boy haircut. So I was thinking, huh? Well, I have no hair.
Broken Blade tries to make the play, gets the flash from Kana, but gives his life. G2 try to respond with the dragon. Yike in the area though.
Yike goes in with Cataclysm, locks himself in. Cat's here as
well. Don't form shots. Well, I think Broken Blade, he knew he was dead, so he wanted to trade him for one.
A valiant attempt from Yike. Skewmon though does secure the smite, learning from the last time that they went up against each other. But the idea is clean. Ulti in, guarantee you get into the fight, then use the EQ to get out. G2 invested a lot though to try and punish him, forcing him ultimately to flash.
It's so funny
away.
to me to watch
so he ends up losing his flash, a
pro players drink.
Casey,
because if I drink, I just move my mic a bit and I drink on stage. But when pro players drink, they go like pew, pew.
I like the idea for KC though.
Just to not move their mic, which is smart, but also kinda annoying to do.
Getting Khan into a position where he can be a bit more comfortable, and especially if Shen starts to lose out effectively on the side lane, then he becomes way less threatening because anytime he disappears, well, then you just take the tower instead.
I also just love seeing
some
Yehu being
sugar would
proactive
be
on
nice
the map.
after that.
I think he has been super impressive in playoffs, and I think that yesterday his Rise performance was really amazing. The way that he was impacting the map a lot. We saw the Galio come out as well, and I would say a lot of Galio players don't use that ult to try and force ganks early on, and already having impact on the map is something that you love to see, especially against a mid laner like Caltys, who historically has been known for his ability to roam and impact the map.
Get your torch, boy.
We didn't title that lower third. That was done all by our behind the scenes.
I wish.
I would have done that.
I mean, technically, I am sponsored.
I think it's a great idea. Yeah. I even heard
or am I? I don't think I am. I just have rights to full stream. I'm not sponsored by them.
Back in this bottom side of the map.
Is it G2 that's sponsored?
Whereas Hans Sommer went for the Zerka Greaves first and a serrated Dirk, looking for a little bit more attack speed for the extra autos in lane.
So Yike has just reset, bought his Sundered Sky, and is now kind of moving down towards this bottom side of the map. But the way he's pathing, I think they're looking for a play as this wave starts to crash in onto Lebrob. Does have a ward and Tri-Brush to spot him out.
Kana going in with the Eclipse here onto Broken Blade, who only has a Tiamat and a Giant's Belt. BB needs to get out of here, but no flash on him. Kana has the public execution, but the chase doesn't need it. Kana just autos him to death.
This will never happen if you just picked Warwick.
It's not going the way that G2 won. Kana with a healthy advantage out on the top side as the mid laners fight.
And Caps is able to walk away. Cullen coming out of Caltys.
This is what I mean with level 6 gets hard.
As well from the Nami.
Skewmon is coming in behind them.
Fine though.
Double temper fate. Skewmon in with the world ender, double flash away from KC. Flag and drag, ace in the hole, the TP as well.
Bessa is here.
Skewmon needs to get there. The trap on Kana stops him from
Bessa
going any further, but public execution just misses.
That could have been a disaster.
Credit to Hansama, his Caitlyn mechanics in that whole fight were spectacular, but it was not enough. Casey had the numbers, had the damage, and they were able to force the bot lane of G2 back. G2 came into this first game with overall an aggressive draft. They wanted to get themselves a strong bot side 2 versus 2. They wanted a winning mid, and they had the counter pick in top lane. But the early game is going the way of KC, and that has been the story of this team so far this weekend.
And I think the fact that you get to now put so much pressure on the bottom side, take these early turret plates, it's exactly where you want your Lucian to be. And you have a strong jungler that can facilitate this Lucian on potential mid plays. So for G2,
we just need
it was kind of cooking,
Hansama
but at the
to
moment,
have
it may be overboiling.
items.
Next Drake up in a minute 20. G2 did secure the first. KC will be looking to fight around it. An item and a half on
Caps
Caltys, who already
to have items.
First.
Caps
on the other side. We are seeing first items out of most
2 items, and Hansama on 2 items.
There's an Imperial mandate already for Busio. And
actually, I think 1 item spikes are
stronger.
for
He's a little bit shy
G2,
as well.
And
does have himself an
after that,
of
you need
skill,
to have
so
like
can get
3
that
items.
extra skill point.
KC on 2 items
Doesn't
looks
matter too much
stronger with
right
their
now, I guess, but it's still a nice little bonus. Caps looking for Yehu and Yike. We're beginning to walk in.
Until that dragon. I think that's why KC's starting to roam down towards this bottom side. We're hoping they can maybe make a pick on Lebrob, who doesn't have his flash available. But everyone nicely backing away on G2, aware of that timing.
But G2 outscared with items.
Broken Blade getting traded on again. Yeah, it's not the best at the moment.
The more I see these trades, the more I'm starting to think like, okay, help me understand how the counter pick works, because of course the Sprint's refuge mitigates those auto attacks, right? Of course, that makes a ton of sense, but Ambessa, a lot of her damage doesn't come through from her auto attacks. So when she gets the Eclipse, I really start to feel that she starts winning out on these trades. We're yet to see Broken Blade's first ulti of the game. He doesn't have a huge amount of armor early on as Yehu. Oh, flash
forward by Caps to block the Justice Punch. Skewmon on the chase as well. The chains won't get the pullback on the Yehu, who does flash himself. Shockwave still catches him though.
Wow, they actually got that kill.
Enemy mid just before the dragon. Yike looks for the flag and drag, can't land it. Death stand united. Cap's gonna have a partner in crime in the middle of the cataclysm. Kana diving forward, immediately taunted. A good temper fate on Busio. Stopped him getting anywhere near the G2 clean up in mid.
I mean, G2, when the chips are down, when you need to make a play, the place
first
you
ball.
have to look is in the middle lane. Caps flashes in front of Yehu to stop him from getting away.
Yehu flashed earlier.
He acts as a body blocker to prevent Yehu from escaping. What a flash to set up the play for Caps.
Yehu flashes.
The kids are talking about putting the shockwave in the future to catch the Galio.
I guess he has to wait because it's a shockwave.
But even on the follow-up here, Busio denied thanks to Lebrov's bar.
I don't know why.
Tries to set
Okay.
up, but this is what we were talking
Well
about.
played by
With that
G2.
Shen protecting the Orianna when she's most
I was
vulnerable.
wondering if he could have flashed earlier, but it wouldn't have helped.
KC gives so much gold to G2.
And we didn't talk about it, but Lebrov connecting that ulti onto Busio as well, buying time for the bot lane to rotate up and then
Because
get that
the
pick onto
Aatrox
him as
W
well.
did slow him a bit.
Quick gold swing just like that. G2 find
And he
themselves
has
with a
barely
small gold
dodged
lead for now, but most
Orianna
importantly,
ult.
the second Drake of the game.
But
We can
looks
have a
like
mountain soul. G2
then Caps would have
can
just placed his ball
towards
differently
that
and
in
it
about
wouldn't have
4
mattered.
minutes' time. There's a rift held up towards that top side. A little bit of vision for KC towards the blue buff of G2, allowing them to spot Skumon on his path. Skumon continuing to pop off here in 2026, in playoffs specifically. He is having an absolute whale of a time.
But he's about to match this topside play. Yike trying to hide in the bush, doesn't realize he's on vision. Skumon is swept. They're trying to make a play towards Caps, but once more, Skumon's reading it.
And the Bob's on his way as well, has the Tempered Fate. Yike flag and drag out Skumon with the world. End of public execution in, but Kana is met by 2 immediately.
G3 is making play after play.
Tempered Fate will lock Kana up. The minion wave now here to tank for a second. Kana tries to flash away, but the slows from LeBron. The Meeps doing their work, the charm and the chimes. In the end, Kana will escape with a TP coming out of Yahoo.
Caps' shockwave found nothing, which actually let Kana get away. Busio thinks he can make the play happen though.
Tidal wave splits the upright and LeBron has a magical journey. He's caught in the middle of it, but it still can take it a second time.
Bye.
No chase coming from the rest of KC.
Busio played that really well, but there was just no follow-up from KC. Felt like the Yahoo wasn't really ready to pounce on that play, but at the end of the day, they keep Kana alive. They're able to get a couple tower plays, but it is G2 that continue to extend the gold lead.
Yeah, bubble that made no difference and didn't even matter.
Right now.
Yet we're releasing him.
Himself. Lucio and Callisto have a small lead on that bot side. Callisto now finishing up the rapid fire cannon. Has a cloth armor as well in his inventory. Hasn't upgraded his boots, just sitting on the typical clothy ones. I can't remember what they're called. It is cloth boots.
Brown bags.
Brown bags of bootingdom. The level ones, unupgraded. So likely going towards the plated steel caps. I know that name.
I think just cloth boots.
Sure.
Yeah.
I know the slightly magical ones, slightly magical footwear, you know? But perhaps not the most important thing for us to dive deep on right now.
You actually blanked my mind. I couldn't actually think of the name. I was sitting there being like, wait, now I've completely forgotten the name of boots.
I can't remember. I would just call them boots.
Yeah,
sitting on the
they
tier
are
1
just boots in my head, I'm afraid, Medic. Herald is alive, and it's G2 that have full control over the top side. Broken Blade playing on that weak side of the map. Ready to ult in, should a fight take place, but with Yike on the bottom side, I don't really expect much from KC.
I really love the way G2 have been playing with their vision though. We had that like ward in the third brush on top lane, which spotted out Yike trying to make a play onto Orianna. They have wards now in that bottom side to spot out again where Yike is going to make plays. It feels like G2 are kind of preemptively going through what's the rundown, what is KC capable of doing if we're going to this play, making sure they already have wards in there to make sure it doesn't happen.
Ooh, Yike almost stole away that red buff with the flag. Won't be able to get it though. Tower gonna drop on the bot side.
Yeah, Kana's still winning out in the 1v1, but Broken Blades has shown the merits of this pick when it comes to team fights, the ability to heal his carries
what I mean when I say that KC mostly play on enemy mistakes. Is how I feel.
What you're looking at now is where are the differences
when I watch them
between
play
individual
against
lanes.
weaker teams,
have about a
they just play solid and then they punish mistakes. Because weaker teams make a lot of mistakes.
I think it's also the way that
but now they're facing G2 that make generally less mistakes.
Easier for G2. Like,
and it's also like
Nami, I'm like, okay, you
actually
want to be trying
prepare
to play around potential moments on
plays.
this mid lane, especially with Yike, where you look for the flag and drag, Cataclysm, culling over the top, Murder is on mid lane.
And it doesn't look
That's really difficult against the Caitlyn
anymore.
because her wave clear is good, she plays from such a long range, and you also have Lebrov who's just able to help. But if you put all that focus on mid, well then Orianna gets to do her thing. But even if you focus on Orianna in that side lane, you now have Broken Blade to cover. It feels like you kind of got this followed through of whatever game plan KC tried to enact.
Yeah, I feel like everyone has decided we're gonna place this player
all in on trying to kill
and make
Broken
people
Blade on
think
side
he's
because he's the only real
best
target they have. At the
ever.
moment, still has a Titanic Hydra, not the tank.
And if we say it enough,
but with
it will be
Dragon
true.
now, how do KC try to fight this?
I mean, if I'm KC, I'm honestly not too worried about the game state. Skumon is the biggest threat. Checking if they have anti-healing. Oh, and That's exactly what I wanted to get to. Caltys, with his 2 completed items, with Busio at his back, is able to do a lot of damage. And remember, that healing reduction coming through from Busio. So G2 are just saying, you know what, we'll prioritize pushing through mid-wave. I think they're going to abandon the dragon in order to gain control over this tower, and they can push this onto the next one.
It's like I feel bad, you know, flaming him so much. He plays okay, and he seems like a nice person. It's just this caster, analyst, all of those people make me feel that.
Walk away despite the ult investment coming through from KC. And even Broken Blade
Should
getting a
be
push on the
listening
bottom
Kalma.
side.
I feel like everyone knows Kalma is so good that no one listens to him anymore. Like, straight up, the GX series, or like many series, Kalma is just completely monster gapping top lane.
I think Casey's pretty...
No one says anything.
Well,
no one cares.
They're pretty happy with how that sequence went. Yes, they did take a lot of damage on that mid-tier 2, but they stopped the dragon stacking, and now if G2 get that other dragon, if they need to buy more time, they feel they're not strong enough,
I
they
think
at least
he's...
have the time that they can play with.
I love watching him play.
Of course, we're at the point in the game where now a single team fight
He's
loss
so
could result in a
consistent,
Baron.
and his team
Early
fighting
on,
is
Baron a lot squishier than
so
compared to what
good.
we
He
used
always
to see
has
in
the best
last year.
position.
And while that first Baron doesn't normally
I can't say
win
like,
the game,
oh, his mechanics are so amazing or this type of things, but he always looks solid.
And this is also
And
where Caitlyn
every team
shines.
fight,
Her
like
ability
I've
to
never
zone
seen him
control, the
not
fact that
have
she
a
can make it
good
so much
position in
harder
a team
for the
fight.
enemy to approach these neutral objectives, especially if you're on that objective first, is something that G2 is going to look to leverage.
KC have abandoned top lane. They moved Yehu down to this bottom lane to try and make a play. Main instead just all in on mid, so you can see how safe
Yeah,
G2
I mean, Kanna is the perfect example of why you import, I guess. Like, a lot of imports don't make sense. Like, I like Poppy. I think Poppy is one of my favorite mid laners.
G2 just back away in case his play doesn't really materialize.
But is it really necessary to import all the way from Korea just to have a rookie? To me that doesn't make a lot of sense. Can't you just take someone promising from anywhere else and actually train them? Why do you need to take a Korean player that also has a very big culture difference? Okay, bonk.
The temper fake coming out the X and hold will be blocked by Yike, and Caltys is able to get out. Cost him his barrier, but this time he survives.
He was not expecting to see an Aatrox in that small brush. He thought that with the jungler right next to him, he would be safe. And admittedly, he was. Yike able to escort him to safety, but he did burn the barrier. Skewmond
Can he still sting his demos? I mean, he has to. What was that?
Yeah, Skewmond's already up towards the top side. Looking for the Infernal Chains, will land them onto Yehu. There's the pullback, torn out from Yehu though. Should be able to survive. There's more chip damage than
Did Cap just have like a call with his staff at some point, and they said they just forced him to start building Sonias? His old Caps, I feel like old Caps wouldn't buy Sonia second. Or is it just that meta has changed, that Engage is so strong?
And Kana, a shockwave through his brain as he didn't expect to be ganked by Caps. Does have the flash, but does he have a way to get out of this situation? A little bit of outgo gaming, perhaps. Take a small break. PB and Caps will collapse. And Kana, even with the shields, shouldn't be able to get away. Kana dies, Caps gets the kill. And there's the TP advantage we were talking about earlier.
Let him cook. Let my boy Broken Blade cook. I believe in him. I believed in him when no one believed in him. And everyone bullied him into stopping picking Warwick. I believed. It wasn't enough, clearly, but
Gold lead stays
I
at
believe.
that 2 to 2.5k mark. Across the whole team, it's an item. But you have to look at mid-jungle for G2. That's where the large leads
okay,
are.
well.
Caps built the blighting
Oh yeah, I expected that. That's the Shen one trick that did
Crypt Bloom for him.
Study on Shen builds,
45
right?
seconds until the dragon though, and I'm looking at Hansam.
I
Should
saw
be
a
able
whole
to
post
reset
about
after this
that.
wave
That's
pick up.
crazy.
His rapid fire can match that third item that's already been picked up by Caltys. And for Caps, I mean, he's snowballed it all hell. 3 kills, or three items, I should say, already for him,
Also
alongside those 3 kills.
Yeah.
And I think for KC, Again, trying to establish yourselves like this early in River, fish for a pick or fish for some sort of all-in is what you need to do as G2 go for those resets.
Yeah, I've heard about websites. But it's paid, right?
Pan out right
so
now. Casey, a
used
pretty good setup. Callista's melting through these mid waves as the recall comes through. There's that extra item you were talking about.
Look, everyone
Shen
makes
also
mistakes,
very
and
deep
Warwick
push in
is
the
a
top
high
lane.
reward,
Having to be matched by Yahoo, who now has
high
his teleport
risk.
available. He'd love to get that level 16.
Caps jumped out massively. The culling does connect, and Caps is low HP, has to flash away from public execution. Yike trying to
That's
get
a
towards
classic.
the
Now Illusion made Tressar.
towards the top side. Yike goes in with a catapult.
Look at that crazy portal. Oh, it's insane. And the portal away. And it's out. Wow, Lavrov. Wow.
Doesn't seem to be. Skumon survives through it with the help of a Stand United from his brother BB, who's caught out with the
See,
acro-prism
that's
of
if I target one player, and I just try to say good things, and I just do that all the time, then suddenly they're faker, you know. That's what
prior to the fight even starting, find that chunk onto
any
member really, but he finds it onto Oriana, onto Caps. Look at this, dashes in, has the full support of Busio, takes him down to about 30% HP, and this is the go signal for KC.
And then the ult from Busio ends up zoning Caps away, which means they can hyper-focus on
Did you
Skumon.
see that crazy portal into the portal out and then flash out while distracting two players from KC to chase him?
Yeah, Broken Blade, it seems like he was trying to set up for a play for Caps, but Caps just couldn't quite get in range for a good shockwave, so that shockwave really doesn't do that much damage.
That's what I'm saying.
Another dragon. It is G2 that still hold on to the gold lead, but we're seeing the strength of Lucian. Perhaps this could be the day that that lose streak finally ends, but there's still a lot of work that KC needs to do in order to find this game one win.
Not to be a support apologist, but we're seeing the strength of Busio. His Nami is sublime. The tidal wave initially to lock Caps out of the bottom side of the fight. Great ebb and flows, the acro-prism at the end just clipping the heels of Broken Blade.
I'm fuming right now.
This guy is on another level right now. Lebrov did a good job as well with the Tempered Fate, catching onto Caltys, stopping the initial burst of damage, but this is what can happen.
That's what I mean. Wow, did you see that Calista aggressive dash forward into almost killing two people, but Busio eat him, so his damage was higher. Oh, this support, oh god! Are you seeing that hit? Wow, that was on another level.
KC needed to try and take that fight because Skumon stayed standing, their jungler went down. It might have been enough for G2 thought they could have taken a fight at that Baron.
I'm gonna lose my full streaming rights for making fun of casters.
I think KC's just a bit too trigger happy. Like, Calista had already done the work that they needed to do. After finding a trade like that, G2's forced to retreat. You have numbers advantage. You can use that time to get the vision that you want, to get the control or the space or whatever it is that you want to do. But instead, because they committed to the fight, Yike then went way too deep, and it ends up being a trade 1-for-1 where KC don't really get much off the back of it. The way in which Calista's playing right now is exactly what you need to be doing on Lucian, but Yike had already lost so much HP off the back of a small skirmish with Skumon that he ends up throwing away his life, and it ends up being a 1-for-1.
Hun still holding on to the flash and the barrier from that plate. Calista still has his flash,
that's
but
what I mean, the
only
bare
he and
minimum,
Busio
suddenly
have them on the
you
side
are
of KC.
you're
As you look at G2, you have Skumon alongside, but not on Lebrov, so two flashes apiece for these two teams. Baron an objective for them both, but feels like neither team really wants to pull the trigger on that right now. Bit of vision control for G2 towards the top side. KC have deigned that it is Broken Blade who will be matched by Yahoo, it seems, as Kana is up towards that top side. Doesn't have TP right now, which makes sense, as Yahoo's is about to come off CD. He's passed up through mid. There's a Stand United for BB, as the culling doesn't connect with the same velocity it has in the previous two times.
I think KC are just trying to get that out of Broken Blade, though. That Stand United, if they can try and force that before some of these objectives,
second, by the way, on the Shen. I was not expecting that.
Okay, clearly there's more than I need to learn about Shen.
Good point, Soul Shard. It's clearly on another level.
This is truly forbidden tech.
We're not hating on him, we're hating on all the glazing. It's so biased.
There's logic behind it. I do not think us in the middle of casting a finals are the people that should extrapolate all of that logic.
Yeah, we do have two top laners on the analyst desk that will probably explain it for us.
One of them could run over here and explain it for us.
But for now,
there's 10 players in this game.
We have a Dusk and Dawn Shen. We'll see how impactful that ends up being. Dragon in 1 minute and 17 seconds. For now, G2 hold the gold lead.
Change
a lot
the
of that is
script.
sitting onto Skumon. He's terrifying. And that's great. The undefeated Orianna versus the unwinnable Lucian. That's a pretty funny comparison. Callisto, he's level 15, he's looking very strong. That Infinity Edge, very close to being completed. The question for me is, can he finish it ahead of this Dragon fight? He is fishing for as much farm as he can get his hands on, but there's nothing for him to take. There's not even any jungle camps for him to grab. Oh, a ward, more gold.
Yeah, it's more gold.
Kan se Sipin och Fiesta och sen Sipin.
There we are, there's the
LEC is also very
You have to be so careful as KC trying to take this though, because Kana doesn't have the TP. He's now walking
in
down
G2
from
and
that top
KC are the
lane.
only two
Broken
teams
Blade can
that
join in at any time
don't
with that
make
Stank
like
United. And
major
level 16 Stank
mistakes.
United as well gives so much. The bundle pipes now completed on towards
But League is
Broken
not
Blade as
only
well.
about making mistakes, right?
Very supportive build here.
A Scots at New Year's.
That's what,
He's bagpiping
what I think G2
from
is better
sunrise
at
to sunset.
than all other teams.
And there's a Titanic Hydra
They
in
use
there
better
somehow
things.
as well.
They use that bottle, cancelling the fly and drag, and now forcing the Jarvan flash, giving G2 a huge advantage for this team fight. Broken Blade pushing out Yahoo and forcing another flash. Now this fight looks really favorable for G2. All we're missing now is yeah, Busio healing is amazing. His healing, it's so good, but it's not enough.
Looking for that public execution. Yikes, looking to get in with the cataclysm. Goes in. Public execution on the backline, but it's only on the prop. Hero's entrance as well to separate the team. Cass goes on a rampage as Busio and Callisto caught. Skumon dashing across the wall here to chase out the Nami. Cass with a stopwatch in the pit as the rest of G2 try to come to his aid, but can't get there quickly enough. It doesn't matter.
No, Busio's heals were great, but they were not enough this fight.
Angel is more like a devil on your shoulder as G2 wipe away Carmine Corp.
Skumon and Caps find the combo onto the back line. The flash from Skumon set up for the shockwave.
Even this fight, what I'm hearing is, oh wow, the Nami heals.
Beautiful play from the duo. Beautiful team fight from G2. And while they
Can we glaze Labrov a bit? Can we glaze Labrov a bit? He forced a super important flash from KC because Jarvan flash engage is one of the strongest tools they have, while also pushing out Galio, and Galio flash is also critical in catching Caitlyn. If those two don't have flash, it's so much harder to fight.
Out of the fight, so much of the damage simply disappears. Of course, Kana is there to help him out, but that shockwave combo from Caps and Skumon, they make the play happen, and now look at the gold difference. Before it was only 2k, 6.4 the gold lead now. G2 looking monstrous here in this first game as they look to try and close things out.
And still 3 tier 2s
I'm not
remaining for them.
a hater.
Wouldn't be surprised if
I'm a hater of
KC
what I'm hearing, not of what I'm
We're
watching.
looking at 9k, and quite easily, as G2 will begin to push through the top side. Broken Blade.
I'm not a sheep. I can't just like. I can't just perma-share a player and like it because some people online are deciding that that player is the best all of a sudden.
Caps is going to respond. Caps is there. Yikes on the bottom side of the map as well.
But it's still in my ear all the time.
Clear the wave in time. The shockwave to pull back Callisto. The Cullen coming out. Caps may have sacrificed himself for this again. Has the Zonyas, has the Stand United, has the shielding.
Well, Caps trees the sidestep from the 100% bubble hit rate. Caps is simply on another level.
But G2 may have pulled the rope, but no. Caps gets a kill onto Yike. It was BB who TP'd and KC who fell. Callisto here, but all
See, now you see how useless Callisto is without his Nami. Like, what is he gonna do? Sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize.
Constantly putting pressure, constantly keeping the vulnerable members alive. What a showing in game 1.
Surface, this is not the only thing. It's like a constant thing for multiple matches.
The Lucian lose streak continues, and Caps holds on to his undefeated record.
Incredible stuff.
I think I mentioned this the first time.
A bit of a mess as well with the Broken Blade build. We're going to hand it over to Shox to
like
find out
over
what
a week
the hell was
ago.
going on in that inventory.
Jeez, Broken Blade, how was that first game?
It was fun, it was very fun, it was a banger game to play. Yeah.
What about the Shen? How long has that been in your
I mean, I understand
pocket?
that it's like
we call it
extremely uncommon to import Americans.
Yeah.
Do you know who
And that's
XP2
probably
is
why
by
there's
any chance?
much more hype around it.
Yes, big fan, yeah.
Love it. So,
It's just
yeah,
too
great
much.
first game, a few more to go. Do you have an early
too
dinner
scripted.
reservation or not?
It's too
Do you have
scripted.
an early dinner
That's what I have
reservation
an
or
issue
not?
with.
We will just focus for now to the games, but we like it so far.
Yeah? How's the ambiance?
Very great. Thank you guys.
Go ahead.
But I still don't know what you're saying with Oxytocin. I googled it.
On the set of G2, we haven't
What?
seen them for a week, and we were talking before the series about the impact of playing on stage versus
It's a
waiting
hormone
quietly in the
that
finals.
manages reproductive systems.
Game 1. And I think
What does that
The
mean?
players we were expecting, it was Skumon and Caps that just took over the game
It
completely.
makes you feel
Skumon and
in
Aatrox,
love.
That's always a pleasure to watch.
I mean, I thought it was such a great Aatrox pick by him. The fact that they had such little lockdown, the moment you see that Jarvan Galio, you know they're going
What
to
does
dive. And
Oxytocin
if
do
they're
to
diving
girls?
the Aatrox, first of all, he's quite
A
tanky. He's going to live through that for a bit.
facilitator
But also then
for
you have
childbirth
Orianna
and
Caitlyn on your
breastfeeding.
side. So I felt like he was really restricting Casey's options in this game, and I think he executed that champion very well.
Full energy? Are you a weirdo?
Love it, Skumon here. Amazing impact.
Do we have a
from
weirdo
him
in chat?
Once again in the early game. I do want to talk about something though, because oh, it's Caps. Okay, well, let's talk about Caps then, because we had the whole discussion around Caps and Buzio. You cannot outcount the mid lane
Forcing
goat
their to casters per city. Yeah, I know that it's a long thing. I know it's a...
flash forward to just predict, and it just sets up this whole chain reaction.
It probably makes it easier to cast if you... Because you can't focus on everyone when you're casting. Usually you have to watch the team fight twice to really see everything.
I mean, say what you want about
But
BB's build, because
it's-
let's not talk about that. The fact that you pick Shen
This is the first time it genuinely annoys
this
me
elevates the strength of the
to-
champion. You see Yike there, he did not play that fight like he knew there was a Shen ult
To
on the
hear
enemy team. He
force
saw a
narrative
low HP
too
Caps and he
much,
just went
I
in.
guess.
And he was really shocked by the extra shield that came in, and I feel like this
He was really
highlights how
shocked
a
by the
champion can gain
shockwave.
strength for being out of the meta for quite some time.
Get
Sure,
it?
I think the Shen pick caught them off guard. I do want to give props to KC, where props is due though. While Caps, was goating it up, I think Buzio as well and Caltys, they had a really good early game, especially in a matchup where it's a tough Lucian Nami game. Into the Caitlyn.
Guys, you're allowed to laugh.
Caitlyn
You
is gonna
can
be
you can
poking
say
up.
that
We
I'm
saw
funny.
it
It's
in the
okay.
level 1,
You can
where,
admit that
even
I'm
though Caltys
funny.
and Buzio, they're getting decent trades. They're always going to be on the back foot, getting pushed in, and it's really survival for this Lucian Nami. That's the name of the game. So the fact that KC were able to pick up a 2v2 kill off of the back of like Buzio
I'm not
landing the bubble on
asleep.
top,
I
so
have
Caltys can chase
energy.
down Lebrov. I thought that was amazing.
So as soon as I'm a little bit energetic,
them, playing around their lane. So even when Skumon
all you
wrapped
guys do is
around,
complain.
it still ended up being
When
an
I'm
official play for KC, where they zoned G2
time
off
to
tower,
play
and it
another
ended
game
up
of
being around like
Thrones,
a 2,000
oh my
gold
day
lead
is
for
so
KC
bad.
in this early
Then
game.
no one's
Just like
complaining.
Caps then
And as soon as I have some things to say,
In the end, it doesn't even matter, honestly.
you should go
If
to
have,
bed.
If you have bot lane agency, how
Now
did
you're
they make
being
it happen? We've talked about
cringe.
Skumon, we've talked about Caps really controlling
You are
mid lane
cringe.
and what happens on side. Was it what sealed the deal for KC here? And the
I
fact
think
that
you've been
because they
amazing,
couldn't
Caster.
come
May
back
your
in the later phase
co-caster
at all.
quit the
Exactly,
job.
and that's also when the preparation came in,
I
because
agree.
We saw time
I
and time
agree.
again yesterday,
Hire
the
me.
whole team of those games was counter gank. Yike was constantly finding these counter gank angles. He had perfect vision area, and he was always setting up these strats. But today we saw G2 do exactly the same thing. BB puts a great ward here, and now they see Yike walking here, and this was probably the last chance for KC, because this is the bread and butter play that KC always
I'm
goes
back.
for. This is the way they find wins every single time.
That
and
was
now
cringe
they
Caltys.
finally
Now
get it
non-cringe
handed to
Caltys.
themselves.
And I want to shout out the guy that said he thinks MKOI's mid game is better than G2's, because when I saw MKOI make this play yesterday, they were just running
I'm
in
back.
and just attacking whoever looks like they were
Miss
overextending on side. I feel like here Yehu tried to do the same bait against G2, but clearly they were more aware, clearly they had more patience.
Where have
more
I heard that
awareness of
before?
what KC was trying to
First time
execute
I
on
heard
here.
it.
And in the end, when
Yo.
we look at the later fights here, it feels like the less they
Shut
have
up, so
agency in the
short.
game, the harder it is for KC to take any fight.
No
We
one
saw
asked
that at
you.
the Drake's later
Even if Yikes tells it once again, it's never 50-50 against the Swedish junglers, but maybe they're
I can vote for a MVP.
I just love that Skewmon, the moment he sees Yike go up for the 50-50, he's like, I'm losing this, I'm going on Caltys.
There's no slander, bro. He just wants to win the team fight, because at the end of the day, that's what's going to win the game. But to touch on your point, Lore, I do think that this KC draft, it's like kind of full AD. It's very one-dimensional. You need to really go in. And the Lucian Nami, they provide some poke, but it's like, it's really scary to poke this game, because if you waste that Lucian dash, you're getting a Bartle to your head. They have the Channel to go in,
after finals done, I can vote for an MVP.
I really prefer G2 drafts in this one. That's the one thing that
wow,
I
what a
would
privilege.
like to see different from KC.
And that's the beauty about G2's draft, because in isolation, if you
I'm
don't
gonna
have
vote
an enemy,
for
you say, it makes no sense. You have a Shen,
Kanna.
a Bard, and an Aatrox. So what the hell is going on there? But when you put it into perspective against KC's draft, it just became impossible, because on the side of KC, you are looking at
But Kanna is not gonna win, because people don't care about him.
Tools to start fights, and as the time went on, the
No one
Aatrox
cares
just
about top
became
laners.
unkillable. After that mid lane play, after he got accelerated, we saw that Drake fight. He can just ignore
Kanna
absolutely everyone and
first,
just go kill the Lucian.
Cap second.
We talked about Casey's drafts being fixed, but now I want to talk about G2's amazing draft strategy, because Casey
I'm thinking like who
so
makes the most
early,
who makes the difference in their teams.
Notice what the enemy comp wants to do
Third.
really early, and then draft a full comp to stop that. You see the Galio Jarvan, they have one mode, and that is forward. So picking the anti-dive in the
Maybe
Aatrox
Noah.
and the Bardo to kind of either deny the follow-up on their engage,
Or can I only
just to
vote
cover
for-
the people getting engaged on, I think was a super clever
I can only vote
implementation
for
by G2.
split finals
Once again,
against
they
the
haven't been
bit.
playing all weekend, but they came in ready and prepared here in this final.
Wait, then I can only vote for I can only vote for the winning teams.
Tormenta is coming back as well. Some of the Spanish LEC Spanish favorite players that we've seen for
Can
years
the
have been trained
losing
and powered
team
up in the
win?
circuit in the past.
Have
The
a
doors are
MVP
open
of
for anyone to
the
join
split?
and start their journey as well. The circuit is coming back on March 4, a unique chance
I don't think
for
so, right?
any Spanish team to show what they're worth in the world of LoL esports. Let's check it out.
Las leyendas no empiezan siendo leyendas. Empiezan en casa, en un circuito donde nadie te conoce.
Yike best player on KC.
Pero todos
That
quieren
is
demostrar
Cap.
quiénes son. Los que hoy están en
Kanna
lo más
and
alto,
then Yike.
hace nada estaban ahí sentados. El camino a la cima no ha cambiado.
Kanna,
Solo que ahora
then Yike.
las puertas vuelven a abrirse. Vuelve el lugar donde empieza todo. Vuelve Circuito Tormenta.
I put this as losers. Yeah. What a nerd. No lifer. Okay. Let's go into draft, please. Forgetting you have tea is the worst thing ever. Sometimes I get tea while before queuing up, and then when I'm in game, I obviously don't want to sip very hot tea. But then I get distracted by being in game, so I don't drink my tea, and then it's cold.
Let me try. Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
There's so long break between the games. I don't think you have to go to the bathroom yet. I will wait until after this game. I'm not doing an ad break because there's ads anyway.
Ah, a new champion.
Ay.
Welcome to my shop.
I wish I
You
could
need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you
It's way too late to order a snack. I don't want to eat chips. I refuse. I refuse.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
Maybe there's something open nearby.
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
The closest thing that's open is way too far away. I feel bad for this places being open at 2 AM. Imagine working at a cafe at 2 AM on a Sunday. How was it even profitable to be open at that time? Like, who's going there? Or maybe there's just that many people in Seoul that it's fine. Korea is weird for that. Yeah, I get that, but don't you usually get paid more for night shifts? And why even be open at nights to sell like coffee? Oh, you mean people working? Aha, it's open for those people. Okay, I get what you mean now. There's so many. I love funny internet person. I'm actually not an internet person. I'm a real human being, and I want you to address me like with respect. I can fix the tea. A splash of milk and honey. How does that fix it? Oh, it's the bitter. Okay. But then it's still cold. And also, if you add honey to cold tea, won't it like not spread out very well? No. Hello, funny real person. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Weird internet Twitch chatter. Got heat it up first. Alright, you can microwave tea. It's so it's cursed to microwave tea, but it's pretty OP.
Comes in for the gank. Aquaprism, magical journey forward. Caltys still no flash, tries to dash away, but the darting blade finds its first victim. And a giant spell. BB needs to get out of here, but no flash on him. Kana has the public execution for the
I love tea. I want tea. But all tea, if I buy tea at a cafe here, it's always super sweet and
welcome back to the finals of LEC.
they have idols or something. And I don't always want sweet tea, you know.
I very much agree with what the desk was saying. It felt like that they responded well to the draft that KC did provide. And I think that there were just a couple moments where KC's comp, even though it was ultimately harder to execute, had some really shining moments, and they do largely stem from that bot lane. Busio and Caltys continue to be a force on this KC side, which is why I won't underestimate them. They fell to the first game against Koi yesterday, and then they immediately bounced back.
Like, I was not convinced of G2 draft, but they played well.
Because I'm very much expecting KC
I did not love their draft.
Things up as we move into our second game.
Yeah, I'm curious what that is going to look like, though, because, I mean, yeah, who's looked most comfortable in things like the Azir, but has also now obviously shown that he has the Galio that we saw in that game 5 yesterday. He just played it. I still think having him go back towards some of the old basics work quite well for them and try and just play out these standard team fights. Because especially if you can get Kana isolated into a matchup where, like the Mbessa, he can punish, I think he'll be okay.
And G2 chose blue side after KC chose first pick. G2 have made a habit of choosing blue side over the course of playoffs when they are put into that pick your side rather than pick your pick. Peter Piper picked first pick for KC, and the bans coming in quickly here as the Vi is removed by KC. G2 going to answer with a Varus ban of their own. Last time we saw the Yunara getting banned out, Zir as well in this first phase.
We did see G2 banning away the Rumble. Now, in the past, what we would say is G2 don't play Rumble. They avoid playing it at all costs. But we've seen a bunch of Rumble from Broken Blade this split. So if they are banning away the Rumble, usually it indicates that they just don't want to prioritize first picking it. I expect that Rumble ban to come through because it is one of Kana's best champions. When you think of Kana as a player,
I give it one more game before I start complaining on Twitter.
And generally you are a little bit worried when he gets his hands onto one of those three. Let's see what G2 decide to take away as we are going to see the Azir ban.
I like this Azir ban from G2. I think Caltys is significantly more comfortable when he's able to kind of keep the matchup in a position where he can trade effectively and find really good avenues to trade. Azir just makes that very difficult at the moment, especially with the Orianna now taken away. We have seen him play things like the Tilly into it, but I definitely think like if you can force Yehu onto the Tilly or something along these lines, and you can counterpick with an Anivia or a Ryze, I think that's where Cap shows really what he's made of.
We are pushing a little bit further towards that Ryze. 280 carries, a mid laner and a jungle
first
so
picking.
far. Obviously, we are in Fearless as well, so anything that was played in game
Maybe
one,
they would first pick Ryze.
The meta stalwart that is Shen can't be picked in the rest of the draft. Jax, the
Are you just typing for the sake of typing?
I wonder if they're looking towards something like that Nart in the top side, or even like a Renekton, possibly.
The Jax ban tells me they want to play Since Sao.
Normally
I think they will first pick
because you're worried about Ambessa, but with Ambessa already gone. So there must be something. Gwen is the other thing that I am thinking of as well.
I can see them doing
like
that.
An old school counter to Xin Zhao. So unless they want to like, just hard force an early Xin Zhao here, that's what they're eyeing up. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
But Ryze is the first pick. No real surprises there.
And the bans tell me they want to play
Such a strong mid laner right now. Does so much damage as soon as you get that actualizer. And Yahoo, having played it once, has won once on it in 2026.
But so regularly we've seen the Anivia as an answer, or the Cassiopeia.
Soloq angle. The only game Soloq in comp would play the same from Bessa and Bessa is gone.
Ashe hovered at the moment. Are we just going to get an immediate slam with the Ashe Seraphine?
I mean, I can see the Freljord comp starting to be
Have
developed.
G2 played Ashe Seraphine
there's a lot of answers
in
Rise
this
right now. Depending on how much Caps prioritize it, they may very well just focus on securing that bottom lane. Junglers have taken a bit of a back foot for G2 it seems right now, but we know that bot lane is important in this series.
They haven't
when you
been
give them a winning
that
matchup, they
combo.
seem to run away with the game, and they're a scary force to be reckoned with. So wanting to guarantee yourself a strong bot lane 2 versus 2 does make a lot of sense to me. G2 are using as much of the time as possible, but it's Scumon's Mundo. Something that he definitely made a name for himself throughout last year on. We've seen Mundo rise in popularity. In fact, we saw Koi consistently ban this away from KC yesterday, and now he'll get his hands on it again.
Actually, the third most banned champion against G2 this year.
I can see KC picking something freaky now.
Scumon bring it out with how much is banned
Gwen open.
Away from
yeah,
them. So
Gwen is freaky.
It was something that we saw with the Orianna combo a lot last year. And we'll see
okay,
how
Naafiri is also freaky.
Immediate answer though of the Naafiri, and there is the Gwen as well. We were talking about
they did both.
I mean,
okay.
I want to chime in on that Mundo point. Like,
now they're forcing Mundo to be jungle into Naafiri, and
that's how much of an impact he had on the world stage, and then later this year how much of an impact it's had. And credit to him,
blinding
seeing him
Gwen
part
for
of the
top.
champion's going to be exciting. As like responding with this Naafiri, a lot more early game agency. Your ability to skirmish in the early game is promising, and Casey definitely drafted a strong top side draft.
The
to have that
strong champions into Gwen top are range champions. Aurora is a counter. I don't see them picking Aurora top.
So taking Gwen, you can now ban away more of those top lane champs. Guarantee that good matchup for Kana by trying to force Broken Blade into these more tank-orientated picks.
What else
and
can
now
they
you've
go?
got two side lanes that you can play through very effectively.
This must also be why they banned the Jax. Jax is a Gwen counter.
Will hit the ban board from the side of KC. Something that I think eventually the Gwen outscales, but early on can be a very difficult matchup to play. Seems that Na's going to be the focus for now. And naturally supports. That just makes a ton of sense. Yep. Things like, I mean, Busio isn't a blitzcrank player, but something you always have to be mindful of. Nico, Thresh, all those just very common supports that we see in response to Seraphine, given how squishy she is.
There's a
champions
flex
can be
doubt
difficult for her to deal with, especially if they have a hook.
KC are lacking a little bit of that hard engage so far. Something like the Alistair could be okay, but only having a little bit of CC into the Mundo can be a bit of a struggle, and getting like through the lane.
Second ban. What are they gonna ban for ban?
And a Seraphine.
Yeah, I'm trying to go through the enchanters in my head. I think it's probably something like a Karma. Maybe you just go Karma Jin. It's not exactly the best like combo, but at least you can still have Jin.
Some tea money for my favorite Swedish Korean boot camping in Korea LOL Pro.
Thank you, Surface. 5 months. You're gonna have to keep hearing me complain.
The biggest thing is you need an AD carry that can deal with Mundo at a certain point.
Yeah. And you do have Gwen and the Fury.
Very specific. Well, at least I'm his favorite in one category, you know.
I find that health regeneration is just
no,
very
they're
good
not
into
gonna pick it
mages.
away.
Of course they are DPS mages. Oh!
Oh!
It's a Yasuo
top lane for BB.
Broken Red likes
inspiration, perhaps.
I mean, BB used to bring this out all the time into the Gnar. It was like his pick.
Yeah, did he bring it out into Gwen?
I'm not saying, look, okay, Benny. When he did it or Gwen he didn't, I don't know, okay? But perhaps at some point.
I imagine G2 wants some more setup though.
We'll find out.
Yasuo needs setup to enter
we were
fights.
talking about. The thing that concerns me about Ezreal is its ability to kill Mundo. Poke is strong
What
though into
mid
Mundo,
are they
kind
gonna
of forcing
pick?
him to use that ult
I
early
have
can be
no
a
idea,
play.
genuinely.
And right now, KC have a decent amount of poke, but they have like this.
They have a
strong
front-to-back
skirmishy
comp with
topside
Yasuo
and a
that kind
relatively
of brings
safe
nothing to
bottside.
the fight
1-3-1
unless
seems to be
they
the name of the
manage to
game
put
for
an
KC,
engage.
But I'm super interested in how G2 close out this draft.
Because you don't really have the
Same.
knockup providing for Yasuo. He's going to be very self-reliant at the moment. I'm not
There's
really
very
sure
few mids that give engage.
I mean, there is some knockup and definitely something
Talia.
can answer into the rise in the mid lane.
Yeah,
So
it's
looks like a
probably
look
the
at Yasuo
best
into
you
Gwen.
can do.
I mean, gentlemen, I need to get Finn on the line right now because there's too many top matchups.
Because in my head, right, at least you can close the gap onto the Gwen, right? And but with the hollowed mist, if you
Yeah,
try and get
Talia's
that long
good
range
into
of the
Naafiri as well.
last breath, it makes it a little bit more difficult.
And
so
then
you
she
kinda
can
have
use
to
her
close
ult.
the gap and try and set things up.
Effectively.
So I imagine though it's like very
When he
effective in the
did
trading
or
because Gwen
when
likes
he
to go
did,
for these
I don't get the
extended
ult.
trades where she can build up her passive, then use that Q damage and try and extend the trade that
Okay,
way.
I'm gonna
For
say
Yasuo, he can get in, use that wave, Q very quickly, and just start to chip you down
I
over time as well.
prefer
I mean, I very
G2
much think
comp.
about it in the context of scaling. And when I think of a Gwen, I
KC
think about
comp
when
is
she's
a
at 3 items,
1-3-1
who
comp
deals with
that's
her
very
on the
hard
side lane.
to
And so when you think things like
execute
Yone,
in
you're
this
saying,
meta.
well, I will outscale you. I'm going to just get stronger the later this game goes.
And
I
she
think
to
that in
have-
the later game, this champ does that. And that's what I think the goal of this Yasuo
Okay,
is.
mid
Because when I
matchup.
compare the side
I'm
lanes,
assuming
I
winning
think
top
that
matchup
G2 have
because they
more than
answered
enough
the
wave split
Yasuo
and
into
more than enough
Gwen.
skirmishing power to actually match them in the 1-3-1. And then when you think about the amount of poke,
I think both
I do give a
is
slight edge to Ezreal. And I guess when paired
it
with
depends on the
Akana,
players,
it's
but
a
I
very
prefer
interesting
the
game
Ashe
because I think
Seraphine.
both comps want to do very similar things. The biggest difference is in the junglers and how they prefer to play.
We do have a small pause as we get on into
The rule
game.
is
We'll get that
usually if the
sorted as
Ezreal
soon as
is
possible,
really, really
obviously.
good at the game,
Yeah,
it's
an eclectic
Ezreal
draft
favored.
from both teams.
We got an update from production.
Yeah, I saw it and I was like, I don't need to talk about that right
I
now.
think it's
You
worth
can,
talking
okay,
about
go
it.
ahead.
So we got an
But
update
I
from
don't
production
think,
that BB lost the game of Yasuo in solo queue 4 hours ago.
the gap
so whether this
on
is just
bot
about
is
proving a
big
point,
enough that
I'm gonna assume that it is about strategic integrity and it makes a ton of sense because it does make sense in the context of scaling. I'm excited to see how it plays out in the lane. I can see how Yasuo would win in the 1v1, but I do not have enough technical understanding of the matchup to say
Casey
with
have to mega
confidence
snowball
that it
this
is
game
guaranteed
if they
to be
want to win.
Yasuo favored.
Do you want another BB loses on Yasuo?
Okay,
Last
sure.
2 games he's played it, he lost.
They have to, they have to snowball
last year against BDS and Giantex.
through bot lane matchup
Before that though, Worlds 24
with the mid lane prio
did beat BLG.
and
so, you know, it swings and roundabouts.
use that to get Drakes.
Yeah, 60%. 66. He's playing 9 games, won 6 of them.
And
so we did find out that
hopefully get some invades off. I don't really know how this jungle matchup works.
3 minutes time, so you're just going to be looking at the crowd, listening to us yap about
And
this game.
G2
But
just wants
honestly,
to
it's
get
been a
one
really fun
item.
weekend so far here in Barcelona.
Nice.
And I'm assuming like get grubs and win topside hard.
The great elements of Fearless, going all the way to Game 5, the fact that Yike brought out the Kha'Zix, we saw the Gwen jungle, which obviously didn't have a huge amount of impact, but this creativity that we're seeing from teams is something that we expect in Game 5. The fun thing about G2 is that you get to see it in Game 1 and Game 2 with some of the stuff that BB has prepared.
Yeah, but I love the interview that Shox did with Yike earlier on, where he's talking about how the team just trusted him. Yike was like, look, I need to play Kha'Zix in this sort of situation. And the team just went, yeah, go for it. Yep. Like, we understand you as a player. We know what you need to do, and we fully trust you in this situation. And he took over the game, and he said it going into draft, I'm going to take over the game. But it was, you know, Yahoo who supported him immediately, and both in the draft and then when they got to the game. And I think that's incredible to see, because so often teams kind of
show me the game already.
Pushing themselves into this pigeonhole of this is who we are as a team and this is what we can do. But both of these teams have showcased that, no, we have that flexibility. When it comes towards G2, it's
show me the game already.
Then he's on Yasuo. The man is on every side of the equation. And he really has stepped up over the course of playoffs as well. So I'm just excited to see how this is all going to pan out.
But this is also what BB does.
No.
We've seen it for years now, where he will
They're making champs
come into playoffs, he'll come into tournaments, he'll come into events, and he'll just have a pick ready. I want to say it was 2 years ago where he had the Zac, and then Yike was his jungler, and it was Zac Rek'Sai. They played it early on in the tournament, and then every team ban, right? And he's brought it out with the Warwick last year.
Warwick wasn't as effective.
But it was at the start, remember? Because they did come up with the Warwick plus Pantheon combo, which attacking the side lanes was super effective. He was also one of the early adopters of Rek'Sai in the top lane. Like, Broken Blade has always been someone that's not afraid to try new things in the top side. And obviously we've criticized him before for things like, well, why don't you play Rumble? Like, it's all cool. You play all this other stuff, but then he's been playing a bunch of the Rumble. So I think he's trying his best to be that super complete player that can provide a bunch of curveballs. And it's going to be up to KC to try and shut that down.
And on the other side, KC have been really inventive with their drafts as well. Both well, all three of Caltys, Yike, and Kana have played 13 different champions over the course of LEC Versus. And remember, a lot of that was best of one, so you could just play the same champion on repeat. I really like the fact that when you have a KC draft,
that's pretty important.
Yahoo's been carrying through playoffs, Yike has been absolutely popping off. We see Kana pop-offs, we see the bot lane pop-offs. Sometimes it can cause a bit of strife when the person that needs to carry isn't having the time of their lives. But I love the fact that when you look at a KC game and a KC lineup, especially one like this, you've got Gwen, Nabili, Ryze, Ez-Karma perhaps a little bit quieter, but we've seen Caltys absolutely pop off on the Ezreal over the last couple of years.
But the thing is, as you say, like, it does open them up in the draft, because it's not about the team fight, it's about a 1-3-1 here, right? Because you're like, well, Yahoo can pop off. He just stood as a brick wall yesterday, tanked a bunch of spells and murdered his main opponent on the Ryze, and now you got the Kana on this Gwen, but I do think it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how do G2 try and shut down the early game? Because I think that's where Caltys has been most exceptional, is finding these moments to roam, and especially on a pick like a Talia. Can you find access to the side lanes, and particularly this Gwen, to start Broken Blade snowballing and try and shut Kana down early?
Well, the teams have redone the draft. We're loading into game. We're going to be getting into game 2 very soon. And I'm expecting both mid laners to be running the Ghost rather than the Teleport. I'm hoping that we get to see a lot of roaming from both our mid laners. Yahoo did have an impressive performance on the Ryze yesterday, but we know that Caps is the man when it comes to roaming around the map
is
and
so
looking to have
dedicated,
an impact.
it's
As
crazy.
Always, that top lane, that bot lane, it's going to be volatile.
I don't think I've seen a
I'm hoping for an intense game 2 here between KC and G2.
I think we all are. I think KC
playoffs where he's not present.
Something can be slow and intense.
Yeah, it's Alistar. I'm already. It's a cow costume, but the bell is Alistar.
I hate you. Just to be clear.
What if you go in a hammock though? You know?
Can still be in a tent.
That'll be awkward though.
Yeah, could be. Let's get on to the rift. Let's do it. G2 versus KC here in LEC versus the top dogs from winter last year. Once again, taken to the stage here in the finals of Versus 2026. Lebov's going to get a ward in that middle bush bot side. Immediately pinged out by KC.
I'm wondering if both youngsters are just passing bot.
Nothing really.
Caps, where are you going?
In and getting a ward towards
That's sneaky of you.
No matter who wins, this has been an amazing series. been one game.
Ignite TP. Gwen.
Huge damage team comp. It's true.
It's true.
There's a lot of damage kind of everywhere.
Casey can engage this is so easy. Just want to end the server. Thank you for Shatter for that analysis. Who's engaging on Casey? Can you tell me who's engaging on Casey?
Range supports trading and Busio coming out on top.
Dry's working with Ghost and pressing EW. Is that the main engage? Chris engaged too. Sorry, reliable.
It is difficult to try and trade back effectively. He's doing a decent job here. Heal just to try and keep Labrov out of reach. But, yeah, again, you just have so much range and that volley is so effective here with the push from Labrov as well.
Thank you, Surface. That's a very, very good analysis. No, I think
Busio rooted there. Han's going to step forward. Does have that barrier, as you say, Vedi. It's a
I think it would not be a good game to go
popped up has gone through his pots.
Exhaust. Yeah, so not that anyone said it would be.
I guess the
I was glad he went
Skewmon
Ignites.
is he's going to try and leverage the push that he's expecting this bot lane to have, but Busio and Caltys doing a really good job of fighting for that. It looks like Yehu not going to get the same level 2 advantage that he got yesterday against Jojo. Meanwhile, in the top lane,
almost looks like a copy
push. This I very much expected Yasuo, especially when you get that level 2, pushes the wave so quickly if you want to. Using that E and Q combo, the very low cooldowns give you so much wave clear that Gwen not going to respect it, not going to be able to match it, but ignites in the top lane, Ghost in the mid lane. Gentlemen, this is it. This is what the changes were for.
I think this lane is
now
hard
get
for
given a free
Talia.
TP.
But I'm
Why
biased
mid laners
because
have that,
I've played it.
The upgraded boots and the faster recalls
And
and all
I
this
strike
cool
good.
stuff. No more TPs everywhere, more kill spells.
Kana still has TP, Vedi. He
Okay,
has
fine,
no
he still has
flash
the
on the
TP.
Gwen. Ignite TP, the choice here for Kana. Does mean that if he's caught out, he doesn't really have an easy way to escape. The hallowed mist and the skip and slash can try and get him to safety. We see the junglers on opposite sides of the map. Skewmon a little bit quicker on his clear.
Bot, though,
now pathing down towards the bottom side, but I think he's just going to recall. Was spotted on a ward.
I was going to say, it's really easy for Hans and Labrov to set up on some sort of play here, because if Hans flashes forward on towards Busio, gets an auto attack, you then have to basically get away as Busio, because any sort of slow coming through from Labrov is going to be, or the route from Labrov is going to be tough. You have Skewmon who can then very effectively follow up with his own slows as well, and then it just becomes this kind of mind game of when do you actually try and burn your summoner spells.
I guess it was already recalled, so.
Things on Skewmon as he walks through his blue side jungle. Has the sweeper, immediately sweeps it. It's a common ward that Yike placed there a couple of moments ago.
They're missing this entire wave. How did this happen on bot lane?
Top, but really just using the fact that his camps aren't up.
How did Casey get a recall off?
Vision control for G2. Now we'll path back
And
down
make
towards that
Hansama miss this amount of
Slow and
CS?
steady early game, 4 minutes in, nothing too chaotic happening so far. I was expecting a little bit more bloodshed in the laning phase, but credit to the KC bot lane, finding another advantage just in the straight up 2 versus 2. Hansama missing out on CS here and there, but also getting pushed underneath the tower. Ooh, Kana finds a very nice straight onto Broken Blade. Massive health swing going his way, but I expect Broken Blade to go back to base relatively soon. The timing of those bases is really important because, of course, Kana does have that TP advantage.
They just fake
Now
recall.
going to have to figure out the right time to get home, spend that gold, and get back to lane. It looks like he's going to commit it now.
Yeah, it should be fine to get back up there. Again, a lot
I'll
of
give it
trading
to them
down
at
this
least.
bottom
That
side.
Chris
Busio
and
kinda taking
Busio
the
are
brunt of
pretty
this.
good combo.
But as you said, Vedi, like, I'm kind of impressed with how much of a
Like
lead
their
Caltys is starting to open up on
200%
this
looks
bottom
better
side.
than when
Has been able
Casey
to
had
farm up
Targamas.
really well. Had the wave crashing into G2 as well. Mystic shot going between the uprights there as Yike looks for Caps, who's been chunked out. Skewmon here as well. Be a 2v2 in mid. Seismic shove missing. The Rune Prison coming down as Caps going to try and get out, but the core of the pack is too damn much.
Yikes.
First blood in game 2.
Yehu again on this rise, drawing that first blood in favor of KC. Great gank setup with the tiny bit of mana that he had left.
One of the big advantages of Nefiri
It's
is that
fine.
she's just
Caps
an
just
effective
needs
early
to-
game jungler with the right setup. And Yehu
There's
has
some
the
magic
perfect
in
setup.
fights.
He was trading very nicely against Caps. We know
It's
that
his
Caps loves to play at the very edge of
Casey
his HP
winning
when he's
this.
in the laning phase. And
I don't
Yike is there
know.
to punish it. Great start for
If
KC.
Yike
as they
gets
open
really
up with a
fed,
1K gold
sure.
lead, in jungle, mid, and
Yike getting fed is their
You
win.
can see how low Yehu's mana pool was. But just goes
Yike
forward,
snowballing.
pops the ghost, means that he's able to sidestep the flick back.
Yike getting fed
And
and
Yike
snowballing
knows that
through
as long as he gets 1 Q,
strong
the pack
mid
will
and
do the work.
bots. matchup.
From Skewmon here. Has the goes where he pleases passive, so won't be rooted by that tether out of Busio. As you say, Betty, 1,000
if KC get first 3 drakes, I
early
think
on
they
in this
are
game,
100%
every
winning
lane
this.
ahead.
I
I do see them getting first too, for sure.
I mean, we talked about it in the previous game, but this team has a tendency to get early game leads. And I will say that when you find yourself in a situation where your solo lanes are really important to playing through sides, it's nice to be ahead. So the fact that they're going to get themselves another first dragon, fantastic start here for KC.
Broken Blade, not one.
I said it once, I'll say it again, Surface, your feelings are just wrong.
Probably not going to end up winning out in the long run if you end up completely there. But either way, I think you're just looking at KC now, moving over towards the Dragon. Should be completely fine. Like, this has been such a slow early game. I expected a bit more kind of movement, but again, when you've got Skewmon on Mundo, for G2,
that opinion tells me you didn't read patch notes for 3 years.
You've got to remember as well that for G2, a lot of their setup comes through their bot lane. Ulti on the Ashe, ulti on the Seraphine. That's where a lot of those.
I don't know how many times Bork has been nerfed on range.
Yet. So once Caps opens up, he can maybe look for those plays towards bot side, a 4-man committal towards that side, maybe even threaten a dive towards the top side with a cross-map arrow. A lot of potential plays. There's a nice stun comes through to Yahoo.
There's the Weaver's wall out from Caps to try and keep Yahoo on the side of it. Cleave it out of Skewmon.
Yahoo has flash.
Not enough from Yahoo. He flashes forward.
Oh, wow, that was scary.
The pot, the refillable potion saving Caps' life.
Yahoo decides,
if Caps died, I would have felt like he feels how I feel when I force, when I'm getting a gank and then I die anyway.
Caps walks away, 1-to-1 in kills, the gold gap closing just like that. Am I going to look back at it?
Yeah, I mean, Caps tries to use the wall to deny Yahoo from being able to escape with a nice flick back after this. But you see just one of those fluxes going just
if Yahoo just didn't eagle and flash the wall,
but that one Q going astray,
could he get out?
Means that Caps is able to survive.
Well,
oh, he's going to kill him.
So he was, if any single one of them had hit, obviously he may have
been able
to turn that play around,
but I don't
or at least turn it into
think
a 1-for-1. But now the goal is even in the mid lane matchup. Boots completed with a couple of components. T already stacked.
If Yahoo is just one
going to be focused on this
Yahoo
objective game as Caps and Skewmon is here to answer.
Kana has the push on the top side and has that needle work.
Grabs are so good for this case of comp.
Might have to eviscerate over the wall here. Smite comes out, one apiece so far. Neither jungler has that summoner spell, and BB and Caps just walking forward was enough to take 2 grubs for G2.
Heavy trades in the mid lane as well, it looks like, so yeah, who's just gonna back away, but all in top.
Kiro can really show me why this matchup is good.
The wind wall to block one of the needleworks.
Still being chased.
Ignites with exchanges, you say. Yahoo is
Maybe
being chased out,
thing.
but hopefully he can find a pipe and get himself back towards the mid lane. Yahoo! He gets over there. I'm sorry, that was an awful Mario joke. It was diabolical. I apologize to everyone that heard that.
It just sounded like he sneezed.
My sneeze much more subtle than that.
Wow.
Well,
Broken Blade placing that pink ward from mid lane. What a hero.
I'm very interested in Yasuo into Gwen, and you'll notice
I
that
wish my top laners did that for me.
A small but sizable CS lead in the top lane. He's really leveraging the shield passive to start winning out on these trades, and now that he's got a little bit more attack speed under his belt, starting with the refillable pot as well, I think he's been taking advantage of just the extra HP that he has available to him. Some couple nice side steps from Kana to avoid the knockups from the tornadoes, but Broken Blade really starting to come into his own here in the 1v1.
Kana's going to skip and slash forward. There's the way of the Wanderer's shield you were talking about, Vedi. Kind of building up the 1,000 cuts with the Realm Warp in. Broken Blade needs to get out. Skewmon.
Okay. Hold on.
Skewmon waiting in the wings. Secures a kill for G2.
Wow, read like an open book.
Perfect for Skewmon. Right place, right time. Broken Blade sets up the knock-up, the wind wall to stop any follow-up as well. And the kill goes over to Skewmon. G2 now with the gold lead.
And you still have to be careful. There's kind of because Yike finds Caps in the jungle. Caps was leaning top for a potential ult. Kind of gets the wave though, and is immediately going to reset here.
I wish my Tonris responded hands on, but like
now beginning to develop that lead that he had in game 1. Only about 200 ahead right
Broken
now.
Blade is the trendiest pro player I've ever met.
The one saving grace for KC right now is that lead in the bot side. Caltys about 20 CS up
If he was in Baldur's Gate, he would have charisma max out.
G2 bot side. Trinity Force on its way, already has the tier stacking up, 192 on it, over halfway. And KC bot lane, just getting the push consistently, but not really finding too many large inroads.
Keeping my eyes on the dragon that's spawning in 35 seconds. With items getting close to completion, you have to imagine that both teams are weighing up their options. Is it worth versus just giving up this dragon? 2-0 dragon lead if KC's able to secure it. I wonder if G2's fine with that and relying on their skill.
Can they dive this?
I think if I'm G2 though, I gotta just look at the items and go, I think we can find it. Like, you have nowhere near first item for Yahoo. Rod of Age is not really going to be a big one. Hang on.
Onto Gwen here, kind of with the needlework though. There's the wind wall. Broken Blade still looking for the chase. Has that Q3 with the Steel Tempest. Now needs to get the head out of there because Yike is on his way. A Hound's pursuing in. Broken Blade dashes forward.
Never mind.
But the Hounds are hungry and Yike will help Kana secure the kill.
Yike knows his damage. Oh. Okay.
Caps here in time to hold the wave, at least perhaps chase down Kana. Remember, no flash
on this
Gwen, and no way really for Yike to join him. A threaded volley goes wide. The alcove, though, not your friend anymore, Kana.
Are you turning into Torture? Yeah, I finished Act 1 already. I have an issue though, because I'm doing evil playthrough. A lot of my companions have left. So I only have 2 people in my party. But it's fine, I'm vibing with that for now. They were like, yo, you're fucked up, I don't wanna be with you anymore. And they left.
So instead, just try to make the play top. And Kana finds some decent damage under Broken Blade to set up then for the Neferi coming through.
I'm trying to get Mintara, but I don't think I will be able to get her for a while.
To make the play happen. But then Yai kind of saying, oh, okay, Caps is roaming, tries to make the play, but in squaring up to Caps, sets himself up for the flick back, and kind of gets chased down. And with the play on bottom side as well, I think G2 going to be happy with the way things went.
No, absolutely. The only
because I turned on the grove and I helped her kill everyone.
So he takes those bot camps, gets the flash out of
and then she was like, yo, meet me in the Moonrise Towers.
But Skewmon, ooh, okay, I was going to say he's been
bye, and she left.
Loses a trade.
Caps can look up here with the Weaver's Wall. Need a skip and slash out of Kana so he can't get to the right side of it. Kana, though, wise to the fact this could be a play. Meanwhile, on the bot side, KC using their advantage to push 3 down towards this bottom side of the jungle.
Gale also, oh, well, I could have convinced Gale to stay, but I was like, I don't want to listen to him. I already played with him in my first playthrough. I know his lore, it's not that he's kind of annoying, and he's going to disagree with me all the time if I'm able.
Just the push on bottom side netting a huge amount for KC here. If they keep that up, I think that is just something they can continue to put the strain on.
The thing we're seeing in this game that I think, ooh, hang on a minute, Yike has got to back away.
Does he have a Viscerate? Can he get over this wall? He can. He
I did feel a bit bad.
Too much more. LeBron caught out now, needs the flash. The Realm Warp on the wrong side.
Oh.
Another overload goes wide. Skewmon kills off Yike as he chased deep into the jungle.
Sam is such a bro.
Yahoo fans, it seems the wolf is howling, but he just can't secure the kill. A true shot barrage, that's miles wide again. Observers, please, only if they're gonna hit.
I mean, it's really a tower for Caltys.
And then Barbarian.
Advantage gain for the KC bottom lane. Nice try from Yahoo, but it doesn't quite work out.
Caps was starting to roam up towards that top side, and Mundo once again was sitting in the brush, but Kana, Spidey senses have been tingling fantastically this game to keep him safe.
I love that both mid laners are being super active on the map. Caps is largely getting the better of Yahoo in terms of the advantages that he's finding, but also I love how active the junglers are being. Constant steals and threats onto the opposing side, looking constantly for opportunities to take things away from their opponents, and using the pressure that they have to make things happen in the enemy jungle.
Oh yeah, I also killed us.
Locked in, but it is Skewmon with a 2-0-1 scoreline right now and a 700.
Because I had played with her and I didn't want to use her in this playthrough since I already had a front line.
Because Rift Herald is up, and I think that's where KC would like to try and use Caltys' advantage as Hansama.
Chipped away at good damage from Caltys as he dodges pretty much everything. Hansama down to 300 HP. Does have
Ground
Skewmon just
Archer,
around the
but
corner,
Resistant
but
Archer was
can't
interesting.
really do too much as Caltys continues to land the poke.
I definitely had some criticisms.
I will simply
Caltys
have to do
yesterday.
another
Some of his
playthrough
laning phases
after
weren't the best,
I'm done
and
being
his Ezreal
evil.
specifically in his game 1, he eat into
She told me
ranges that
to
he
kill.
should
Well, I
not
wanted
have.
to.
But so far in this game, he's been
She
spectacular. He's
she
doing
asked
so
to
much
be
great
killed.
damage
What
down.
am I
He's
to
been winning
do?
out
Say
on the 2
no?
versus 2. He is where the gold is right now for KC, and that's where you want it if you're a KC fan.
It's also a massive play because Caps has to go mid. Caps had push on bot and would have been able to roam up towards Rift Herald first. Because Caps had to rotate mid, now Yahoo is able to get that push on bot, which means that they can start to rotate members over towards that Rift Herald if they want to. Like, it picks up a massive amount of map control for KC just off that one trade.
KC playing away from the objective. We've seen them do this a couple of times with that gank onto BB when the dragon was up. Now,
Oh no. I'm mega evil, half orc barbarian. Maybe next time I do a run where I'm, you know, resisting it. I'm just a cute little sorcerer elf or something, you know. Then it would make. Then I could do, have that immersion. But now when I'm a barbarian half orc, like, I can't do that. I'm evil.
Underneath the tower, there might just be a play for turret plates.
So many roams from both mid laners. Make your halving, shut up.
Meanwhile, Yahoo's pushing through bot. Gonna get some. As Skewmon is looking for Yike, who's caught out. Yike doesn't really have anywhere to go here. Jumps up with the core of the pack, flashes, eviscerates. Now Bootio's on the wrong side of dodge. He has the flash too. And G2 forced 2 flashes out from KC, just being a little greedy with their positioning.
Well, so what I love about this game is it's a 1-3-1 versus heavy wave clear poke bot lane, right?
I haven't played any other
when you have games like
similar
this,
games.
Your engage isn't the most reliable, so a lot of fights happen in skirmishes. Oh, hang on, Kana.
Q3 was just used by Broken Blade. Yike is on his way across as well.
Broken Blade has this.
As quick as he can! The flash! Knock up under Yike, he has the dash up! And Skewmon secures the kill!
Let's
the
go.
Will Kana follow? I believe he will hunt some on the chase. Kana no way out! G2 take 2 on the top side.
Yeah, Caltys is a gold lead, but like we mentioned, Nafir is the one that needs the gold leads. And it's really snowball this game. They also only have 1 out of 2 drakes. Another losing herald. Looks pretty good for G2. I don't know how KC are gonna win, honestly. Like they need 1-3-1 where Rickon is managing to scale up and Rise not very have a lot of agency.
Able to back away.
It's scrap after scrap, skirmish after skirmish, but every time an advantage is gained, it's G2 that's gaining it. They get the Herald, they're getting the kills. KC will finally get an objective of their own. They're going to lead in Dragons so far in Game 2. And it's going to have to be their win condition because the rest of the map is quickly starting to fall apart as these skirmishes continue to go the way of G2.
The skirmishes are going the way of G2, but look at the turret plates. Like, Caltys is getting work done in the mid lane. You've only got 2 plates left on the top side. That bot lane tier 2 nearly went down. So while that gold is in favor of G2, I think if KC can find these windows to, like, make a play on sides and get the towers, suddenly I think this gold lead can just swing straight back to even.
Skewmon does have the Herald in his pocket. Currently eyeing up the bottom side. Yike's going to face check into him. A 1.5k gold lead, and that is what that amounts to as Skewmon puts the damage into Yike, almost takes him to half HP, steps back in with Unsummon above and Caps here for backup. G2 have abandoned the top side, which will allow Kana a little bit more gold in his pocket. Rift Herald down. We'll get the charge, we'll take the plates, we'll take the tower alongside it. BB after clearing mid.
I think they're straight up just gonna take both turrets here.
I like the play from G2.
Okay, maybe not.
Just use your pressure mid, convert it into bot, secure that tower, hard push this wave in. If you can get another Rift Tower charge, that's fantastic. But if not, it's not the end of the world. They're not going to be able to get it. And now they rotate back to mid, conceding top side. But you know what? Broken Blade is actually already back in top
I want to
lane.
see G2 have enough damage to mash if they win a fight. Or just get a pick.
The turret, which I was surprised at. Because you saw, I believe, most of the members of G2 on the bottom side for
KC also don't have a lot of poke.
Yike catches it, but it doesn't amount to anything.
He's just playing fetch.
Like, there's only Ezreal.
Well, he did catch. Not going to bring it back, though.
Back in towards the mid lane. Skewmond with the Heart Steal and Dead Man's play already complete, but good wave clear coming out from KC means that G2 can't push in any further.
So the problem for KC is, if you assume that both comps are very similar in how they want to play, playing through your sides, collapsing, using things like Rise Ultimate to create a numbers advantage, having Yike Shadow in your lanes, the poke that comes through from Caltys, G2 Silence are just stronger now. They have more gold. They're in a more advantageous position. And the Ashe Arrow, I think, is a really big difference maker in how it can change the shape of these fights.
I'm so tempted to play Baldur's Gate when we're talking about it.
But the fact that you also have the ability to scry, to get that information in the enemy jungle, where is Yike, where is he shadowing, makes it harder for KC to really make these plays on the map.
Betty, in the League of Legends IP, it's called Vision. Yeah, not scribe.
But it's still a term that is used by witches, actually, to garner information on the location.
I was just making a joke about Rift now. I wasn't trying to...
Do you think they would make another Baldur's Gate game? Or like a D&D game?
Yes, it was good.
Well, G2 are bounding across the rift towards mid lane as they try to take this turret.
It's been a long time since this, and it was very successful.
Sitting at those two items, one of H's 2 stacks away from being completed. Another plate will go down in mid for G2. The problem is you can't do this for too long because Kana's still pushing up top. Someone needs to go and deal with him. Nash's Tooth on its way. About halfway there for the Gwen.
Did they say why?
An auto attack will take it. So that one now falls. And Kana, he has great scaling on this Gwen if he can try and get to that position. So I like the KC are investing in it.
I feel like Broken Blade just wins now, though. Maybe I overestimate the damage of Blade. Maybe it's the next time, but I felt like he was already kind of winning the skirmishes. But, I mean, for now, Broken Blade is showing restraint.
Okay.
He's not going to go for an all-in play.
I think it's the risk of the Omnivamp from Riftmaker and Conqueror as well, right? If you don't kill him quickly enough and Kana gets the stacks up, you're kind of fighting a losing battle.
I do also, like, I think at the moment, I do think Broken Blade is still winning. Maybe with the Nashor's Tooth, he starts to teeter over. But I imagine by 3 items, Gwen is just so strong off that spike.
Well, my expectation is the Yasuo at 3 items should just win. Like, I think that the Yasuo outscales... Oh, hang on a minute. Caps once again contesting these Raptors. I mean, we'll see how things play out. Kana now grouping up with his team. A minute until the Dragon. In case you want to guarantee numbers, that's the go signal for Broken Blade to shove out top. Bot lane, though, Yehu is continuing the push. He's about to take over to level 15.
I didn't know it was like a cooperation sort of
delayed in responding in a tower. Actually, just
well,
picked up by
I figured it was something like that. Because of the licensing.
Easily able to take that one.
But I'm not very familiar with
if you can continue to push in this bottom side and actually have Yehu start to make plays towards mid,
the companies that make games, etc.
Again, like these turrets are next to no health in the mid lane.
Get yourself a little bit more gold. The lead for G2 has stagnated. For KC, you're looking at those third items. Actualizer on its way for Yehu. He has had a lot of time in the side lane, just farming up as much gold as possible. Caltys on his way to 3.
Soul Point is very clutch for KC. It gives Kana and Kyaho so much room to pressure on sides if they have Soul Points. I guess it's Skewmond to not flip the smites. Because Yike just has plot armor.
The needle works, the Weaver's wall as they look to collapse onto Kana,
and
they use the knockup to give
Kana his See, that's why we picked Talia. Amazing setup for the Yasuo ult.
Skewmond's chasing out Caltys and Busio, the Drake, and afterthought, the Baron at the front of G2's minds.
What a collapse from
I'm gonna pretend like I'm a rootcaster in this fight.
Ultimate of Talia to be the setup. Caltys is going to throw his ulti down, it will connect on the Broken Blade, I see no way that they can contest this.
Kyaho is popping ghosts, he's looking for the engage. He's going to Sama, has someone flashes out. The epic kiting. Kyaho's gonna kill everyone. Actually, it looks good for KC, he can actually win this. No, never mind.
A little bit isolated. KC still looking for that collapse. There's a flash. There's a rune prison. There's an overload. It's not enough.
I got bored now. Oh my god. Mundo. Bomba.
There's Skewmond's healing. There's LeBron's healing. And there's no hope
in hell
KC can kill him. Everything for G2.
Longest call ever. Did you have a heart-to-heart? Did you work out your differences?
To get through this G2 composition. While all that was happening, Broken Blade even got a kill onto Yike. His former brother-in-arms ends up falling.
Yeah.
As we look back at this play,
no one cares
such
about
a
top
nice
laners
combo.
and
The
anglers
knockup,
anyway.
Broken Blade doesn't have to commit the flash because the knockback
Differences
comes through
remain
from Caps,
GG.
and that is the go signal to start
Some
off the
things
Baron.
never change.
The Baron is secured. Casey get desperate to get something back, but it's just kill in the lane, kill in the jungle. And G2 find themselves dominating in game 2.
Last time in the series when G2 got a Baron, the game ended 2 minutes later. Here they're pushing through the bot side. KC still have tools to defend. You've got a 3-item Ezreal. You've almost got that actualizer for Yahoo. But the question is, can you get there in time? G2 will take the tier 2 down towards this bottom lane. Will even out the turret score. Yahoo is
yeah, I haven't heard the glazing this game. Were they told Tony Pound perhaps?
A little bit divided, and G2
then I won't complain on Twitter.
From life. There's a schism in the base, and KC do not react. They just give up the inhib.
Okay, this is also 0-0-0. 0-0-0-0.
It just feels like everything that KC are trying to do, G2 are one step ahead. Like both in this game and
guys, we need some NPC comments for the broadcast, actually.
A lot of it was determined on how these early skirmishes were going to play out, and the fact that they were able to consistently get those small edges in the actual fights is what enabled them to get the gold lead, have these winning sides, and ultimately punish a lot of the plays that KC tried to do. The saving grace, the potential bastion of hope for KC is that they are at soul point. If they can secure that dragon, if they can hold the line, maybe there's a world where they can bring themselves back into this game. But even if they do,
you should write G2 are gonna trio this series. Let's go Skillmond.
Kana showing on the bot wave here without teleport means that G2 will be able to push it.
That would make it,
I
think.
Tier 2 in top. Caps is looking for the tier 2 in mid as well. Gold lead extends to 7k. They will back away. They'll defend against Kana.
The only way G2 lose this game is if when gets like
beat drop from Labrov, dodge
a backdoor or something.
Can pop that maximum dosage in a minute, but will it be enough to help him escape?
If there's something, yeah, my bad. Oh, Caps went very middly on the jump.
G2 find one Caltys, trying to do the damage with the mystic shots are more mythological than actually working. Nothing is going to get to Skewmond as G2 collapse, and just as I said, it wasn't over. G2 said that's enough.
G2 can do no wrong. They looked like they were caught, but it's a
what's Mundo win rate in LEC?
As immediately G2 turn us.
Pretty high now.
Skewmond said, all right guys, I'm on the clock, you go have a break. And then he clocks in just at the right time. Look at this, 2 members in the base, Yasuo in the bot lane. Casey saying, we have 4 members, let's collapse on a Skewmon. But this man, he doesn't care. Caps arrives in time, the Ashe arrow's on the way, it doesn't connect anywhere, the TP from Broken Blade. And in a 4 versus 4, G2 simply dominate.
What are you supposed to do? The collapses are constantly there. G2, every door you open, they're slamming it shut in your
front
face.
To back, Colt
succeeds
once again.
That sole attempt for KC just feels
the
like
Yasuo pick actually neutralized. They went very well.
G2 didn't have the waves to push in and finish with 3 members of KC dead. The Drake is up in 4 seconds time, the Baron in a minute, and KC are giving this one up. They're playing down towards that bottom side, down towards
not necessarily first levels, but after
hey, we don't see any of them. No
one
need
item.
To give my life away for cheap.
I mean, at this point, Casey's just hoping for
half an item even.
A surprise pick, a big mistake. But it feels like with the way that G2 are playing, Casey need to be thinking about game 3. All of the momentum that Casey was riding off the back of, getting a 3-0 against GX, a 5-game banger against Koi. Naturally, people would be looking at this KC squad as one that had the opportunity to play on this stage, had that opportunity to ramp up, come in prepared, and then G2 just knock the wind right out of their sails as they look to lead this series 2-0.
But it's also a G2 that scraped into playoffs. It came down to that last game against Fnatic. It was Lost Returns or G2 to make it, and G2, they got there, but there was some doubts leveraged at them. But it just feels like when G2 get to playoffs, it never matters. They just step up, they bring out Yasuo and Shen top and go, all right, but what have you got in response?
It's just one of those things.
Like, the frontal laser. I think he could tank the laser for way too long as well. Okay, Casey win con is to steal Nash, and then Gwen wins by split push at 5 items.
They will elevate to this level, but right now they run the LEC, they run KC, and as you said, Betty, it feels like game 3 more on the minds of KC than anything else. 3 items though on Yahoo, 4 on Caps, a 2.3k gold lead as the Weaver's Wall comes out.
Price is split. Yike is dead. Oh, Leek has flash.
Encore's gonna land onto Bucio, but only him. He flashes out. Kano and Yahoo trying to collapse. Do they have the damage on Caps? The answer's no for now.
Front to back, front to back. Bom, 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 bom.
He'll dive on the Caps, he gets a K in his pocket. But G2 are looking for 4. Oh my god,
Yeah, was so much damage.
Just whacks them over the heads with a briefcase.
Create them rise.
For G2, and KC are left in the dust.
They might need to go top to catch the wave.
G2, what the hell was
Maybe not.
Skumon ends the fight with a triple skill. Skumon says that enough is enough. It's time to clock out. And G2 are looking to go 2-0 up in this best of 5.
LEC versus champion list.
Stopwatch will not be enough for him. He almost takes that one, but even LeBron remains standing.
During season, Mundo was played 10 times younger with 8 wins and 3 losses. And during playoffs, it's been played.
And when push came to shove, a single pick converted into a Baron, and from that point on, G2 just didn't let the game go.
This just feels like
5 games, or 6 now, with 3 wins and 3 losses.
We said it at the beginning of the day, it's just another Sunday for G2, yet another final, and they're 1 game away once again from hosting that trophy that we see here on stage, guys. There is nothing competitive about this series and about this game especially so far. Where the hell is
Remove top laners from jungle already. In general, like Ambessa, Jace, Mundo, remove all of them. Kiana.
Playing better and better, and
I don't think Kiana is OP now in jungle anymore. Maybe it's fine.
Like,
I don't know.
I thought Skumon would win, but he's just putting Yike in the dirt.
It just feels unfair. You were talking about grasping at straws, and I think I found one that broke the camel's back, because this mid lane dominance we see by Caps just highlights why he is the GOAT of Europe.
Okay, before we get into all this, I want to talk about the draft, and I want to talk about the drafts in general, because I was browsing Reddit and I feel like there's some disagreement between what we see online from you guys at home
that
and
never
from you
ends
guys were thinking at the desk. So I think we can all agree on the fact that LEC is once again cooking, maybe overcooking. I'm pointing at Nafiri, Gwen, and Yasuo here with Ryze, as he does, running away, as maybe he's one of the only champion that made sense here in Casey's draft. I saw a lot of negative comments criticizing G2's draft. You guys thought that Casey overcooked in the kitchen, so the floor is yours, guys.
I saw negative comments about G2 draft? Question mark, question mark. Are there like old players giving their opinions on Reddit?
Crash out alert.
Because every single thing that we have said about Yike, that is
like, how do you see Casey draft and think it's a good 5-man? 5-man of champions.
But no, Casey's just going back to square one.
Show me a draft whose only win con is playing 1-3-1 in this meta, in top tier play, where both teams are somewhat even, and show me that that team somehow wins.
Look at the one on the right. That's a crime.
Look, we talked about G2's draft game 1. They saw the
I've never, like, whole of LEC at least, I've never seen a 1-3-1 comp win.
This Mundo really early in the draft. Now, can you tell me one champion that can actually deal with a Mundo right-clicking them from the comp of KC?
Gwen.
I heard Gwen, yeah.
Let's think the Gwen might have made sense.
You said one!
To be fair,
But they don't have last pick either.
You need to be willing to break a few eggs.
They broke
and
all
I
the
like
eggs
the
here.
fact that they're
the eggs are on the floor, my guy.
Yeah, it's been team fight front to back meta for like 3 years.
But I do agree that like the CC on KC's side is really lacking. I like the jungle
double
duo
flex,
Udyr, you really need a
Gwen.
or a top laner rather to facilitate that more, and you need a support.
Now you have
that
a
will
winning
facilitate
draft.
Naafiri to actually be able to go in, which neither of those KC actually have.
Okay, we know how it ended though. Didn't work at all for KC, so I want to talk about what has been working for G2 in this game, and so far, Rise getting away with murder time and times again.
Yeah, I mean, I might have said that this guy is the GOAT, but I might have been seriously wrong, because Caps was an absolute demon this game. There's so many times, even now, he's behind right now. He's using ult offensively. He is standing his ground. This guy is unfazed.
I thought
He
Alna
doesn't
was
care
smart.
right now.
Clearly
He's
not.
He's a psycho, though. That's what he is. Imagine now you're going top lane and you're the Naafiri just goes over the wall and kind of is like, oh well, what's going on? This little nutcase is just running at me with that demonic smile on his face, ready to clinch another title in front of me. This guy really does not care.
And you know, soloq demons are afraid of Caps. That's right. He's running the show here. He's been doing so for ages, and so
it's just following meta, public opinion
to a single game. It's not so much that they woke up in playoffs. I think they're the most fraudulent.
I will say MUKBANG, yeah, that's over now.
In a while. Honestly,
I finished my mid.
None of us are actually like, wait, this is the 7th seed versus the 1st
You're
seed. Is that how you're watching this seed?
Kinda, yeah. Have Caps, but like, come on. Stats are stats.
I mean, that would explain the 3-0 from Odoamna. That's the only way to really rationalize it.
I never said it's a 0. What's behind this, we might see at the end of the series, you know, they might do a little slide here and it's a 2, you know, it appears out of nowhere.
Your prediction might be cooked, but the best of is maybe not still cooked for KC. What do we want to see from them?
Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet. Goodbye.
Because so far, the preparation, their drafts, everything that we've seen throughout the weekend has been missing. G2's preparation was crisp against them. So what is the solution for them here if they want to come back?
I mean, so the way I see it is instead of thinking like, how can we win as KC, you think, why is G2 winning?
Okay.
Now, the first, it's Skumon and Caps, right? It's a Skumon and Caps show. And how do you boot Skumon and Caps? Well, to level with you guys and be completely honest,
I don't know.
It's a difficult task, you know. Like, I'm glad I'm not on stage right now because I would not be able to do it, right? So
that's what you did from the AD carry position. That'd be very impressive.
So, how do you beat players that are playing so well? You make them uncomfortable, and it starts with the draft. I think Caps needs to be in a matchup where he can't really bully. We saw in this game on Tilly Rise, it was closer, and he could, you know, Yahoo could be able to fight him a little bit more, but it still went to Caps' favor. But in game 1, it's Galio versus Orianna. It's Caps' comfort zone, and I also think Skumon, he's running laps right now around Yike, but it's not just Yike's fault. He doesn't have the tools that he needs to deal with Skumon. So it's really about making sure that Caps and Skumon are not on their A game through draft, and then gameplay shutting them down wherever they can.
Odo, what do you have?
I fully agree with Jack Spectra. I think it's a super valid point. The fact that Caps just gets away with so much is one thing. Another thing that I don't want them to get away with is Busio on Enchanters. I want them to pick Engage for Busio. This man is the best support in Europe right now, and you're putting him on Enchanters. Please give that man an Alistar, a Rel, an Nautilus, Leon, anything, please, that allows him to actually have some agency in these games, because Yike is out there on the map completely alone while he's holding his AD carry's hand because he can't do anything else.
All right, Odo, what do we have?
When everything goes bad, there is a chance that people might hate each other.
Chrono Break? Oh, no, sorry.
No, not that one. That's the MKOI special.
Is this the LR coach?
Talia is out. You need friends. Exactly. You need friendship, because from that draft, it really looked like there was no one friendly with each other, because those drafts were horrible. As Finn and Jack have said, we need more tools. It's just extremely disheartening when you go into game and you just have no tools to win the game. Because KC have been doing the traditional find leads early, but it's just they can't capitalize and, you know, lock that win in as we go into mid game just because of the lack of tools. So we need more friends for Yike. Find a winning 2v2, find a winning 3v3 somewhere, because right now in these first 2 games we had nothing, and then maybe after you will see what was under Busio's head.
That's a lot of hope and hope. Maybe we'll see that after the break. G2, they were right to believe in the fact that staying together was what was going to bring them success here in the LEC yet again. They're 1 game away from maintain.
retaining their champion title here in the LEC and grab their first ticket to First Stand. And as we head to the break, we're giving you an exclusive peek into what's coming into League of Legends during First Stand and beyond, including the next for Demacia Rising. Let's take a look.
You're going out to it? Considering, I think Palin's right. Natsu-kun. What's her long for this? Hashimashite. Yeah, I know if it is. Onegaishimasu.
Try to keep up.
Support your team.
Every death is a sacrifice.
It's a skin ad. Oh. Well, no skin is beating the dog. Oh, so much popping. I'm not talking about Instagram March 1st. It's March 2nd actually, so yeah. There's a lot of Japanese people in Korea. Most people in my class are Japanese. Why more? Something. Kakkui desu. What else do I know? Itadakimasu. Oh. Omae wa mou shinderu.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Nani? Yeah, I'm basically fluent in Japanese. Oh yeah, nakama. You are my nakama. That's what all my One Piece watching has taught me. I do have 3 different cleansers. Okay, if you have an oil cleanser, first you use the oil cleanser, and after you use the foam cleanser.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
So just wash your face with, put some water on your face, and then wash, and then with new, and then wash, and then dry, and then moisturize.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Well, not every cleanser works the same. Just read the cleanser instruction, you don't have to ask ChatGPT. If you have to ask AI when it literally says on the instruction on the bottle, I think you may be stupid. I think, well, yeah, of course you use all of 3 on the face. Peeling, usually peeling you only need to use once a week. And you use it the same as a cleanser. So use it after your normal cleanser. You don't use peeling every day. You can use it once a week or twice a week. And it's the last step. And the cleanse, a peel, you need to like scrub. You need to scrub like a lot for the peel. But for a cleanser, it's more like just you can be gentle, and it depends on your skin type. But I can leave a cleanser on for like 1 minute, and the effect is better. But if you use it, if you leave it on for too long, your skin will get dry. So if you have very dry skin, I don't think you want to leave it on. Yeah, I'm a skincare professional. No problem. Don't forget that you can't cleanse a suppression or a knock-up Natsuku. Yeah, I was really into skincare when I was like 14. I learned about this 10-step skincare routine, the Korean one, and I was like, oh my god, that's gonna save my skin. I have to use it. And so I've had so many products that I just never use. And it's a scam. I think it's a scam. You should not have 10 products on your face every day. Like, that's unnecessary. Now I literally use 1 cleanser and a moisturizer and sunscreen. That's it. But I should start using a serum and toner as well. Because I have all the products, I'm just too lazy to use it. Well, not lazy, but if my skin feels overwhelmed, I don't want to use serums. It feels like my skin gets worse if I do that.
But the cool thing is that they can directly see into the G2 side of things. So I'm gonna go check out what's up over there. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Yeah.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe? On va gagner.
The only skincare that has really worked for me is cleanser, moisturizer, and actually going to a clinic. Then you can see a difference. But the ones in Sweden, I actually never saw a difference after I went to those.
Big Star Wars fan there. Just missing the CP and then
But here, if you do like laser or heating or those type of things, there's a pretty visible difference.
Hey, trumpet.
Bugler.
Anyway.
And it's cheaper.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Casey.
Yeah.
Analyst Desk talked a lot about draft. We're going to talk a lot about draft.
Okay, let's go.
And it does feel like that G2's just kind of running rings around Casey, as Casey will once again choose first pick. They will remain on the red side. They seem to very much like the red side of the rift, as they will ban away the Aphelios, and Varus is going to be the response.
G2 are putting them on the red side, because G2 get to pick sides like
oh,
right?
Yeah,
so,
that's true.
So I would say KC don't seem to like the red side.
Because they've always
I mean,
chosen red every time.
last series against KC, they had a content game. They still won it though.
The draft has obviously helped in occasion for G2.
Stealing away Ashe earlier in the series was pretty smart. It's very KC drafts with Ashe, Seraphine have been their strongest drafts.
Constantly helping each other. Like Broken Blade was on the Shen in game number 1 covering for Caps. In game number 2, Caps relied on him on the Talia and repaid all of that help. So I really enjoy watching the way G2 have been playing, and for KC, that's kind of left them a bit stumped, where they haven't found that same success in the early game that we've been highlighting for them this series.
And now need to find a reverse sweep if they're going to be able to make...
Lux, he's offering for me! He's offering for me! Kanna has watched my streams.
Yunara from G2, Vi, Nico, and Aphelios from KC, and that leads us straight to a Rumble first pick for KC.
Well,
what
no
are we answering to the Rumble?
Something that we've seen from him a lot in the past, which means they're going to have to come up with something else. Ornn
are they going to do something spicy?
I think you could also
We've
consider
seen only
something like
spicy
Rek'Sai if
Broken
you
Blade
want to,
picks so far.
if you just want a little bit more sustain, something tanky in the top side of the rift.
Especially since the Galio is gone.
Last time we saw Canna play into Ornn, he mega gapped the Ornn. But Broken Blade is better than that player, which I don't remember.
Because, yes, I did see an Ornn jungle by Inspired, and it would not surprise me if G2 did something cheeky like that. So I'll wait to see, but for now we'll assume the Ornn is in the top lane as an answer into the Rumble.
When Inspired did an interview last
You're
year
EP,
about
I'm
G2,
EP.
he said Skumond is the jungler most like me in the LEC
okay,
as well,
yeah,
right?
that's true.
So
He
it's
did
possible.
say that.
I am curious though, as we get over to the other side, if KC end up just immediately taking
Since I
something
was
like
still open this entire series,
when you
is
look
my
at it, like, a lot of
Since
those
I
trenches are
really
already
strong?
starting to slip away, and
No
I
one's
mean,
picking
you can
it.
try and maybe blind Lulu here into the Braum, but I still think you get a lot of answers
I agree,
into
Nutter.
the Ornn.
You're so
you get a
wise.
good opportunity to try and force them off of this next rotation in towards more of those engaged supports as well. But I think Wukong and Rumble are just such a strong pairing, and there's the Wukong.
I like the Wukong. Want someone up on top of the
Ari
equalizer.
blind pick, what
Alongside
Ari
that,
answers
who
are
is
still
gonna bring
here.
out the Ari.
This is the
So
Veigar
can
game.
sometimes struggle for damage, especially if you go down the
If
bottom.
Caps is
lane.
Giga Shad,
Great
equals
game on it
Veigar.
yesterday though, with the some charms
They
really
farmed this
solidifying the
Ari
game in their
like
favor.
crazy.
The problem with all the picks they've shown is like, now my brain is like, okay, Vex could be good here. Ooh, okay.
Silas.
I am a
That's
big fan of
spicy.
Caps' Silas. He's got some great ults to steal as well. I was thinking to myself, what is a good champion to Ari? There's a lot of them, but what's
Well,
good into
Nutter,
Ari
you
and can manage
jokester.
Rumble and Wukong? That becomes the trickier part. Silas is someone that doesn't have a super winning matchup against Ari and can't even be bullied, but the fact that he has a lot of mobility,
Caltys
there's a
likes
relatively
him.
short range from the Wukong
I
and the
think
Rumble,
Resist
and he's got
likes
great
it,
ults to
but
steal,
I only see it
meaning that
in
it makes
good
a ton of sense
scenarios.
when paired up alongside a
I don't see
Pantheon
it
as well.
early picked.
It does mean though that you've got 3, if not 4, maybe melee champions coming in. The Braum decides to go that route.
Sahin is
That
also
could end up
still in
being,
the game. No one's picked
at least
Sahin
push to the
home
side thanks to that
series.
Cyclone, make things a little bit easier for trying to clear out these fights.
It's kind of
But obviously if
surprising.
Ornn is able to get this ultimate off, that can really seal the deal. I still think you have an option here to just take your AD carry and then leave that Braum open if you want to for
Renata?
KC. 'Cause
Why?
with everything there, like I mean, you're a Braum aficionado, like a couple of auto attacks onto a few melee
I
champions.
don't
is
think you
great.
blind
love
picked
going into
Renata.
this,
Plus they have an
G2
engaged comp.
I think there's
Renata
even
is more
Silas getting your ult
disengaged.
isn't really the end of the world. Unbreakable does so much work for you.
I guess
It
we
is
should
tricky in
not
lane if you're
go
playing into a ranged
Kalista
matchup.
here, I
You can
think.
just be chunked out quite a lot. Lulu,
Short range is not a
likely to be banned
condition
out.
for
If G2
Renata.
ban Lulu, then it's Lulu, Bard, Seraphine, Karma, Nami gone, and I'm trying to like
Melio.
Renata is either if you're
If you're
Kalista
looking for an enchanter
or if you need
at
disengage.
that point, Kai'Sa taken away. Lulu
I think they
and
need
Xayah
setup
banned away
right
by
now.
G2. KC
They
can
might just go
continue to push
Rel
that AD carry
or
pull if they want. They kind
Alistar.
of just want to
Not
give it a sort of
Alistar into
dive
Silas, actually.
follow up for G2.
They might
Again,
ban
G2 have
Alistar.
the options to play into these side lanes with the Grand Starfall. Something we see so often from the Pantheon is the ability to influence a lot of the map. Skumod having only brought out this Pantheon once so far this split though, and did lose.
Yeah, they
there
banned
goes
it.
my voice. Did lose on it. We've seen G2
Breakfast
just having
with
such
Diana.
a high level of performance overall.
On which
that,
team?
you can't really count them out, even on champions that they've lost on already. As we,
Yeah,
see
no,
the
it's no
Alistar's
one
the
to
final ban from
disengage,
KC.
kinda.
G2 having a think, having a ponder. Where are we going in terms
I
of
mean,
AD
Corki would be the
carries?
easiest one, right?
You're right, Betty. You're right. Corki would be the easiest one.
You just don't have to overcomplicate it.
Workster.
So then, if
Jin would be the
There's no strong
response
AD
traditionally,
stuff.
because Ezreal is the other
Probably.
one, but Ezreal's gone, so...
How do you get through the Ornn if you're
Yeah,
playing
that's the thing,
Jhin?
yeah.
yeah, they could do Jinx.
Is it just the
if
Jhin
they-
may no.
If
I
they
don't know.
want
Jhin
to
doesn't.
do hyper carry,
They might just go Jhin.
they
I
could
think
do
they would go
Kalista.
Jhin,
Nah.
even if it's not that good.
Yeah.
The most fun.
Alright, well, they can tell me. Alright, they've decided to go for Jhin.
Yeah.
Into a bunch of melees, not too bad. Jhin Rumble, always a great combo. You talked a lot
Then
about the
what's
Braum earlier. I
Nautilus?
think they could also consider Leona.
Yeah.
But then you're giving another nice ulti
Nautilus,
for
they're going
Silas to
Nautilus.
steal.
Or
Oh, Nautilus is still open. For some reason in my head this was gone, but I guess it was just banned a bunch throughout the
Banned
series.
in the last game, yeah.
But actually hasn't
and now
been picked yet, so
G2
Nautilus
can
makes a ton of
answer
sense to me.
Leona.
And I mean,
They can
so
answer
for those that don't
Rel.
follow Labrov or his
They're
career,
picking the Rel.
Rel is something like I think it's his most played in his career, but there was a split on BDS where he had something like 17 Rel games.
Last time we saw
like
Labo
2 of something
Leon Knight
else.
was not
Like
pretty.
17 Rel, 2 Alistair. Like he's played so much Rel. It's one of his most comfortable
I
champions. I think it synergizes
Plus
nicely with
Leon
what
is
G2 got.
low value
And here's
against
the reality.
Ari.
G2 have gone for a simple front-to-back team fight.
Are you so smart? I am simply
strong side lane
too aware of bot lane matchups.
To collapse, the fact that they can win out on skirmishes, I think, is needed into Ari Wukong specifically. But I do think that when the desk was talking about Casey having tools, this game, I think they do have a lot of tools to find out plays, to find picks, and to make things happen on the map.
And honestly, I think
I'm gonna prefer
it actually kind of turns Ornn into a side lane threat because he can tank terrors and he has so much CC. He just enables the Pantheon to come through so effectively.
The
so
mid
I think even if you
2v2
end
looks
up in a
really
1-3-1,
strong.
you kind of have to play defensive as kind
Top
of into
is
Rumble. And as you say, on the
in
other side of it for
isolation,
KC, it's try and play
and both
through
is pretty
strong mid
even.
jungle. Hope that this Wukong Rumble is
And
enough.
comp-wise,
Because if you cannot beat G2 and take down kind of where they are going to end up relatively tanky, you just run out of steam so quickly as KC.
the mid jungle will probably make the difference this game.
KC and G2 taking to the rift once again, the third time today in what is a mirror of last year's finals.
I don't think KC bot lane champions have enough value against G2 roster, G2 champions.
The last time a team went undefeated through an LEC playoffs without losing a single game was 2019 G2.
If Chaos somehow makes it to level 6 without losing flash or getting ganked or like dying,
impressive, though. Like,
he's done a good
into
job.
this top 4 conversation, we had 3 out of the 4 teams hadn't made a single roster change moving from last year into this year. KC being the only one. KC realized that their progress, they weren't getting better as
And
they
if
went on, they were
Broken
getting
Blade
worse.
doesn't get solo
And the
kill,
fact that they
it's
failed
already
to
done
qualify
better
for the
than the
World
last
Championship
4
meant that changes needed to
Canadas.
happen. And to their credit, those changes have been good. Like the introduction of Busio, the addition of Yehu, I think that we've seen way more consistency and a higher ceiling from this roster overall. Ooh, hang on a minute.
Yeah,
Just a bit of
LeBron
back and
using the
forth.
aftershock here, but Caltys holding on for the 4th shot until that aftershock falls off means that LeBron loses about a third of his HP bar.
But ultimately, my point is that G2 has this strong mentality of believing in that 2-year plan, that long-term investment. And while the regular season didn't give much to be desired,
KC bot are surfing this 2v2 right now.
Ignite on LeBron, he has to walk out of this. The staggering blows
Still
push him
flash.
flat for the auto. Caltys flashes! And it's a summoner for summoner exchange. LeBron forced to back away. Hun Summer has to walk the long way round. Oh, good hook around the wall, but Caltys
Not
unable
horrible.
to land the deadly flourish to follow it up.
Yeah, LeBron was trying to find trades using the shield that the Rel had.
Or it
but she
might
never
be.
actually
I'm
popped it
seeing
on
a lot
Busio
of
or
pings
kinda traded
on
back onto Busio.
KC.
So Caltys was kind of free autoing. Hans wasn't able to get through
Doesn't
the
matter.
damage onto Busio at all. So these trades were just constantly going in KC's favor, especially when he missed the crash down the second time.
keeping my eyes on the junglers. I thought
I
maybe
don't think
Drake would
this
consider
scene flash
abandoning
is
his
gonna get
bot side camps and
punished.
actually just making a rush towards bot.
So it's
but
probably fine
now
to
he's gonna
trade
focus on
flashes.
continuing his clear.
Nice route from Caps as he uses that
Nice
passive,
trades.
the Petricite burst to get the damage in.
Nice job by hiding behind the minion as well. That minion ended up tanking the charm that Yehu was trying to land onto Caps as he went for that all-in, or sorry, all-in, the trade. So nicely done there as well.
Both junglers on their final camps. Should be hovering around the bot side, but it's Casey that had the
Skumon
prio,
just
so
better
Steve
than other
Skumon chooses to
youngsters
go back
because
to
I've
base to
seen
then
Pantheons
move up
that
towards that top side crab.
in LEC that
Right now, we
clear
don't really have any
slower than
pushing lanes
this.
in mid or bot. It's a
This is
dangerous
just a
place for him to
player
be
issue.
as Yehu doing exactly what you need to in the Ahri.
It's a
matchup.
G2
Just
masterclass
take advantage
so
of your
far.
range. Bully, bully, bully as much as you can.
Cyrus had
HP points have been
champion.
traded, and as we expected,
Yeah, I used to think he
Skumon
was
gonna go back to
hard,
base.
but
The likelihood of a dive
it's
seems
very
low.
clean. Like it's very smooth.
Yike is thinking about it, and they read it as well.
Nautilus loves to dive. Root lands
Skumon
on
is on
Summer,
his
has
way,
the
but
barrier,
he's a
has the
bit
flash
late.
cuts down onto Busio. He hooks himself away. Yike
Okay.
filled up with the shadowing strike. Skumon
Nice
on his way
delay.
across, and now KC on the wrong side of the tower. Aegis assault from Skumon lands onto 3.
Skumon
Look at the blinking
is
health
gonna
bars
bonk
on
them.
KC.
Bonk.
One falls, a second
Bonk.
follows suit. The dive goes pear-shaped, and
I know I said the flash wasn't gonna get punished, but it did.
In the nick of time,
Oh.
the last bop from KC's jungler took the terror shot
Well
and
played
secured
by
the play.
G2.
Great awareness from
Guess I
Skumon.
played this
He pounced
differently.
top, immediately says, oh, I can see
Maybe
the dive
Busio had to
coming.
wait like 1
Goes straight
second to
towards bot
engage,
lane.
but
Yike takes that extra tower shot and
even
Skewmon,
then
I mean,
they
it's
would
like
still
a
be
scene out of
trading
300. He
1 for
just
2.
dives head first into them, knowing that he can easily have the damage, have the HP, and he leads game
One team
3 with a
fusion,
2-0
yep.
start on Pantheon.
I was just about to talk about how KC had 3 winning lanes. They had a lead in the top side, a lead in mid. Yahoo was forcing caps low. Caltys and Busio were on the right side of every trade. And then one botch dive turns it into G2's favor. Almost 800 gold ahead now, Skewmon in the jungle.
Still the trades on bot lane. KC know they can still find some windows,
but
it just alleviates so much of that pressure on the bottom side, especially after what was that really strong level 1 from KC.
What a talent Skewmon has become. What accolades he's been able to build up. I mean, obviously so many question marks.
I need to see a
Like,
mid lane gank.
I mean, everyone was like, is this really the right move? Like, Yike, of course, internationally there have been some questions around his performance, but ultimately he's a very solid jungler. But Skewmon has come into his own as Busio goes for another trade against the Brav. The back and forth between these bot laners is consistent. Caps that very low.
Dash in from Yahoo with the Spirit Rush. Skewmon on his way across, has the flash. Will get the shield vault in as well. Yahoo flashed away well, but Caps is on the chase. And Spirit Rush. Enough for G2 to get their third. Yike looking for the dash in here. Caps
Trying to punish
won't take the fray.
Silas lane.
So well. He dove for the minion wave to kill the minions, to give himself level 6 so he can steal that ultimate and turn the play around.
Yike is trying to fix the wave for his mid laner, but Skewmon won't let him. The wave is in a nice spot for Caps now. Go back to base, quickly rush out. Gonna come back into mid lane with the Hextech alternator. Will help him a lot in the trades against the Ahri. And the momentum is just shifting so dramatically. KC, the wind from their sails that was riding high from the first 2 days of this 3-day weekend seems to have all but vanished. As KC, they haven't given up just yet. The fight against the Brav.
Spotted. You have a Grand Starfall. He just hit
What's
6.
going on?
Skewmon with those 2 early kills and the assist. Has his ultimate.
Successfully baited. Oh my god. Skewmon's just gonna take over this game. Oh.
Skewmon just does not miss. I thought coming into this game.
Just a friendly reminder that Reddit wanted G2 to pick up Inspired instead.
Just like he did in Madrid.
Absolutely
Just putting that out there.
Performance from the G2 jungler. It just feels like KC can't blink without seeing this man in front of them. And it starts off as a decent trade, like they get abroad, they think they've interrupted the reset, but it's all the mind games. And as Hans Samity comes out, they realize they're too far
Someone's gonna tank kills this game. Did I just instantly inks it? I just instantly inks it. What's wrong with me?
Gets the shutdown. A 600 gold lead for him as well.
A much needed.
Well, I still think he's gonna. I don't take it back. I'm not taking it back. I'm not discussing it out there.
This aggression that G2 is building up. The top crab will be secured for Yike, level 6 secured for him. There's a massive goal difference between the junglers, but KC, they're not the type of team to just roll over and die. They'll keep fighting back as much as they can. Let's see if they can keep this up.
Hans Valkyrieing in, just looking for the barrier out of Caltys. Will get it. They'll be exchanged. Caltys opens up the curtains, misses the first. Hans trying to sidestep, second connects, the third goes wide. A fourth, Hans flashes
Nice reaction.
Busio with no flash can't close the gap on the G280 carry.
Glaze getting the flash out of Hans is a nice little setup that maybe they can punish later.
Only one in is so stressful. Because you know if you don't kill him, he's gonna out you.
Behind in the games against Giant X, it was Busio who stepped up to make plays on the bar, to roam around the map and try and get KC back into position. That pick was off the back of a better roam from Busio. Maybe that man can step up again once more for KC, see if he can find plays on the map and just claw something back for KC here.
I mean, the good news is the goal difference isn't insurmountable. Obviously, Skewmon is very strong now that he's got that, the
Sundered Sky.
Thank you very much, Medic. Now that he's got the Sundered Sky, you do not want to fight him. Absolutely not. But if KC can slow the game down, as you're saying, if they can find opportunities, maybe find another pick, punish Skumon's aggression, then there are definitely ways in which they can come back into the game. And getting that first dragon is an excellent start. If they can grab that
the bot lane counter dive was really
forcing KC
clutch.
into these dragon fights.
I think the hardest part for them is that Busio, because he's
most junglers
so
would have just went topside.
So trying to be that kind of key engage tool with that ultimate is going to be tough. It needs to be Yike. And if the Grand Starfall is up and available like it is now, I think Yike just gets a little bit more nervous about fully trying to commit to any plays because Skumon can show up.
A couple of good deep wards placed in Skumon's blue side jungle from KC means that he wasn't able just to walk towards the top lane and Grand Starfall in with the
I saw that Caps gets one item. This lane is gonna be hard. Are you serious? We need to speedrun this.
This is what Dagger was talking about in the draft. It's such easy setup with the Ornn and the Pantheon. Labrov is now hovering around mid as Cap steals the ult.
Yike is on his way, Yike's on his way, he's running in immediately. Spear rush forward, they have to kill Yahoo quickly, but Cap's able to dash away. There's the Cyclone! KC find one in with damage.
It's something back for KC on the mid wave. And it does mean that at least you're getting some gold into Yahoo, getting some gold into Yike.
Wondering when KC draft is stronger.
I mean, Yahoo's becoming the shining light for KC right now.
One in with
Nearly a 1K goal.
It's something back for KC on the mid wave. And it does mean that at least you're getting some gold into Yahoo.
King one item is stronger than Quirky one item. And 2 items Quirky is gonna be stronger.
Becoming the shining light for KC right now. Nearly a 1K goal
Mid lane.
Caps. Quickly rushing towards that first completed item.
Honestly, Ori's never stronger.
It's not a rod of ages. It's going to be the Blackfire Torch.
He has item advantage right now.
A bunch on the Ahri. I was kind of hoping that they would start that dragon off, but they did invest a lot of resources. Yike goes back to base, picks up the Trinity.
Now there's a gold leading angle, but both youngers are on one item.
The dragon is too far away. He's going to prioritize clearing through his camps. I expect him to grab the
I wonder if KC can trade drops
G2 not going to be upset about getting the first dragon of the game.
Yike's been doing a good job of farming. While
Quirky's strength is his mobility and burst damage. His DPS is weaker, that's why you think he's weaker. He also has conditions, so he needs to play against low range, but he can kite. If you're playing Quirky and your team is the short range one, then you're gonna hate your life.
Caps clears out the vision, it will be 2 grubs for naught for KC.
You know how many times I was forced to blind pick, or not blind pick, but early pick Quirky, and then I'm playing against full range call.
Be happy with that.
In a front to back.
Out onto the map, and it's that ulti I'm keeping my eyes on.
Now that's pain.
As well. Means that a top lane play could always be a possibility.
You can be 10-0, you're still gonna have a hard game.
There's a very slim window where KC could potentially make a play on the Hans Samo when he doesn't have that ult available, or sorry, the flash available. Lucio needs to absorb 1 minion to hit level 6, but maybe that timing window will be gone by the time they get down here.
Then we'll have the Cyclone, no flash on Yike, but if it's set up with a depth charge or a dredge line,
yeah, even Quirky into Ashe doesn't feel good anymore because they nerfed Quirky too much.
So making that potential bot lane
play it used to be very Quirky favored.
Was able to garner. I imagine he needs to go back to base soon to replenish those wards, but instead he set his sights on mid lane as so many others have done the same.
Surface the comedian.
Yike is hovering around, looking to protect
Caps needs one item, is the bind.
Looking for a flank.
Yeah, took the last grub. Yike's gonna spot him. In the end, I think it's much ado about nothing here.
I mean, taking that grub just announces exactly where Skumon is, so I think KC immediately pull off the play, knowing that grub...
Yike's just sending it.
Looking at Skumon here, depth charge going down as Caps answers with one of his own, but now they'll dive back in with a second cast of the Cyclone, and Yike takes the kill. LeBron under the tower low. The KC get another on the board.
I mean, if you want to go back through G2's history, an effective way of shutting this team down is to keep attacking Caps, and KC have said, you know what, it worked once, why won't it work again?
They have to wait for
1.2k gold lead now for Yahoo, a second kill secured for Yike. KC
or even item on boots.
I mean, Yike spots Skumon over the wall. This is a brave man. I wouldn't have considered that they would have had enough to try and get through him, but a good depth charge for Busio hits on towards 2. Yahoo hitting
I'm assuming that if Skamon didn't disengage and turn on Kyo, they would still lose this fight.
Busio depth charge, you called it out, was just so clean. Really set up for the rest of the KC members to secure those.
Well, as a... Oh, he's going anti-heal already on Ari. That's interesting. I want to see if that has high value. Then it might actually be a good thing in the silos.
Across the board, those first items have been completed. KC feeling a lot more confident now that the gold has started to swing their way.
Yeah, Oblivion all for Yehu as well to try and mitigate some of that healing that comes out of the Kingslayer from Caps. Another charm connecting as Yehu continues to find
in my experience, one item, even if you're behind, you can solo kill Ari.
Caps getting pulled all across the battlefield.
Overzealous there from Caps, costs him a decent amount of HP.
He should be fine though, able to reset after clearing this wave, has the TP available and still be in position for Rift Herald, which in the next 30 seconds,
with the happy
I think it'll be relatively hard for KC to try and find a big fight at that objective. I think it will be a case of trying to fish for some sort of play on the bottom side with where Wukong is at the moment.
I do think KC have some solid team fight options. Of course, Skumon is a scary opponent to play against, but that Rumble ultimate is the big thing that I'm keeping my eyes on. How can Kana use it to shape the landscape of the fight? Because I think we can all agree that G2 is kind of front to back, Rel ulti, Ornn ulti, and the fact that if Sylas steals a Wukong ult, or even the Rumble ult himself, like maybe it's Caps that can use Kana's ult more effectively than he can.
It's also, you know, it's Wukong ults into Charm, which then just constantly keeps someone on that
right now, but in
ultimate as well. So I think if you can focus someone down like Caps, maybe then you have a chance. Or even Skumon
behind him.
Here we go.
Skumon's going to have to give up on the Rift Herald, and G2 might just give up on the play entirely. KC brought everyone up from the bottom side of the map, and with the TP in, KC will be able to secure the Rift Herald.
As a Wolver, Kana could have TP'd down to bot. They have the Ahri actually catch the top wave, and then they can still protect those plates on bot. But by not doing that, while they do secure that Herald, the problem is Hansam is just getting free gold, getting free XP. You can see he's about to tick over to level 11.
Careful in, they look for Yike. He's going to try and get out. Call of the Forge God down as well. The equalizer means the Broken Blade can't get any closer, but the Call of the Forge God will still find his man.
What happened? Did he just get one shot? It looked like he got 100 to 0. Legit.
That's Grand Starfall down and Broken Blade's ult with Dragon up and available. I mean, Wukong could just reset and Yike can immediately move into that bottom side if they want to.
Yeah, this younger gold lead has been evaporated.
Really starting to come alive as KC swing the momentum in their favor. Yeah, Skumon was so powerful in this early game, but after that 5-1 scoreline, he's not been able to have much more of an impact. That gold lead, that monstrous gold lead that he has,
he has to stand in Rumble or to get R2.
And now it's Kana and Yehu, the solo laners of KC.
Then I see why he got one shot.
Now with Ritto down in mid, KC get first move on the Drake. They'll get the tower as well.
I wonder if Rumble is fun.
At arm's length.
I've actually never played Rumble, like, not in 5 years at least.
KC now 2k ahead in this game 3. A game they must win if they are going to continue on in this finals.
You can see though, KC very worried about any sort of cross map. Immediate pings from Kana onto the top lane, and even Busio was trying to go for a quick reset to immediately move towards that top side. But G2 just not in a position to try and go for it, so they will all just back away. But you can kind of see KC how nervous they are. Like, what G2 does is get into your head, but KC are finding ways to fight back against it.
I really like what I've been seeing from KC in this game. I love the roams from Busio. Oh, Caps though.
The abscond Doug will land it low on mana, steals the equalizer. Kana still has his flash. Caps still with the chase, but no mana for any further follow-up.
Small mental game there from Lebrov. Committed the Q, threatened the flash.
Think a
Kana
bit.
though holds onto his flash.
There's no objectives up.
Worry too much about it. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the chat sentiment very much leaning towards G2, but it is KC that is fighting their way back. Yehu though getting low.
Oh,
does have the
he has flash.
Call of the Forge God out, will exchange over for ultimate, still lands it. Broken Blade though can't really follow up any further.
TP behind him though, Kana wants a piece of the
I think I'm gonna put this in the fridge.
Kana's gonna get the flank position here, and now BB
Forgot to do it.
use his flash to try and get away. We'll see ring charge, a counter TP.
Let's watch this play and then I'll run.
Kana runs. Does still have his
Oh,
own
nothing
flash
happens.
here. to
Guess
equalize
that's a
the way.
TP.
Hansama
Or
looking for the flank, Kana flashes away. Caps likely to think better of chasing any further and does so.
Okay, so a lot of things happening here. Mainly, Broken Blade thinks he sees a play, forces Yehu back, he rotates to top, Caps TPing down to bot, puts him in a position to catch that wave, allowing for Broken Blade to reset. And now I think G2 are getting the lane assignments that they want. They want Kana out of this Ornn matchup, which, while you would expect Ornn to be able to manage it, because Kana's so far ahead, he is doing a lot of work in the 1 versus 1, but Ahri doesn't quite have that same impact because she doesn't have that magic resist shred that he has on the Harpoons. So instead, by putting the Sylas into the Rumble, you have a little bit more outplay potential, and that threat of the Pantheon ultimate coming down with the Sylas is much scarier for Kana to handle.
Also, by not running the TP on Kana, it is just a longer cooldown. It's a 7-minute cooldown. So it means that you'll have a timer where Caps has his TP up and available before you actually have it back up on Kana. But now Kana in trouble. Who's recovery?
Grand Selfle is the play.
Bro, someone is arrived here. And it's 3:40 AM.
And he immediately gets evaporated underneath the tower. Dredgeline's going to hit on Skuma, but he's not tanking it yet. The charm goes in. He tries to shield ball forward. Yehu gets another Spirit Rush charge. Can they go any further? You can see Caltys trying to move, get in position for the curtain.
Yeah, I haven't heard his name enough, Godwin. Need to hear it more.
From the crash down, the curtains are open.
Haven't heard the casters place him yet. Yeah, what a weirdo, right? Would be here now.
On the top side, BB getting chased out by Yike. On the bottom side, Caps dives in, gets one, but dies for it.
There's so much happening.
Across the map.
Yehu is having so much impact on this map. KC trusted him with the resources.
Yehu Ahri is kinda like my Ahri, don't you think?
A good teleport to respond to the action on the bot side.
Except I would have went Lich Bin second.
As well to catch Caps. And Yehu definitely getting the better of Caps here in game 3.
But this game looked done. G2 looked like they controlled everything, but now it's Yike who's making plays towards Broken Blade in the top lane, getting a solo kill onto his former top laner, using that Cyclone at the perfect moment when Bellow's breath is gone. And on the bottom side, Caltys is picking up kills as well. It's now a 3k gold lead for KC.
We look back at this dive, and this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. Sylas plus Pantheon on a silent into Rumble.
No, but I've played against it.
Busio keeps them under tower.
Or at least I've played against Protobelt Ahri. It was pretty obnoxious.
The Jhin to rotate down into the river. The charm,
especially if you're a very skill shot
dependent champ. Over to Yehu, all good, and they find themselves more kills.
And then a 1-for-1 after it as well. KC now 4,000 gold ahead. After being so far behind, the only one with the lead is Hansama.
I really don't think Ahri needs movement speed from this item.
Not really too much of an
Which
advantage.
40 seconds until the Dragon. KC pushing up mid, trying to keep the pressure on towards G2. The Caps will get the side lane tower, but there is a collapse coming through. I don't know what the plan is for KC.
With the super boots. Lebrov is there as well, but I don't think KC know his exact location.
Alright, don't let the gold lead fool you guys. The only relevant gold lead right now is on top lane. Mid items are still kinda
Busio hasn't reset for wards though, completely out. Only has the two
playable for G2 right now.
In his inventory.
What's
so this
even
dangerous as Lebrov has a full clause to try and maybe get access here, but it looks like
pretty
G2
even item wise.
Might look to try and
it's
catch
just
someone on the move. Kansas
Rumble
has
is
the
two
TP, but
items.
as you say, KC just secured the Drake. The second of the game for them. Still a while away from Seoul, but whiling their way towards it. Busio, Hex Flash on Hansama. Depth charge first, Valkyrie flash across the wall. Yehu can spear.
It's pretty hard to make magic happen when you're behind those silos.
Still connecting, and with an equalizer on top of it, G2's bot lane
but it's not
doesn't really
that
have
behind.
anywhere to go. The chase continues for KC as they claim their second of the fight.
Yike uses the increased range on
now
the
you're just BMing me.
to pop the blast cone before Lebrov can get to safety. And
Here's
that
rapid
means
fire
with two
LDR.
down, KC can get the Baron.
LDR, I hope.
Beautifully. Dagda, you said it
Since he's playing against 4 middies
and dusted. But Yike and Busio found repeated picks in the mid lane. They found kills onto Skumon, they found kills onto Caps. They may well have
but at the same
one.
time, G2 are not tanky right now. He could get away with rapid fire because he would get.
The Baron now for KC. They are truly in command of this game.
He's going.
When it looked at its darkest, they found a slim light and they are clutching it with both hands. But it is incredible.
Osama would never.
Coming from Yehu and Busio here. You managed to somehow get Caltys to get the root behind there onto Hansama. And then here, watch, like, uses the Q to hit the blast cone. So then Lebrov actually can't get into position to get over the wall. And with 2 picks, that's the Baron.
I mean, the range is the thing that gets me. This is why Jhin and Rumble is seen as such a good combo, but Jhin with almost anyone on this side can make for some very easy picks, and Casey just continue to find them. With the Baron buff now, there's a lot of standing gold that they want to get. Those tier 2 towers are up for grabs. G2 setting up in the jungle, looking for a pick.
Maybe trying to see if they can catch Busio, but yeah, it's.
I feel like he's baiting. He's baiting. He knows.
Western music here? Is that what the?
Yikes spotted. Busio just still waiting. It's like, okay, I think you guys are in there. I'll step forward. Control ward. G2 run away. Immediately back away from it. Hansama will be spotted out by Yike. Equalizer stolen away by Caps, but not as well placed. Grand Starfall coming in. The curtains open. Kana looking for the damage now onto Caps, who has to flash away. The curtain call just short of clicking with the 3rd shot. Death charge on Hansama. He Valkyries out, but Skumon's knocked up 4 in the Sundered Sky. Not enough to heal him up. Lebrov being burnt to a crisp underneath the
tower. You guys got your wish. There's gonna be one more game.
Hansama gets the shutdown of 2 for 1 exchange in favor of G2.
Well, hang on now. That is KC overextended a little too much. That type of Baron play means that these towers become a lot harder to siege. KC naturally feeling themselves, naturally feeling confident, but this play they just went too deep.
I mean, the rumble up from Caps was not well placed at all. Caltys opens up with a great route, which then puts that pressure on the Caps to have to flash away. But KC think they see blood in the water, not realizing it's their own.
Even here, the strongest member from KC is not even in this fight. Or well, argue, you can argue that Rumble is the strongest member. One of the strongest members were not in the fight.
On his way to that 3rd item. 3 items complete for Caltys with the Infinity Edge, Lord Doms and Collector. And now the question is, do G2 decide to take a fight?
I don't think Corky can carry this game.
Casey, I think, would be
he can make a difference, but he can't
in a really
do
strong
it alone.
Still. 3 items on Kana, 3 on Yike, 3 on Yehu, 3 on Caltys. Only 1 on Busio because he's a support, but they're still really powerful.
There is the Ornn item starting to come through though, so already 3 given across the board. And when you actually look at like the number of items that are picked up in a lot of these situations, it's still kind of even. So like even though that gold lead is there, remember each Ornn item is about 1,000 gold. So that gold lead not as ballooned as you might think.
The thing for me is that the Red Bull Baron power play really didn't give KC that much of an advantage.
Yeah,
they took the objective off. It was barely anything, and I feel like that they kind of wasted it. Broken Blade and Caps threatening a pick. Yike is playing around it though.
KC just go mid.
Yeah, KC just going to keep pushing mid. They're taking mid tier 2. Not really much G2 could do to keep that one standing. It was already pretty low.
You can see the vision is just littered with red wards. KC controls so much of the map. A couple of, I mean, some nice wards, but they're going to be spotted out, cleared out quickly by KC to make this contest much harder for G2. They've got to be feeling pretty good. The LDR now finished for Hansama.
Okay.
3 items on him.
Maybe there's
a good ulti steal from Caps could be the difference maker.
Surely
KC in the driver's seat. Hook goes wide.
Busio unable to find his man. G2 don't have a wave to
I'm
play
giving
through
this,
on the mid lane.
I
It looks
suppose.
like they are just trying to get to that tier 1. Caps is going down.
If G2 entered through both sides, maybe they could have fought this, but I'm not sure if they even want to fight this streak.
Double the amount that G2 have managed to pick up through this game. Guardian Angel now complete though on Skumont.
This game feels a lot more tense than it should.
I mean, it's because if KC make a mistake, they just lose the finals.
And Kana just might.
Kana caught out Grand Starfall.
Yes, only yes, and flash.
Away from Kana. G2 won't look for more. TP and a flash. Burned by KC. Yehu.
Still, Caps is just catching waves on sides.
And you can see that there, right? You were just talking about how tense this
They
was.
got a free TP of that.
Might
TP
have
and
just
flash.
been that one pick, so immediate teleport. But there was nothing to gain, nothing to give. So it all falls back, but a teleport now down for Yehu.
Yeah, and with the Baron spawning in a minute's time, G2 now have some options in terms of their lane assignments with what they can do. Interestingly, they've got two people in the bot side of the Rift, Broken Blade and Caps. Normally you'd want them separated, but with nothing ready to push or play for on the top side, they just have Broken Blade shadowing. They want to funnel out XP into Caps to get him to level 16, lower the cooldown on that ultimate so that he can potentially use it multiple times in a single fight. They're shadowing one another to threaten a pick, but KC is cautious. They realize how scary the darkness is.
Yeah,
and the pings are coming down.
As soon as they saw Broken Blade, who is level 17, Caps now 16. Yehu has bought himself a book of many wonders.
Needs Infinity Edge to really pop off now.
Has had an absolute stormer of a game, but needs to keep it up. His ability to dodge around the fight so vital. 4 items for him.
So now they've moved Kana down towards the bottom lane. Ari's regrouped with the team. Top wave isn't being pushed out, but watch Caps. He's going to move towards that top lane and push that one out himself. Broken Blade should be fine. Caps a bit indecisive here. Does he want to move towards mid or does he want to push out top?
I think they're hoping Caltys will just overextend. That's what they're waiting for.
Nice control ward there. Spot out that ward. They've got another one over the wall, but that's been spotted out, pinged by KC.
G2 managed to get that Scuttle Crab. KC have the push in mid, matched by BB. Lebrov looking for that Magnet Storm, does show ward in the bush now. Yike jumps in, shadowing strike on the clone. Lebrov forced away, smite down on him. A little bit tentative, a little bit scared, you feel, from KC there. Didn't want to go for the all-in engage. Dredgeline short of clipping Skewmond.
KC really want to fight in terrain.
The outcome of this game.
No one wants to pull the trigger either, because if you end up overextending as KC, Broken Blade's ultimate
they can in front to
completely
back.
separate out the fight. But it's
they
a
don't
similar
need to
story
flank.
Where KC can try and
How
scatter
does
Busio.
G2 want to fight? I actually don't know.
Use the decoy to get away. 2 minutes on the next straight.
They need to play first target, but they don't have Subtle CC. They have very committed
I feel like that's the game plan for KC. Don't really overforce anything right now, just stall. Keep buying time, wait for the dragon to come up, and then force G2 into this very difficult situation.
Rumble, Wukong, Game,
have to make a choice.
Nautilus.
Getting towards those 4th items.
All of those champions are good on terrain.
On its way for Kana. Looks like it's going to be a Rabadon's as his 4th.
And sure, G2 also have that with Red and Orn, but it's not
look for a pick onto Caps or look for a start on towards and get some TP out of Broken Blade
good
here.
enough.
Yike a level ahead of Caps.
Maybe if Caps still Rumble.
Skewmond's going to jump onto Yike, who uses the decoy. Caps looking for the chase. Spirit Rush exchanged. With the TP coming in from BB, Lebrov is caught up with the Dredgeline. Shield Vault in from Skewmond. Lebrov could look for the Magnet Storm. Yehu's still holding on to one part of that Spirit Rush. Decoy out from Yike as Caps doesn't land the chains, but still continues for the chase. Yike forced down to half HP. Caps able to dodge away in time to not get caught up with the deadly flourish. Lebrov at half himself.
Bonk.
He's forced away. Call to the Forge God. Lands on Caltys, but with an equalizer.
Silas flank.
A flash cyclone onto Skewmond. The Guardian Angel will bring him back
far
to the
away.
charm, locks him up. Magnet Storm in. Caps trying to get in
there
as
you
well.
go.
Kana kills Broken Blade. KC have 5.
Oh, someone is in
G2 only
damage.
have 3.
Oh, it's
And not for much longer. Skewmond will find 1. But there's a Quadra for the Jin. SKC are not done with this series yet.
Yeah.
KC are not going to waste any time off the back of that fight. They have set their
There you
sights
see
on
the
Nexus.
perfect
They've set their
example of
sights on another game, and they want to show that they are not
G2 actually get baited into that choke, and Caps is not able to reach on time.
At least a 4th game in Barcelona.
KC trying to build that blue wall brick by brick. The first in place, the foundation set. Will we see them get the reverse sweep? They still have one more game to go before we get to Silver Scrapes.
KC fought back valiantly. I love the plays that they made
nice
around mid.
If you
Busio
looked at the
and Yike
map,
were instrumental in helping this team come
Caps
back,
was not in
and
that
they
fight.
trusted Yehu with the resources,
He was
and
not
it was him
close
that
enough.
delivered when it mattered most.
Really was. Great performance all round by KC for G2. Something you got to wipe off. But also the mental toll of having a jungler 5-1-1 and not being able to close out the game. That's got to play into game 4.
I wonder, but also, this is the first game that they've lost in this playoff so far. But you've heard enough from us. Let's toss it down to Sharks.
They already started the interview.
He hear them booing, I'm sure, but there's also a really loud corner of KC fans that is cheering for you. So can you give them some good news? Is there a reverse sweep on their way?
The reverse sweep is on the way, yes.
Yes, let's go. I'll let you go back to your team. The reverse sweep is on the way.
Very insightful.
Reverse sweep down the way. Le mur bleu est de retour. They finally entered the arena here and scored their first game, and it came down to resilience. They didn't make it right off the bat. They had to fight for it. And
I
guys,
get why they
want to
do
follow up on
them,
what we were saying
but they bring
before this
nothing
game.
to
What
the.
KC needs to actually
They
come
bring
back.
no
We've talked about
information.
the draft. We've talked about
Not
France,
like they can bring
apparently.
information. Like what are they supposed to say?
Friends, and we saw a lot of mental resilience because, man, oh man, that Pantheon was 5-1 at some point, and somehow Yike, through
Even if,
all of
let's
that,
say you
still
talk shit,
puts on
let's say you
a
BM.
masterclass of a performance in tracking
You're
him down and
BMing
also getting
for the
KC back
audience.
in the game.
I mean, the fact that
The
we
player's
have
not even gonna hear
KC's
that,
mid-game
so.
when they are not ahead, back to back, and now they actually enter the mid-game while behind, and they are the ones finding the comeback. It is the crucial picks made by
Yeah,
Yike,
Casey did a
Yehu, and
really good
Busio
comeback
that
on this
catches
game.
Caps back to back.
They
and
had
brings them back in
very.
this game.
Yeah, and you were talking about this.
I was talking
Their
about
mid
it. I
range
think
was
it's really
played
about
better,
Caps and Skewmon,
honestly.
right? And this game, I thought it was a wrap, right? As Odo said, it started off so well for G2, but you see how it's KC that are shutting down Caps in this game. We start off with the draft. It's Silas versus Ari. We know it's a matchup that can go both ways, but it's really Ari pushing in the Silas
And
at
forcing
all times,
fights
which
without your
allows
Fed
then
Younger is a
KC to
little
constantly be
bit
the one that's actually
greedy.
proactive in the plays, because it's much
want
easier
to
to play around
say.
this pushing lane, where KC then out-skirmishes them, and they're actually able to leverage a lead from that.
Man, when I rewatch these fights,
Yeah, you should
all
just
I
say
can
Casey
imagine
just
Yike's
plays
head
off
is that
mistakes,
personal vendetta for
which is
benching him.
true.
And I see the plays so different. The him
But
flashing
that's
on
not
Caps
why
under
they
his
won
own
this
tower,
game.
him picking up Broken Blade on side later, him being the one to lead
They
the
did
charge in
good
every team
plays,
fight. It's
too.
incredible. But we also need to talk about this man in the mid lane.
Yeah, he put on a masterclass of a performance, and I also feel like all of it just finally came to fruition when everything is just so obvious on who the big target is in the
Yeah,
game.
they
You
only
have
lost
Silas
one
versus
game,
Ari.
so
You
our
know that
prediction would be
everything's gonna happen
correct, I
around that mid lane,
think.
regardless of how the other lanes go, regardless of if your ball needs 0
Yeah,
or 4-0,
Canada
the
is
action is down on mid lane. And I
pretty
feel like
goated, I
KC
think.
finally, they managed to
Pretty
find a draft
goated.
where it's clear and cut.
I'm
You
gonna
have
look at my
a
phone.
win condition. You play to one man, no matter what happens on the other side of the lane, and it happened.
They had the tools to do it. They had the tools to do it. They had the execution to go there as well. So back to the initial point what we were focusing on at the beginning of the day. Skewmon versus Yike. Skewmon had a fantastic first 2 games. It came down to Yike's resilience here. And if I scroll back to Yike last year, even when he was at G2, in moments like this is when he would crumble. Now Yike in 2026,
CS topped it off nerfs. Didn't they nerf him in Jungle?
He thrives, and he's the one bringing
Wasn't
the
it
victory
a
to his team
Jungle
and
clear nerf?
participating in it.
I mean, he said it in the pre-game interview as well, that last year he
People
felt
were only
like
playing him
stepping
Jungle too.
into the leader position of
Except
that
some
team did
few.
not fit him that
Nako
year.
Nako was
But he
playing
said
his
as well
top
in the interview
and
that this year
I think
he
Hanna
was more
played
confident
Tipong
in leading
maybe?
the charge, pushing his view of the game. And I think you can see it in his gameplay as well. He looks so confident. It's not that docile Yike we get when they fall behind. He is proactive and vicious.
I also think, like, when you look
I
at
don't
this
think
roster,
it's that good on.
he's the one that needs
It
to
hasn't
step
been
up,
that
who needs to be clutch,
strong
'cause
in
you have
top
Yahoo
this
and Busio, who
season.
coming in, new players.
The quest
You're not
might
gonna expect
not
them
be
to,
great
like,
for him.
clutch it up in the most
Like
important
Giz
moments for the
has
team.
really
And
strong
we've seen
base
Caltys and
stats
Kana, that they
and
faltered when it's the most
like raw
important moments. You talked
damage,
about Odo, like, Caltys
which
not the
is
player that we
not
think of, like,
super.
clutch. He's kind of more usually
I'm just
disappointing
gonna
in
make the
clutch moments.
assumption that
So it's Yike that needs to
him
be
with
that driving
levels
force for this team when they're back
doesn't
up
matter
against
that
the wall
much
against
compared
G2.
to him with
Exactly,
items.
we saw it even there. He said it himself. He
It
said
was
many,
already
many
hard
times.
to play
His
top lane,
sole
and
mission is to end the G2 era. And now we're at the point in the
now
season
if you
where I
pick
feel
him
like
top, you're missing out
it's
on
a
having a
pivotal moment.
bruiser or a super tanky tank,
it will
right?
not turn
Like, what
around
would you
because
rather have?
when you're
A
down
Jace
0-2 and you find
that's
finally
level
one
17
formula that gives you a
or
win,
a Mal fight that's level 17 against your level 13 AD carry or something.
It all went bad in the bot lane,
for example.
where they just overcommit and die because of that pressure that was coming from the series. It is the first time
just to make it very simple. I feel like bruisers are just too strong. Bruisers and tanks are too strong to not play with Rumble. Rumble is an exception. Kennen is also an exception.
Yeah, I mean, G2, they tried to go for a lot of plays, and some of them were a little bit over-forced, I'd say, a little bit over-eager. They had the early game lead, and then they ended up throwing it. But for me, there's just not much that changes. I predicted
depends
G2
if the players Korean,
3-1.
that as well.
And I think we're on, you know, scheduled programming here. Casey, they got one.
Bruisers are just OP.
Bruisers
are OP.
I mean, this was a fantastic win by KC, but it was not in the same convincing manner we saw yesterday. If you're a KC fan, you're still shuddering a little bit. There was a lot of mishaps by G to this game, and it was not clean. If you're a KC fan, you want to see them come in, channel this energy into the next game, and build on what has worked. I said it before, I'm saying it again. I like Busio on Engage. It gives confidence to Yike, it gives confidence to Yeho, because he knows he can actually have an actual
so look this fight with Caltys. He can't do anything.
Volatile. If that's a Karma ganking your lane and not a Nautilus, I think it's a different game we're watching.
I mean, I don't know. Looking at KC, for me, one of the big questions coming into today was, are they able to turn games around if they don't have an agency in the early game, and if things don't go well for them in the early game? They proved that they could. Do they have enough tools? Do they have enough resources in draft, especially to make magic happen and take
one
us
more
to game 5?
game.
We see that
G2
G2
first pick
here, so I'm asking you guys, what are the OPs left here that for G2?
That's hard without seeing
it. Like, sorry, I'm putting you on the spot, guys, here. I'm putting you on the spot.
Look, I mean, there's still a lot of champions up and available.
Yeah.
I think especially Varus still available. I do think we'll keep
Sahin
seeing
is
Varus
also up.
banned. Usually when you commit to these bans in game 1, you'll probably see them sticking in game 2 and 3. My eyes are right now on the Zahen. I think both these players have had a lot of success with it. I think BB also likes to play it, if I remember correctly. And I think that champion is something that I want to see in game 4 at
So we
least.
want to see flexes here, maybe in game 4. You think G2 is going to wrap it? You think G2 is going to wrap it? Where's Busio boss in here?
Hey, we can still find out the mystery right
Forget
after
about
next
the cup.
game.
Why is KC winning this one?
Why is KC winning next time?
Yeah.
Oh, we saw it yesterday, game 5. Now it's in game 4. It's not even the maximum limits.
Thank you, Laura.
Of the
Get rid of that.
pool. We still
That's
have
fine.
one game. They found the formula. Busio is unleashed. Even with the Nami, he played it earlier. Wasn't his fault. It was just there was a illusion on his team, and you know you just lose all the time. But still, this game, mark my words, is a turning point.
What's the turning point in this game? We'll see if they can keep on making it happen here. We have a series finally, 2-1 on the side of G2 so far. Let's see if the blue wall can strike once again and take us to game 5.
Kiss cam. It's pretty funny that they've started doing that. Show me gaming time, please.
Brother.
Gaming time.
Wait. Brother. Let us break this instead.
I'm getting tired.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Yeah, start the game, please. We're fixing your sleep schedule today. Yeah, I will do it slowly. So tomorrow I'll try to wake up a little bit earlier and then on Tuesday I would wake up
Red Bull gives you wings.
normal time again. Yeah, this Korean time zone discrimination. Really. They should just play at like 1 p.m.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Let's see, first stand is starting in 2 weeks. Are you streaming first stand? I don't know. I hope so. If G2 qualify, I assume so. Four hours behind you. What does that mean for me though? Maybe I just wake up really early instead. I think G2 beats NA. They stole all the good NA players anyway. Which is 2. It's 1 p.m. for you. 10 p.m. for me. Amen. Amen.
He just hit 6. Skumon with those 2 early kills and the assist has his ultimate quicker than usual. And with Hans waiting in the alcove, Casey are pounced on. G2 find their prey, and Busia will not live.
Rel no flash. No flash. Rel no flash. Kill Rel.
Nice, exact. Yeah. Go Nash after, no?
Yeah, we can. Look Silas.
It's the best of 5s. Can hope G2 play first.
Oh, Quadra.
Welcome back to Barcelona, where we are getting ready for Game 4. Something I think a lot of people after 10 minutes in Game 3 did not expect to happen. Casey with a massive mental gap, in terms of how well they were able to play after being that far behind in Game 3 of a series. I was incredibly impressed by them in Game 3.
And it's something that we were talking about. It's like on both sides, the ability for anyone to step up and be that carry. It was Yahoo who did incredible stuff on the Ari. Busio again on these roams in the early stages to really solidify those leads for Casey.
Wow, that's very smart.
Taking some of the most In my eyes, risky plays that really came up clutch for KC as well. It was a stellar performance from the trio on KC.
It really was. Really impressed by them overall. We'll see what they can do as we get into Game 4 draft. G2 picked first pick, KC picked red side, so for the first time today, we will see a normal solo queue draft. Like, blue side will have first pick.
This was game 1, Medic.
We will see for the second time today a normal solo queue draft. Aurora and Aphelios banned away by G2. KC going to get rid of the Azir. With the trend that is happening in this pick ban,
there's out. There's still Vi in this game. There's still Sahin. There's still Sensao.
So that means that the entire mid lane pool is picking it up right now.
That's true. That's true. Varus instead, where we are going to go with that ban. And
I think I should start
G2
playing
decide
mouse
to go with their third. First time they've had first pick through this whole series. A reminder, we are in Fearless. That means all of those champions above the draft on your screen cannot be played again. They've already been played once. Lulu, the ban by G2.
So, 80 carries.
Yunara.
That's good against Mamsar.
Indeed.
Oh, good job. Yeah, nice.
This Mamsar good against mid champions.
That is a scary champ. Are they gonna ban that, KC? You gonna ban that?
I feel like you have to. I feel like you have to. Is that where KC are gonna say, we'll give it to you. Nico the ban. G2, you gotta feel, it's just the preemptive first pick here.
Is it the devil's fruit? Is the question.
Is it a Sahin first pick?
Does it look too supple? Perhaps it is a trap that has been laid. No, they're just...
Oh, Yunara is off. Oh my god, I broke off the champ.
There we are. That little bite of the fruit.
Kaisa and...
KC will look to play, dive into it.
Yeah, Zyra Khan is available. It looks like that is the direction that KC's considering with Yike's Vine. Now, Yike does have a bit of stigma
I'm gonna
around
say
his Vine,
Saint
but his
Sao.
Vine was awesome yesterday. And so far in playoffs, it's been a pretty strong pick for him. So he's definitely getting away from that stigma. The response now, though, it was G2 that banned the Lulu away themselves, which means that what else can they pair alongside? Bard is gone, Nami's gone.
Someone is strong youngers right now.
There's no Lulu. Is it like, do you forego enchanters and then
surely
instead
they
just pick something
go
melee?
at
No,
this.
there we go. You go for a different enchanter.
Oh, I like that.
Is good into the Rakan,
actually.
but like, traditionally, I feel like you want something for Yunara that's like more of enabling her attack speed. So at least you do get some sort of enchanter with her. But I think it is just more a case of rather than the
They have
actual
to pick
pairing,
it. They are already full
for
of
the dive
vandals.
that is coming through on KC.
That's the thing. I think Renata just
play.
works so well into dive.
Oh,
and you've already got
obviously.
Chintao, who also works well into dive because he can use that crescent guard to reset the fight. Keeping the Yunara safe and then having that disengage the Xayah.
No, Oreo Charlotte was it Vi.
Decided to lock that in for their third pick. But I really like the
Ska
Renata.
who play
I think, as you say,
Carly.
it does kind of work okay into the Rakan. It's not the best.
They just want a mid
Find
laner
good
that
flanks
wants to
and
go in.
assuming he doesn't
That's the
come
only
from straight on
condition.
and the Vi is coming from a different sort of pincer movement. It's hard for the Renata to immediately just lock someone out of the fight.
Yeah, I
think this is the Lux game.
Goes for the grand entrance. I've seen the handshake.
Yeah, you can handshake it out, 100%.
Look, they're banning tank top laners so
But I
they
am
can
now
pick
curious as
Lux.
to what do you pair with the Vi in the mid lane? Because like there's so many of
Okay,
those
no
picks that I
cap.
kinda traditionally see with the Vi
Picking a
that are already
very
taken away. Like
long
Azir
range
banned, Talia gone,
poke mid laner like
a lot of
Lux,
those
Seraph,
champions
Ziggs
that can follow up effectively with her engage are already
is actually good here because you already have short range engage, disengage. If you can get some long range damage into your comp,
KC feels about flexing it to top lane.
since G2 comp is
but there's no real
already
needs.
committed to
With
disengage.
Sion and Cassante gone.
Sion isn't gone yet.
Renekton?
Now it's gone, okay. Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the different screen, the one that...
If this was Irel, they would for sure just lock something like that.
Cannon banned away.
The cannon ban is
But then I just said they don't like those mid laners, so I don't know.
Like I've already got a lot of things I want to dive in on top of me, and cannon kind of works well in that scenario. But maybe they're trying to open up for like a Gnar for Broken Blade. Maybe they're an Nexon.
LeBlanc, someone that can match the damage.
Yeah.
They banned LeBlanc,
during the regular season.
He played really well on it, but he did end up losing.
Yeah, he built like a 50 CS lead. Okay, they're just gonna go mega safe. All right, Victor. I mean, it's
Victor.
fine. Right now, the Rakan is the
He
main
does
follow-up on
he does the
Vi.
job,
With
I
that message
guess.
gone, that's kind of one of the key combos I consider.
Also
when playing
front to
alongside
back.
the Vi.
Long
So,
range mage.
Yeah, right now they don't really have a huge amount of dive. They're playing very kind
Disengage.
of front to
Long
back.
range
They've gotten
mage.
rid of two of the biggest tanks. So I'm curious as to how Casey's going to round this one out.
Also curious where Broken Blade's going to go.
For Cheetah though, typical long range mage, they are giving by as target.
Renekton is the lock here for BB.
What will they
So now
go?
it's like a Gnar, right?
Yeah, probably a Gnar from Kana.
And then Caps.
See, he's also
Victor.
drinking from the
I
sides.
mean, you probably just pick something. Well, I was thinking Syndra, but Syndra into Rakan Vi is really not fun.
Very low mobility on that mid laner.
There is a chance that Cap's gonna be like half HP at wave 2.
On paper, at least initial impressions, I do prefer what KC brought to the table.
Long range into Saya.
They would have a winning top side.
Yeah, but they saw Rakan Vi, and Rakan Vi wants to go in.
Impressive into a Victor if you're given that proper jungle support. Yeah. But I think that it's going to be Busio
And long range is countered by engage.
Rakan, which we've seen. It's just like the winning formula for KC. Get Busio out on the map. Get him.
Like you need a
helping
good
Yike
mix of
set up
everything.
plays. That is the formula for success when it comes to KC.
The thing with tier 1 comps is that you need to be able to play two styles with every comp, or it's a bad comp. So both of these teams can play engage and front to back right now.
Tries to follow up on something like Yike. Same with Renekton being enabled as team to jump into them. But it does mean that they're heavily reliant on trying to catch people with that Syndra.
See, when you look at Gaze comp, sure, Vi wants like an Ari, but if you have
when you've already got a good amount of range with things
an engage mates here, now we have 0 range.
Now that I've had a little bit more time to think about
So
it,
now you only have
I think
one
GT
way to
should
play.
consider something like Ivan. Like Ivan plus the Yunara, make her the hyper carry when you've got Ivan plus
Which can work
Renata.
against some type of
At the end the day,
teams,
we're in this
but
draft
if you
now.
lock it too
We'll
early,
see
you can
if we
get
go to a
punished.
game 5, what direction we'll get. But right now, I do quite like the tools that Casey have, and I just want to echo that
If
sentiment
anyone
that
watches
Des shared
serial
earlier
drafts,
today, which is that Casey look the best when they have the tools to
they
make
can
plays.
probably
And
see
their
that
argument on
some
the desk
drafts
was that
just
in
get
game 1 and
countered
game 2,
really
they don't
early,
have
and then the
any
enemy
tools.
team
A lot
will
of
not
that was 'cause
adapt
G2
in
shut
time.
them
It's
down
not
in their response to the draft.
good enough at
But in game
drafting.
3, we saw Casey have the ability to make things happen on the map. And in game
And you're
4, I
always
think
on a
they drafted
timer.
in a way that can do the
That's
same.
the hard thing.
Can they find those same opportunities against G2 again, though? Because
Don't
G2,
watch Arizona as
I
you're
mean,
playing.
they've never been reverse
Yeah, me
swept in the
neither. I'm
finals,
just speaking
and
from
they're not looking to
experience.
start today.
Once more into the breach for G2 and KC. For KC, the end of a long weekend. 8 games before today, now cresting over
Mid
11
matchup
into their
is
12th
Victor
in 3
winning
days. For G2, they played 3. Gotta say something for being a little bit more rested. Came into the series very hot. Able to get those early kills. Skewmon his
I wanna say like one item or half an item.
Might just look for the steal.
When Syndra trades
Could
are
go for a
stronger.
split map, trying to isolate this Xayah and Rakan.
Vi wants to
away
farm
from
to
the
level
rest of their team.
6.
It's Spellbook Rakan with the exhaust to start.
Top,
I'm wondering
I
if
don't
it does get
know.
sniffed out though by KC, because they do have a
No
ward
range
by the
top
Raptors,
laner. Something.
and maybe able to kind of sniff out that, oh, we haven't actually
Both
seen
is
this, maybe
volatile.
he's trying to go for some sort of
I'll
split
say
map.
both is
I
Cheetah
think the
favored.
risk is 2-camp gank, 3-camp gank. Like, Skewmon just
Yeah.
immediately runs towards bot after
I'll
getting
say I
these 3
prefer
camps.
Cheetah comp.
Here's the other thing. Right now, Yike is thinking to himself, oh, well, he's doing a full topside play.
Cannon needs
So
to
the
have
likelihood of him even
very good
threatening an invade is
flanks
very low.
with Mega Nard this
Meanwhile,
game.
Skewmon is clearing out these bot side camps. And as you said, that bot side gang, I mean,
Renata
even the
counter
wave
is
state,
countered
I think it's gonna
by
be a very
flanks.
difficult gang to pull off.
Also, it's the exhaust and Rakan as well, which makes it even more difficult to try and
that's a
manage
good
that.
point, yeah.
Caltys and Busio stepping back. Rakan level 1, not the most powerful, especially into a range support like the Renata.
The Brav faked going across the place. Actually, as the sweeper, I was going to say, it looked like he faked going across the place of ward, just to maybe give it a little bit more of the ruse here. But Yike now going to spot out that his bot side is gone.
Yeah, so Skewmon will path towards. You can see actually the ping now.
Now what are you gonna do?
From KC being like, oh, he should be here by now. Now the question marks coming out from KC. Will Yike look for an invade? Skewmon's going to start up his Razorbeaks, has the smite. Yike could try and cross. Would be difficult
Yes,
for
no
him.
bot
Skewmon
trio,
holding
but
the
there's
smite
nothing
here.
trio.
Look at BB though, he's roaming down towards mid lane. They want to try and fight this as a group.
Skewmon able to get a few of the Razorbeaks there. 6 to 15.
Oh.
Yehu's stepping forward. Caps looking for the scatter. We can't land it. Yehu's now burned his flash. And BB's on the way across. The victor has
Okay.
G2 strike
A
first.
wild
Flames
crocodile
coming out for
appears.
exhausted. 2 summoners burned for none on the side of G2.
G2 with some really creative plays in the early stages. The invade working out, but that roam, using that timer by Broken Blade to get the play on mid and set this up.
Oh.
Yehu, hang on.
No, Caps.
Caps might have to flash the wall here. Yehu on the chase and Caps.
Oh my god.
A little greedy.
You greedy boy.
Yeah, I mean, an absolute misplay from Caps. He doesn't actually connect the stun onto Yehu, which allows Yehu to chase him down. He's forced to flash away. Now, Yike getting to soak up some of the XP in mid lane helps him a little bit, but not to the point at which he can really come back. The TP will come through from Caps.
Ryan 1v1 is actually
but he
pretty strong.
realizes he cannot stick around.
But yeah, I'd like to think
he's going to
so.
be extremely far behind his jungle counterpart.
If he tabbed and looked at the CS though, he should be able to tell, hang on, that bottom scuttle wasn't taken. So maybe looking to, oh, actually I was going to say go for it, but just going to reset, spend his money, and then go back towards his,
well said, Wiseman.
May want to just cover the bot side in case of a repeat.
Busio and Caltys using the combined recall there to get out that a little bit quicker. Busio making sure the wave does crash in. It'll be a Sheen first here for Caltys. Essence Reaver, his most likely build path on this Xayah. You are pretty mana hungry on the Xayah.
So insult to injury would have been for Skumon to be ready on the Wolves respawn.
Yeah.
But by clearing his top side out, he's decided that it's not worth it. Both supports are hovering around in the river. Busio was a player we wanted to keep our eyes on, but it looks like he's going to contest these Raptors instead. Smite's available for both junglers.
Both the supports are across here. Caps looking for the knockback.
He does need to reset.
Goes in, steals away one of the Razor Beaks. Busio here can battle dance around, knock up with a Q3. Labrov with a good handshake for the stun. Yehu still no flash, remember, but no CC for G2 to lock him up. As he is chunked out once again.
Credit to Yehu, the way he spaces his way through the fights is...
Caltys is moving as well.
They don't know he's there.
Caps puts a ward in, Caltys flashes looking for the root, can't land it, great! Scatter the weak!
That was very ambitious.
Thank you very much, we'll take your flash.
Caltys thought
very
he had the
ambitious.
play, but couldn't get the feathers into the position that he
I
wanted
respect
to.
the attempt,
And now it's just
but let's
so
say
much burned by
Caps
KC,
gets
trying
snared.
to help out Yike. Almost been a
He
disaster
can still
during
cancel
the
their
game.
account, engage.
Wallop out for the stun, Kana has to back away, already hit 6, used the
You
knock.
can follow up.
Was fearful of the Dominus. Broken Blade has already had a recall where Kana hasn't
With his
actually gone back
E,
to base
so
at all
I'm not
yet.
sure.
So,
Could have been good
level
anyway.
5 secured for Skumon. He knows that the Dragon is going to be uncontested. Yehu not strong enough. They don't have the push in bot. There's no way for Casey to really challenge this. And Yike desperately needs camps. He's behind in XP. He's behind in gold. He's just behind in general. And he's got to get what he can get while his camps are available.
It's also Caltys who has... hang on a sec.
Great handshake stun there again. Hansama putting the damage in.
But yeah, it's also Hans Sama who was able to pick up a nice little lead for himself when it comes to the CS department because Caltys tried to roam up, and now they're just being able to zone away. Caltys and Busio will be able to get another turret plate off this wave crash too, so starting to open up a nice little bit of a gold lead here.
Gold leads across the board for G2. And Kana immediately proves me wrong by getting a couple of CS up towards the top side. Only minimal in support in top, but mid and jungle for G2 once again ahead. That's something we saw in the first 2 games of the day.
Well, it's very even, but I'm gonna favor
wave, so it pushes towards him, and AC really can't do too much about it.
Caltys is going to be forced to go back to base. The wave is in an unfortunate spot. Top laners just continue to trade. But overall, G2 looking solid in this early game. Grubs will be something that neither team has really put a huge amount of priority on. I think Grubs are just a mega weak objective right now, and teams are quite happy to just trade 1 for 2 and just let it be what it be. But all these Raptors contested once again by Skumon. I love that this weekend, junglers in Europe, I feel like have gotten so good at just focusing on stealing camps away from their opponents. And I mean, earlier in the day, game 2, I think it was, like so much of the game was determined based on just fights over these camps of the enemy jungler. And I love seeing that because it kind of changed the dynamic of the game, and it doesn't just make it about grouping up at Dragon, forcing a fight. It becomes a lot more about navigating away through skirmishes, being in the right place at the right time. And I think both these teams have shown strengths and weaknesses in this department.
Dominus out from Broken Blade here, just trying to chip away at Kana. Caps with the scat of the week.
And the Drake fight and the drops fight.
Caps going for the lucidity boots here.
Caps
on
has
the Syndra,
TP.
just for those
He
extra
can
spell
TP for
casts.
drops.
Extra ability.
Careful has the base now.
The fact that Yahoo's getting this much control though is actually a bit of a benefit for Yike. His ping's going down onto that top crab. And I'm curious if Yike wants to try and make something happen up there. Will be a little while though.
As out. Exhaust as well on Hansama. He's got a bailout on him in case he was chunked out, but Skumon's on his way across. Caltys has the Featherstorm. Busio has the flash and immediate back away from G2. Didn't want to go any further for that fight.
You'll notice as well that while Yike has been able to secure a couple more of his camps, the experience gap hasn't really shifted. The gold's still very much in Skumon's favor, but for now, nothing too insurmountable. It's caps where a lot of the lead is sitting for the time being, thanks to that first blood that he was able to get off the back of a nice play from G2 in their entirety.
But I
G2
want
holding
to
on
go
to
home.
about 1.2k gold lead, but again, based on what we've seen from KC just in the last game, we know that this doesn't mean a huge amount to them. They're very creative at finding ways back into the game, and I'm excited to see what Busio can do on the Rift. Level 6 is coming through for him very soon. He can just move over towards mid, soak up a bit of extra XP, start grouping up with Yike, and
I would do a rhyme, but
let's see if they can pull any of those off.
I don't have enough time. No, it's ordered in English. I like doing rhymes in Swedish.
In the gravity field, but not really much doing. Lebrov still needs another minion for 6. Busio clips over to it now, has that quickness. Lebrov with a good handshake, scat of the week, Forcer will. Caps building up that passive. Needs to get to 120 of those Splinters of Wrath. You can see 48 on the bottom corner for all of your spells upgraded and the extra AP.
Busio roamed down to this bottom side though, which allowed Caltys to pull the wave. So they're setting up kind of a nice freeze for KC in this bottom side. Now Lebrov has to roam back down to cover.
It smells like food in this entire room right now.
Pressure on mid here with Yike.
There's only a single grub for G2. Caltys, loyalty
the hormone guy.
Gets the pull back. The cleanse used, and Caltys still has
are you asking?
Looks closer than it was. His
what are you even asking?
Came back off cooldown after the fight had concluded. Now he's forced away. Hansama will be looking for this plate. Caltys was able to pick one up earlier. Kana about to go mega. Broken Blade goes in. Gnar back. Wallop for the CC chain. Chuck a house at him. Dominus out from Broken Blade, but really just to dissuade Kana more than anything else. Yike is looking for
you don't go asking people if they're feeling fertile. That's a bit inappropriate.
Just wanted to get a ward down, it looks like, for the Krug camp. So Yike can spot out exactly where Skumon was going to be. Caps taking a decent amount of damage. But a huge amount
if I'm not pregnant within
battling back and forth for small advantages. Do we have vision to try and play aggressive? Busio trying to interrupt now, but might get himself caught as
7 years. I'm freezing my eggs.
It's the long-range battle dance. As Caltys does step in, looks
yeah, asking if someone's submissive and breathable is respectful.
Because Hansama's low, so even though KC don't really get much, they get any damage really done.
And low key, you know. By the time you're 30.
Nice
yeah.
Overall from the KC bottom lane. Busio.
It's a long way away from friends. Quickness has to be used.
That's right.
Often you think on the Khan you can do these sorts of plays. You have so much mobility. But when you jump in, immediately are met by 2 members of the enemy team. Yeah, sometimes you just need to use the quickness to get the hell out of dodge.
But hey, Dragon secured. KC aren't going to be too upset about that. Skumon though wants to go back to his lovely holiday home, which is Yike's jungle. Will secure the Grom, steal away another camp. And you can see that camp advantage continues to get bigger. G2 holding on to their very solid lead as we find ourselves in a very timid early game. I wonder what's going to be that turning point. Role quests now will begin to be completed. Another nice handshake. Lebrov landing a bunch of good ones so far in this game.
No quickness on Busio, but Skumon just here to cover to make sure that Yike hadn't somehow snuck his way into that tri-bush. Caps looking for the top side. Kana about 2/3 HP. Broken Blade low as well. Dominus up in 6. Kana only half on his Mega Knight. Yike coming across. Caps will be met by Yike, who holds the Vault Breaker, but Forcer will flash, cease and desist. Broken Blade's gonna look to see if he can just Yike thought he had it. Yahoo's on
look,
his way
I saw the vision. I would have done the same.
The wall, the wind becomes lightning, and Kana has
But that was not it.
Chases him for days. A flash away from Yahoo. Wimberco Lightning hits again. Featherstorm out. Blade Caller not used yet by Caltys. In the end, able to dodge away from that hostile takeover.
Do you
Such a heavy commitment from
less
Yike to that skirmish. There was no Mega Gnar for Kana. It was very
in
difficult
early
for him to
30s, female fertility begins to gradually decline.
He's able to ghost away thanks to the spell book. But Casey, they
Men
hand
ofta
another
more
2
rapid
kills over to G2.
decrease after 35.
Witness immediately engage here with the barrier, though Hansama still very safe.
According to Google
Caltys has
AI.
flash of his own and has to use it to get away from Lavrov. The TP coming in from Caps. As G2 might just look to force the KC bot lane away from their tower. They're going to do exactly that. Caps doesn't have the unleashed power, so no real threat of a kill here.
The early laning phase looked a little tough for Caps, but once he picked up that kill, has really opened up these leads. The kill now shifting towards top of Skumond.
Caught out by Yike and by Kana. Didn't expect him to be here. Crescent Guard down. Yike holding on to the Vault Breaker's going to look for it, but the Scatter the Weak stops the channel. Kana chunks a house at Skumond, but can't connect with it. In the end, G2 will be able to walk away.
The timing on the Crescent Guard was perfect from Skumond. Denies the grand entrance from Busio. And as you call it, the Scatter the Week after. Just picture perfect G2 step away and what could have been a dicey play.
I mean, this sequence was really bad for KC. Not only does their bot lane get forced back and they lose a ton of farm, Hansama gets another play, gets his recall off before Caltys does. So he's back out onto the map before the enemy AD carry who just got zoned away from bot lane. Because of the heavy investment into the bot side, Broken Blade is then left isolated top, who then grows his lead to about 800 on the top side. And what was a 2.2k gold lead expands to a 3k, G2 leading kills. Grubs, I mean, Grubs are honestly whatever. Dragon spawning in about a minute and a half.
Google
G2
says
slowly
that you
but
get
surely
less
building up a
eggs.
lead. The KC are struggling to stop.
So it will be harder.
Out here though by Yike. With the gravity field down, LeBron just doesn't get a chance to move.
So I think 30 is the
say,
perfect
it's
age.
this
Freeze your
jungle
eggs.
combo again for KC, but Broken Blade looking for an all-in. I don't think it's
There's no
really
reason
going to
to
amount
not
to
do
anything.
that.
Just some trading the spells.
As soon as the wallop hits and then you have the boulder toss to follow it up, I'm pretty sure Broken Blade knew he wasn't going to be able to close that gap. Trying to use the fact he's finished his stride breaker first.
I have no idea what it costs. I've not looked into it.
Again, though, we're seeing this kind of fallback plan from KC, though. When things get dire,
I'm
just try
23.
and play around Yahoo. I mean, in the Victor, he can definitely be a carry. But now, can they cover top?
BB with the
Oh god, I'm
clearing out the
23.
Krugs. BB dodging away with the slice and dice, but Yike's still on the chase. No
There's
plan
only
for him.
7
BB
years
trying to get
left.
onto Kana. Can't really get close enough. Hit by the wallet, followed by the Vault Breaker.
Oh.
The dice. BB escapes.
Wow, wow, wow.
They tried to gift the kill over to Kana. And just like that, BB gets out.
Kana had no
I'm
Mega
gonna have piano,
He
no.
went Mega Gnar, but he had no
Shut up.
Gnar
Men
to
will
actually
never
use in the
understand.
fight. So there was very little he could do to contribute. So there was this awkward standoff where it was basically just Yike versus Broken Blade because Kana was way too low. He's able to buy enough time to bring the E back up and get away to safety. Broken Blade gets to tower, gets away, and G2 get the first tower of the game. A scary position for KC to be in. Dragon in 8 seconds. The recalls, that's the word I was looking for. The recalls coming through mean they're not going to be in a good position. They've got some wards littered, but Skumond looks like he's making a beeline towards that objective.
BB going in once again, a 2-level lead over Kana at this very moment. Kana is about to take over to 12. A TP out of
Goodbye.
dodges as well, pings Yike on his way.
It looked like he patted him on the shoulder as he sent him out the door. I cannot believe that didn't hit, but it's perfect for G2. Herald mid will get the tower, will get the position on Dragon, and they just get to rinse and repeat.
I mean,
G2
G2
are
really
just
just running circles around KC.
toying with KC.
They're using the strength of their laners to punish their opponents. They're taking advantage of the early jungle lead that Skumond was able to build, and now they're just kind of dancing around and punishing every play that KC tried to make. KC, they need to slow the game down. They need to get a little bit more of a foothold, because if they let things continue the way they are, things are going to be very dangerous as Caps. He walks away to safety.
That was the quickness. Busio ulted there.
Yeah.
And Caps just like, cool. Like, I'll get knocked up and I'll walk away. Cool. That's not usually what you see from Busio. Perhaps he was the one being caught. We didn't quite see the start of the play. But that ultimate on cooldown for about 75% more of its time. Tower in the mid lane for G2. Scumon's going to take away the Scuttle Crab. Yike has snuck behind him. Kana's on the way across as well. Scumon, Smite comes out, he gets the Scuttle. Kana trying to get across here. Yike already knocked up and he doesn't win the trade. He's 2 levels down. Scumon's blocking the Vault Breaker and Yike has to burn the flash. Scumon follows with the flash of his own BB. Punching down onto Kana too. He's
Topside is lava for Casey.
Kana almost follows suit.
Jungle versus
I don't
jungle,
even understand how Broken Blade got this big lead. Was it just from that one 2v2 topside into Gnar over-rotating and not getting anything out of it?
And with that, Scumon will steal away more on this top side. Will make Yike even more uncomfortable.
Did that snowball this hard?
And now, you just put this pressure bot lane. Like, that's the last remaining outer turret. And with that, it feels like GT kind of secure themselves position for Dragon in 3 minutes. They'll finish off these second items. They are in such a strong spot with this 4.5k gold lead.
In game 2, the plays that Casey made were working.
That's
they
what
were
they
getting
said,
kills. They were slowing the game down. They were removing options away from G2. But this time around, they're not. They've gone top lane twice, and it's failed both times. They haven't been able to kill Caps. They can't really find any play on the map. And look at Scumon and BB. Oh, the Bash Bros are looking for a brawl.
Yike getting chased out. Yehu now stuck under his tower. Hansama walking away from Caltys. Dash as well with the Kame steps. He escapes.
I forgive you.
Caltys clutches.
I'm just mean.
I mean, this feels
Yes, I can.
It truly is desperation.
Flash from Caltys, ulti from Busio. Hans just has to ult in response and walk away. Now the threat of a dive in bot lane is very real.
Yehu uses the
I am a
person
that
do not need the minions to die.
It feels
watching
like G2 looked at 2025 and said, you know what, not winning everything just isn't good enough. Coming into LEC versus, this is a statement, and they want more.
KC are being corralled. G2 are hunting.
Oh, it's Caps TP. The Caps flank. They can't reach him. Oh my god, he doesn't care.
In the end, the TP just leads to Casey scattering.
It's Ender Misery already. Just explode the Nexus.
That absolutely would have been. But yeah, a bit of an ambitious play there from Caps. They really had no
Maybe
resources.
I'm an alien.
No ulti on Caps, no ulti on Broken
Did you
Blade.
watch the new movie
much of a
with
play
Emma
there.
Stone?
At the very least, they forced Casey back.
I
They
watched it
alleviated some pressure in mid,
because it's on.
but the goal just continues to grow.
It was on
Casey's
Korean
running out of
Netflix.
options, and every desperate play they tried to make falls apart.
I recommend watching it. It was pretty funny. And but no, she was not that one. Yeah, Begonia.
Perhaps they can find a way for Caltys to carry.
I think if Caltys still had his flash, maybe.
Not the one where she's Frankenstein.
Like the Singer Stone, they're acting like, yes,
sort
you got
of.
cleanse in your ult, but it still plunks you right back down in the middle of all that danger. But Busio still sitting top, looking to just make some sort of pick on towards side.
This is fucked up. Found that one funny. I saw that movie too, though. It was it wasn't fucked up. It was a bit strange and
they need to find a pick of some kind. But I look at the
too much nudity and
not looking good. Yike is 2 full levels behind.
it was just weird. It was freaking like a very not hot
it was
way.
a different portion of the game, but in game 3 we were like, it's done. This Pantheon is way too far ahead for KC to be able to find a way to fight back, but they found it and they fought. And here they must do the same. Not quite a miracle, but something.
I still watched it though.
Approximation to 1.
What movie?
5,000
What is it?
behind.
What was it named?
Looks like
One of
Casey
the
might be giving this one up. You can see Yike pathing to the Hex Gates towards
the second
top side.
recent Emma Stone movie. Poor Things. Yeah, that one.
Perhaps a sneak is an opportunity,
But
perhaps
I
just
didn't see.
vision.
I think I rented it.
I think it's just try and get as much gold into their hands as possible. I mean, Yehu, while he is still nearly 800 gold behind, is actually in an okay spot with 2 items completed. The upgraded Merc threads as well means that he'll be relatively good against Caps' all in.
Lucio, exhaust on Hansama. Okay, just forces the ultimate out of Hansama and then battle dances his way away. Wind becomes lightning, does not connect. The spear just missing Lucio's toes.
If you go to the cinema, like somewhat regularly, you're fed trailers.
Seems as though he's just looking to get ready to use that unsealed spell.
That kind of keeps me in the loop.
Yeah, and I think that's why having access to the unsealed spellbook, you can just rotate through these spells very quickly.
If it's a director or actor that I know,
it's just fish
I like,
in this sort of situations.
I usually want to see the other movies as well.
Caltys on his way across, Dominus pop, Broken Blade dashes out. And yep, you are correct, Reddy. They together do not kill Broken Blade.
I mean, 4 of them might
Can
have been enough.
anyone see the new Jim Carrey topic, I suppose? That he's had a facelift and like a bunch of filler.
Team's gonna get a tower or something, but there was nothing really to play for on the map. So instead, he
one
just
of the pictures on Twitter was apparently AI, so I don't know what's the real one. But from the video,
but I mean, what else is there to say is
that's real.
G2, the gold just
it was strange, like it definitely looked like he had a facelift.
Jungle gap especially, that is a 3-level difference now. Skumon is completely making fun of Yike here in this game.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense that this G2 is doing so well. Their core has been together for such a long period of time. When you look at Broken Blade, Caps,
or maybe an implant, I don't know.
Over 1,100 days together, that synergy means something for LeBron.
Flashes away, Busio looks to engage, Yike there for the follow-up, and that is Hansama down. Broken Blade joins the fight.
I wonder if you can feel if you have an implant, if you have a shake implant, you can feel it.
They're the ones flashing away. They're the ones retreating. Broken Blade
Isn't this like
and KCF sliced through the AD
it needs to do the piece in place. Maybe it's very small. Maybe you only need a small one. Wait, I'm distracted by talking about this. Why? What happened? Hello? Why are we losing Nash?
Is it snake eyes? Is it double sixes? Yike in there, goes Win with the vault breaker. Broken Blade trying to force him out. He's gone.
Okay, Skumon is here. Go smite it. Thank you. What? I don't think you get used to having a foreign object in your shake.
Will fall to Yahoo, who will be able to chase him out, but 2 Barons to G2 in a fight they just shouldn't have won.
They shouldn't have, but they all die. Apart from Hansama, the Baron doesn't exist. Sorry, LeBron, but like, okay, so in the fight,
but your tooth is different,
the man does not get a chance to react. And after Kana getting this double knock into the wall was huge, as Busio is just about able to escape.
You only have nerves in the
needed, and while the Baron did go down,
roots of your teeth.
Went to KC. The gold lead is dwindling.
So Yike has to make a difficult decision.
Or like in the center and
Skumon takes the Hex Gate and uses it to get into the pit. We're back to live already.
This will be the last Baron buff for G2 and he doesn't have flash. Burnt it before the previous play.
Oh my god, can we lock in?
KC continue to fight.
How the hell are KC finding
yes, the tank, so what? I understand there's a difference between touching an implant and literally having it under your skin constantly.
Was the start of this
in your face.
A single pick onto Hansama ballooned into a Baron play, which while they did not secure it, gave them
anyways, I don't have shaking implants, so
and look at that gold difference. 1.6k the lead for Caltys, Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, and the Navori all completed. The man is online.
Alright, so short,
reduced by 3,500 gold. KC are not done just yet.
30 seconds until Dragon. The interrupt onto Hansama.
I'm talking about filler. No, it's not the same. Okay, I've never had filler. But I know that filler is able to move. Like if you have lip filler, it's gonna move to like different parts of your face. It's gonna like swoosh out, you know, because it's still liquid. And an implant is solid, and somewhat solid.
At this point, TP to the mid lane by Yahoo. Yike in the pit, Kana looking for the flank. G2 haven't warded. But Broken Blade will act
I
as
was
a
talking
bodyguard.
about Fiddler.
Yahoo puts a laser through them. Kana building up that Mega Gnar. Almost has it. The charm, the quickness, the hostile takeover only landing onto Busio, disengaging the fight. And Casey could do that too.
Yeah, that's what I
Kana
mean.
could look for the flash Gnar here.
What I meant is
G2 are up against the wall.
he could
The
be
Drake
having
for Casey
an
secured.
implantation.
No soul yet for G2. They try and gain control of the mid lane wave. They're forced back by
If
Casey.
I look at that picture, but I don't know if it's a fake picture. Maybe it's a fake picture.
I need XP. I'm going to take anything that I can take. He's going to steal away the red buff. The fight doesn't explode, but I don't think that Casey's upset about that. He will at the very
It's when you
least get his
age, you
red buff,
lose,
but a
like,
dragon denied away. The soul
you
denied
lose,
from G2. And
you
Casey,
lose,
they bought themselves more time. This
you lose,
whole
what's it
game,
called?
They've been looking for a way
In this
to
area,
slow
your
G2
face,
down.
under your eyes.
Accelerator. Kana's trapped.
Jumps across. Skewmon
You
goes
lose
in.
fat
Kana
and
building up
muscle
towards that Mega Gnar. Nars gets the stun on
as you
Skewmon.
age.
Yike coming in for a follow-up play. Kana still pretty healthy. He's going to flash away from Hunsama to the Crescent Guard. Keeping
No,
Skewmon safe for now.
buccal fat is
Hunsama
in your
flashes forward.
cheeks.
Casey begins to
Buccal
disengage
fat
the scatter the weak from Caltys.
is
Does
lower.
not find its mark. The G2 still find the kill.
Kana stays too long on that bottom side, and that handshake from Lebrov took him away from
No,
the
I was
safety of that Hextech
looking
portal.
into
Callisto
buccal fat removal
is still got the
before it
big
got
wave.
trendy.
And at least
Because I have
some
pretty
rolled
sharpy
into
cheeks.
Casey.
And I came to the
Okay, what
conclusion
felt like a foregone conclusion has
that
now
it's not
turned
a
into
good thing
very
to do.
interesting situation.
And then
Casey's
it became
continuing
a
to
trend
scale
like
up,
1 year
scale up.
later.
3 items finished for Yahoo. Of course, Caps with the goal lead in that mid lane matchup. 5 kills on the Syndra, but their items, they're the same.
Yep.
So Casey have been able to close a really
Apparently there's a very
important
high risk
GA
that
now finished for
their
Kana.
results
Once
are
Yike gets that
uneven
item completed as
because
well, these fights will
they
become very
remove
close indeed.
your fat from
A
the
single
inside
pick
of
has
your
completely
mouth.
swung the game. G2 from such a dominant position.
So they don't
ultimately
actually know
throwing this lead.
how much
Baron, a minute 20. A
they need to
single fight
remove.
is all it takes.
Credit to KC for finding that pick at the start.
Yeah,
And then
so it's just high
taking
risk
the
that
fight
it's
afterwards,
not
and then
completely
taking
even.
the Baron fight afterwards, and then
Plus,
finding
when you
Lebrov to
age,
kill off all the Barons.
you lose fat
They've
in your
done
cheeks,
the
right?
steps they needed to do to get back into this game.
But it feels like Casey just managed to
So if
pull
you're
off
already
these
skinny in your
miracles. Like,
face
think
and you
back over
remove
playoffs
more
where John
fat
X
in your
had the lead,
cheeks,
and it's Yike pulling off
I can only imagine
steal
how
after
they're gonna,
steal after
how it's gonna
steal
look in
to
like
keep them in
20
the game,
years
to take
for
that
those
3-0.
girls that did it,
Now
even
against
though
G2 of all
they didn't,
organizations,
really didn't.
KC are finding
Maybe
whatever
it's-
thread they can pull and
I don't like
pull
this
and
conversation.
pull G2 into these
I
fights
just
that
read a
they
lot
can
about
win.
this subject.
Looking for the scatter of the week,
Sorry.
doesn't interrupt the recall. Busio was waiting in a position to
That
find
girl
that
from The
quickness,
Boys,
has cleansed
yeah,
himself.
that's one
Great
example.
on Rakan, not something you can too commonly get your hands
Like, she
on.
had a very youthful face,
Gone for the Mikhails too.
and
4 items now on Caltys.
they made her
Lord
look
Dominic's
very
regards,
old.
joining the Essence and the Navori and the Infinity Edge.
I mean, I will say G2
She was
are really playing
probably
much to their
pressured to
side
do
lanes.
that.
I understand why Casey feels the need to
That's
group
so
because for most of this
bad
game
for
they've
her.
been on the back foot. But G2
I've not
has
seen
double
her
TP available. They keep stacking as
I've
5 in
not
the
seen her
mid lane. These
since
side
that.
lanes have just kind of been stagnant, which I think that
That
when
was
Casey was
wild.
behind was a good situation for them to be in.
Maybe I don't
Because
watch
it means that
enough
when those
movies.
waves do eventually catch up, they can catch. They don't have TPs available, so they have to group up in mid. Yike now level 15. The experience gap closed pretty significantly. Yahoo doing what he can to land what poke he can.
G2 having to step into darkness is Broken Blade's job. With this Predator for the stun, Gnar out from Kana, but BB dodges it. Doesn't get caught against the wall, but still no
What are you
vision
talking
control
about,
gained
Pink?
for G2. Skewmon, wind becomes lightning.
I
lands
predicted
onto
they
Jhin.
want to G2. I think a
Lebrov
lot
trying
of
to
people
position
did.
for that hostile takeover. Yike on the flank. He's spotted on a control ward. You can
Oh
see
yeah,
how
did you
minimal
know
the vision
that
is that G2 have
a
managed to
trend in
establish here
China,
the river. Now
trends
they'll
in
step
China are
forward.
so crazy.
And that's what KC are doing a great job of playing around that vision. Yike
It's
only
meta
just
to
being
have like
spotted. Busio's on
ears
the bottom.
that
Busio dodges away with the grand
go
entrance.
out a lot.
Yahoo. Trying to push
So there
forward
are
here
people
more.
that get
Skewmon
like
there, the
filler
TP
behind
Broken
their
Blade.
ears.
Yike misses the bolt breaker, lands the sniper now. Broken Blade on
Okay,
the
is this
TP,
basically
looking for
dead
Glenn.
now?
And now dive into him. Double GA available. Caltys dies to Hansama. Yike trying to get onto Cash.
Canna, canna, canna.
Gnar from Kana. Hostile takeover.
Come on,
Cash brought back
bonk,
with the
bonk,
bailout,
bonk.
but the unleashed power not enough for him. Meanwhile, on the
This
top
fight
side,
is
Kana
way
has
too
the GA of
close
his
for
own.
comfort.
Skewmon trying to survive through it all. The GA on Kana is propped. So is the one on BB. Skewmon dives back in.
Oh my god, KS actually won, they won this fight? What's happening? Are we getting a game 5?
Throwing G2 into a wall! That is the wall G2 can't get through!
Unbelievable that Caltys just gets melted.
Broken Blade is TPing. It's a little bit late.
Single-handedly removes the AD carry, but he holds on to his ult, using it at the last second, gets sniped by Hansama. The charm comes through, and then here comes the Meganar. Meanwhile on the back line,
I don't like that G2 carries are split up this hard.
Broken Blade in the brawl. We have to go back to life because the dragon is being secured.
If they were playing a little bit more together, this fight would have been very different. Caps even almost returned killed the Vi to get Renata revived on his own. Good morning, Star Meow.
He could keep the damage going, and KC, for the first time in this game, have a gold lead in their favor.
I mean, we're seeing more and more how hard it is for G2's comp to really play into this. You've got two melee champions that Xayah really punishes hard, and now they're going to have to face check into this Baron. Can they actually gain the space? This is melting.
Camps is in the bot lane, now he's TPing up to join this party. That's all KC wanted. Skewmon doesn't keep the Baron aggro. G2 will gain control around this. But with Kana and
but the fights were still
having their
better.
TPs and BB and Camps not.
Oh yeah, I get why Hansama went in. He went in to finish off Kalista.
I mean, you have to imagine that in the G2 camp, they're now asking questions because the fights are getting harder, target acquisition is getting
It was just a bit
more
awkward.
complicated.
The fight
Whereas
was
for
awkward.
KC, they're riding the high. The gold swing that they've been able to bring back, the fights that they continue to win, like the momentum is so
Oh yeah,
much
Kalista
in
is definitely
favor
strong
of
enough to
KC,
deal with
but now the
Renekton
pressure is
now.
being
That's
put
an
onto
issue.
KC as G2 set their
Renekton
sights on the Baron.
power kinda comes from getting your items fast enough that the AD carries cannot rush it.
That teleport out. Yehu will have to respond to this.
Since so is still strong.
Gets
the range.
G2 back away. We've seen this dance before. It's Caltys. It's chunked to half by Caps.
Big chunk for Caps.
With a laser will put a little bit of damage back into Broken Blade, but nothing too consequential. Kana dashing away was slowed there.
Caltys has no lifesteal. He has to go back to base.
G2 aren't letting them. They're just chasing down the members of KC, trying to keep them scattered so they can't really get back to base. And then G2 will start up the Baron,
Absolutely.
and Caltys can't do it.
Absolutely.
Has to stay around. Has the red buff.
Does Kalista have zero
From it. The knock up onto Hansama is there in that
lifesteal, or why can't he have lifesteal on me?
Kana doesn't have the mega, and G2 immediately turn onto him. Hostile takeover only going to land
Okay,
onto
low
Yehu.
value Renato.
Ross doesn't find his man with it. Baron resets. G2 back away. What did they get?
Okay, so you have the mid
Storm in exchange
control.
for the transcend oneself and the hostile takeover. Kana still looking for the flank.
It's just starting to show now that.
Kana in front of
Oh no! Don't do this to me.
It's beautiful for the Carmine Corp as they wipe away G2. Skewmon left standing.
How many games have Kana single-handedly saved by team fights? Well, at least 2. Because this one and the Kennen game against GX was exactly like this. They're behind, and then Kana gets some magic 5-man Mega Chompompa ultimate, and they ace them and win.
One more for KC. They've done the unthinkable. They won
Oh my god.
impossible positions. One more now needed for KC.
What a comeback game for KC. In game 3, they were behind and
Shut up,
fought
voice
back.
man.
But in game 4, what a
Battery 50%.
turnaround performance. KC bring us to game 5. Analysts, take it away.
I can't believe what's happening here.
Silver
Oh my
scripts.
God, what is going on?
Surely we're not getting reverse swept.
Barcelona, 2 games ago, KC were dead and buried. They managed to pull one comeback. They managed to put it again here, and they're taking us to game 5.
All the naysayers, where are you? Everyone was saying when KC loses early game, they never make it back. But man, 5k gold down, and they managed to pull such a miracle comeback. And it all comes down
what time is it? It's
just
fine.
like
It's
last
fine. I'll be
winter to
fine.
massive cannon
Let's
nor
get a
ultimate.
banger
He
game
suddenly
5.
finds the clutch fights just like he did last winter, and it looks right now like history is about to repeat. Jack Spectra.
The momentum has shifted. Like this game, it was a 5k gold lead, as you said, Odo, and it looked like G2 were gonna win, but it feels like mentally right now, G2 are not how they were in the first 2 games. Because I know if this was game 3, G2 is 3-0.
What happened, guys?
You know what that is? Second win, 12 games down. The tank is empty, but
guess my prediction is wrong.
Exactly what turns everything around. Now all of a sudden there's
it's all down to one game now.
Momentum shift. All of that from behind you is rallying you up into this next game.
Guys, the fans never doubted them. They have been playing here on this very stage for the past 3 days. They went back here from the loser bracket. They did it against GX. They did it after 5 games against MK yesterday, and they're taking G2 to 5 games yet again. How did they make this comeback happen here?
I mean, it just felt like it was Kana and Yikes' show, really. Like, Caltys didn't have the crazy DPS that we were looking for, but it was the bruisers of KC that just fight after fight fought it out, really. It was both top sides that were doing all the heavy lifting.
I mean, leave it to Kana and Yike to defeat G2 in a winter finals. What an absolute performance. I think Yike in these team fights bought so much space. If you look at Caps in these fights, Yike is always on his trail. Just look here how he marks the Syndra time and time again.
It's kind of poetic the way they're doing it, because as we said, on one side you have Kana on Gnar, signature champion. You have Yike on Vi, infamous champion for him, and he said it time and time again. Guys, you keep on doubting me on this champion. It is not cursed. I have it, and he has it in him here once again.
And this was honestly the best game to show this kind of performance. Because
game
after
5.
what happened early game, Skewmond was running him around. It was
If game 5 drafts aren't already like semi-orangey, then that would completely like
something that everyone,
ruin it.
fans, Reddit, everyone just criticized from him. He manages to keep it back.
Although, Anne, explain to me what it's like to win 2 games in a final. Game 3, you're winning the early game handedly. Game 4, you are running the early game, but somehow, somewhere, the enemy team finds a way to fight back. Going into game 5, how do you find the strength to bounce back?
That was disgusting, Finn, but go on. Please answer that.
So how, that's how it feels, right? That's how it feels from the other side, right? Because that sucks, right? So
yeah, I want to see a Seer against a Seer mid.
Especially in game 4. Because I had this situation the same, where you're like 5k gold up, about to win the game, you get, you know, a heartbreak of a defeat. It's hard. Because I wasn't able to do it. It's hard. So the mental pressure and the mental load on G2 now into that locker room in these 10 minutes of break, or however much it is until they go back on that stage, is unbearable.
Do we think they can do it, guys?
I mean,
Your
it's not just Odo, right?
It's
It's Lebrov as well, who also got reverse swept against, and I wonder if, like, for me, he had a stinker this game on the Renata. Like, I was really liking how he played the first 2 games, but mentally,
we
if
did
there's
Estral
one player on
against
G2 that's
Estral.
starting to crumble, I feel like it's
If you
Lebrov.
miss
What is it going to come
your
down to, Finn,
screenshots,
in the last game?
Look, we're in game 5, fearless right now. Anything can happen, and it's all about who's got the the bigger pockets to dig into. How wide is your champion ocean? That, I think, is my saving grace for G2. If there's one team that I trust in a game 5 fearless, I think it's G2.
It has been about resilience here for KC. Will they bring us the very first ever G2 reverse sweep and go victorious against all 3 days of the weekend? We'll crown the LEC versus champion after the grab, but for now, let's turn up Silver Scrapes!
Campus music. I'm reading our Discord discussion. What is the average price for a bi-wedding dress? I'm gonna check. Alright, I'll only get Korean. I think I'll only get Korean ones. I'm pressing the first link. Brides, all wedding dresses. angle would be to get custom dress. Like to do with suits. We're getting a 10-hour stream. Come on, G2, don't fumble now. You had that game. I know they had that game. They should have won that game. Good for your watch hours. Yeah. Not that they matter maybe, but I can at least look at them after, and it's and I can feel satisfied that I streamed a lot. The average cost of wedding dress is 1.2 to 1.5. Yeah, when I went to one website and it was between 200 and 1,500, which I think is normal. But I think if you want to spend 1.7k on a wedding dress, if you go to a tailor, I'm sure you can get a wedding dress for that price instead of buying it online, like they do with suits. Or if you don't care that much about the money spent on a wedding, you can also just not do that, you know.
And the draft, the two pillars of your team, and I think that when it comes
including
to
adjustments,
KC have still been shaky. I've liked G2's
yeah,
draft in
probably.
general, but look at so many champions that have been taken out.
I really want to have like
extremely creative at this point.
What are we looking at here?
I'm looking at KC
a really pretty wedding outfits.
This is the first time where G2 goes to game 5. Even in scrims, when you practice and all the stuff, you can never be ready for
I think I'd feel bad if I spent a lot of money on a wedding.
But KC has been here before. They have been forced to dug deep, and I do bet that they will find a solution for this, because there's champions like Alistar. We can see a repeat of the Kazakhs. There's still the Kasante Open, right? So I hope we're not seeing that. I want to see Bloodbath. I want to see Bloodbath everywhere. But I'm sure that KC will find.
You only were once. Sure, but also marriage is like, sure, it's subjective, but it's a pretty important day.
And if they're not feeling that spicy, they can go feeling it.
And that's why we let Jack Spectra cook. I love that, absolutely. I really want to see the Kalista-Draven matchup. I want to see the confidence from these two AD carries. Now, looking at mid, we have not seen Yehu being this pushed.
I think it depends on your culture.
We saw the Galio, right?
Like if you look at at least from what the Koreans weddings I've seen, or like Indian weddings, they're super important in terms of how they dress, where they have the wedding, who they invite, everything. Then I get it. But in Sweden, I feel like if you wanted to get married in a barn, like no one would care.
Let's leave them all open and have a jolly old bloodbath. So regardless, anything we say is completely useless.
If I didn't even have, I could just not have a wedding even. I don't think my family would be like that surprised.
They're here, they're loud, and Shocked is standing by with them right now.
Friend weddings are kind of, I can only say from K-drama, okay? And once when I was in Japan once, and I went to like a big park. There they had a wedding actually, and it was like a really traditional wedding. It looked very cool. I worked at a wedding where the party was in a barn. I mean, I said barn because I think I would want to get married in a barn. Or like at a farm on the countryside somewhere.
My faith in G2 has been wavering, but with you, Finn, I can still hold strong.
Look, the fans are here.
Low-key, I'd want to get married in a church, but I'm also not a part of the church, so I don't know if I can. I'm also not religious, it's just tradition, right?
He picked the Nautilus. Game 4, the Rakan. He is pivotal, and if you do not give this man
my grandparents are religious. They would be happy, perhaps.
No, I'm surprised. G2
I was
chose first pick
baptized,
here.
yeah.
I would expect that he would choose maybe last pick in.
And like the whole concept of a wedding is that it's tradition and family, so I don't think it matters that I'm not a believer. Kan jag gifta mig i en kyrka om jag inte är med i kyrkan? I'm googling. AI says that you can. If your partner is, oh.
They are in for a world of pain.
It all comes down to this one final game between these two teams.
If you
For
pay,
KC, it's
maybe.
about proving that the rebuild, the addition of these two players, is finally paying
One
off,
person has
and
to
that they
be.
can hoist the trophy once again.
I'm gonna
as
look
they
at
did
Svenska
last winter.
kyrkan.
And for G2, it all ends with success for here, and it has to end with success for them here in winter as well. Can they do it, or are they gonna get reverse swept for the very first time in the history of the organization? Casters, over to you.
Yeah, someone has to be in the church.
Because I don't feel we're gonna get one for the next 35,
okay.
40 minutes or so.
Guess I'm not getting married in a church.
Into the draft. G2 in their 10th final in a row. KC in their second ever.
I mean, I'm happy that
Assuming
we got 5 simply because last year's winter 3-0. KC came up through the lower bracket. They just stomped G2.
Oh, well, maybe I can.
And ironically, it
my
was
future husband
Connors
is in the church.
with that crazy play that he was able to make that was so game-changing, helping them secure that 3-0. And then G2.
Whatever, I don't need to think about that right now.
Another 3-0. It was just a clean sweep, dominant performance. But KC have fought back valiantly, and now it all comes down to this. Yesterday, KC clutched up that game 5. Can they do it again today?
And if you're G2, you're going to be happy to have that information, because one of the questions we had coming into yesterday was, what's the depth of KC's champion pool? What's the depth of their
Okay, what if you hire a priest and you don't do it in a church?
Working through that top side, playing for Yike. And if you're G2, having that info, trying to keep that Yike in check is going to be important.
40 champions off the menu. Still 130 left for us to pick.
Churches are pretty though.
And we are falling down in
oh well, whatever.
Game 5s are always the best. There's something that's going to spice up the draft. There has to be.
Rek'Sai ban tells me they might want to blind Sion or something.
Up and available.
The Rek'Sai says to me though, the G2 are thinking of putting Broken Blade on a tank.
Yeah.
This has kind of been the answer to it. The Sion, the Cassante,
I don't even know.
have been still left open. So we have to see exactly what that first call is going to be.
Can I raise you a Dokla Vayne top lane? Because
some people just fill up the certificate and call it a day. Yeah, some people don't care about weddings.
What will the final ban be from
and that's
KC?
fine.
Will it be something like a tanky top side? Will it be directed towards that bottom lane? Things like Zeri, Tristana, Misfortune. There's still plenty of AD carries that these players could look towards.
The Nico's still up and available.
I think most girls are thought to
I think that's where the
romanticize weddings.
Do you give the toss-up of the Sion or the Nico, but it's the Zehen, okay.
So it's just
taking some power away from Skewmond. Zehen, absolutely devastating. G2, is it first pick Nico? Is that where we're looking?
It's basically just a big party where you dress pretty, so like who wouldn't want to do that once in their life? Just once.
Using the full time. Of course, this is a complicated draft with so many things taken out of the pool. On top of the bans, they're going to use
Nico. I mean, Karma's out. Why not?
Nico. So
what are they going to answer?
If you want
Leona.
something really strong, something like the MF as a possibility to give you a little bit more lane
Yeah,
dominance.
Leona
We've
Misfortune
already
could
heard
be
the
a
analysts
thing.
are talking about Callista, Draven as a possibility as well, depending on how aggressive you want to play the bot lane 2 versus 2. What is the response here from KC? It's really difficult to predict when we're so deep into the pools.
It's also who you want to put your weight on.
I do think, though, you can still fall back onto what has worked for Busio. The Alistair available, decent into the Nico, because you can help her away when she looks for the engage. And I imagine that's what we'll try and look for in that bottom side of the map. But there we are, the Scion was what we were saying with that Rek'Sai ban. More than likely going to be the play.
Cute.
But we'll have to see exactly what they're going to pair this out with. Aurora was banned in that
They
last
banned
game.
Rek'Sai and then
Yehu
they...
will be happy to snatch that one up.
Ooh, Aurora.
Yike, I think,
Definitely a bit
isn't
of a
Yike
risky
also
pick.
Rek'Sai
I mean,
player?
she has really good lane dominance.
It would actually be
she
FX.
can do a ton of burst damage, but she's relatively short range. And I have to credit Finn, if you want something that can like outrange this Aurora, Zoe is a possibility. Solid wave clear, you can stay well out of arm's reach of the Aurora.
I'm gonna call it, if they blind Kaisa, I think Calista might just drop the Draven. It's very possible that he slams the Draven here.
Something that can provide that chase down and enable things like the Nico for that engage, but I think, yeah, just go for the Alistair. It has been, to me, one of Busio's best
He
champions.
can go Aphelios, he can go Draven.
Which was his namesake.
What other ADs are gonna be up? He needs 3 if they ban 2
And Yehu's
ADs.
had some decent performances on the Aurora as well. So it'll be on G2
Sari
now to see if
is
they
a
can make
pick.
this Nico
I don't
really
love
find that
it,
leverage
but
and
he
make it that
can
first
pick
pick
Sari.
worthy.
Slight mismatch
They
in
just
terms of what we
bans
got
all.
picked from this first
Okay,
rotation.
Sari and
Top
Draven,
mid
and then
support
what?
on the side of KC, support AD carry and top for G2. KC then immediately get rid of the Trundle, knowing that Skumon can bring that out, use the Subjugate on the Scion. And can have the MF
Misfortune, yeah, Misfortune would have been a pick.
Trying to limit that bottom side, whereas I like the Trundle and
I
the jungle
I
attention
don't
coming
think they
through
would put
from
Draven because he's
KC.
not as strong right
Trundle
now,
obviously
but
good into the
it is
Scion,
a
but also lot of the
classic
jungle tends to
Kaisa
flip
hard
over towards things
counter.
like Sejuani, the Maokai. Yikes, said at the start of the day, never playing Sejuani again, but maybe required. We'll see what happens as more and more of that pool gets pinched.
Nocturne, one of the dive options. They're going to take that off the board. 80 carries. Will they continue to be the focus? It would make a lot of sense. I mean, how worried are they about scaling? Zeri could be something they're concerned about. Tristana is another possibility. Gives good lane phase while also a decent amount of disengage as well.
Yeah, the lane phase is going to be a struggle for this Alistair, at least the early portion of it. Busio, an incredible Alistair player, probably at top of our league. I mean, I think some people would argue that Alvaro is up there.
They banned Sari.
The Zeri is the ban. Good call on that, Veri. KC.
So
Come on, I know you're thinking about Draven. See, now he's smiling.
See?
See?
Bane is an old school counter into Kaisa because she just outranges.
Now he's smiling. It means he wants to play it. He wants it.
Ambitious.
No, you don't want Samira. You want Draven. I know you want Draven.
No ways.
Oh, Maokai. Okay. So now KC need damage.
Wow,
They need like a
they're just laying
jinx.
it.
They need something
They just show
that
Draven to be a
hyper-scaly,
little bit shaky.
because right now they just don't have enough.
They can. They might still
Like,
pick
you've got
it.
a ton of utility, you've got great engage, but that front to back is going to be the most important part. And KC needs something.
Hands?
that can
No,
dish
that's
out
Calista.
their DPS.
Kaisa is
Calista,
picked.
the eggs are going to be put on him. I'm looking at the face cams now. He is looking at the rest of his team saying there's an intense conversation that is going on. How will G2 respond?
Tristana could actually be really good here for Calista. Knockback on the Nico, the ability to jump away from some of the engage, because you're kind of a one-note
kinda
tune
like
here
Wei.
for G2 with the way that they're playing, like heavily reliant on this Kled to speed
Wei is
up
good
a lot of their
because they have a lot of
units into
HP.
place. Especially if as they just lock in the Skarner there.
Where is Caps going to go into this Aurora? We talked a little bit about the possibility
I like
of a Zoe.
Wei.
And Nivea, a little bit more control in terms of zones. The ability to put down the Glacial Storm.
I don't
that
like
is locked
Anivia
in.
that much.
And now we see the AD carry.
Aurora can jump your wall
I mean, I kind of
3
wait with bating
times.
breath. I mean,
Is
And
it
get it
something
in
like a Jinx?
Sion.
Is it something a little bit more aggressive like
my
the Tristana?
expectation is the Jinx. I feel like that they need damage. I see Bruce
They're not
nodding,
picking
he's nodding,
Vayne
they seem to have
against
agreed on something.
Anivia.
This
Damage.
works. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's a little bit
Severe,
short range into Anivia. I can't say that
boring.
I love it because you are a little bit
Boring.
prone to, I mean, well, dying. But ultimately, Sibby works very well in a front-to-back composition. She's got so much peel.
Covers Sion, okay, girlfriend
Alistair.
alert.
She has all of the front line that she needs to act as the late-game hyper carry, whereas G2, they're looking to create a little bit more chaos in the fight. Control around these neutrals is going to be so important with the amount of zone control they provide. Think about Anivia wall, her ultimate, the amount of space she can create, also the Nico ultimate, the Kled ultimate. The wombo combo potential is there for G2, and if they kill Caltys, the damage largely disappears.
Yeah, it is hard though for G2 to try and find these kind of fights, because if you try and engage off a flank, Yike throws out the ultimate, denies any sort of follow-up, you can deal with that flank threat. Same with Kana being able to buy a lot of space. The actual ways for G2 to get in, I think are going to be kind of difficult. Like, I really like that KC have kind of got this big zone control themselves against, on the opposite side, what is a kind of short-range composition in its own sake.
I mean, I'm excited. We didn't get anything super crazy coming out. Everything is a little bit predictable.
I'm gonna random lord.
But at the same time, it creates a super interesting story.
I had a
because
teammate
for KC, we've seen
at one point that would always hover. Like, not every game, forever, but there was like a period she'd always hover shouts for another person. And if we said like, we have to lock this fast, don't give them time to think, instead of these two champions. And then she would give them like 10 seconds to think, it would tilt me so hard. Like, that genuinely tilted me.
Remember my name. And with a composition like this, he's setting himself up to go into first stand as being a superstar, and G2 is looking to shut that down.
He's a player as well that KC have put their faith in for a long time.
Thinking about that makes me a little bit angry.
The knowledge that Caltys would be raised in his place. For G2, on the other side,
no one gets mad at that.
Struggle. 2-0, winning in game 3, winning in game 4, unable to bring it home.
It's normal.
Looking down the face of the first reverse sweep that has ever
Bloom
happened
is
to them in a
special
final.
in the head.
A repeat of last winter, losing to KC, not going to first stand, not getting to fight against the best in the world.
I mean, for G2, they have their own legend in the making. Skewmont was brought in to this roster, knowing full well what he was capable of doing in the LFL. And G2 molded the team to fit him, to set him up to be a carry. And we have seen some incredible carry performances from Skewmont here today. But now he has to dig deep to find that moment one more time, to work with an already made legend in that mid lane.
Bro, I swear Shadowcool is awake at the most random hours. Why are you awake
You have a small issue loading in
at 5
in
AM?
the game, so the game is being remade. We'll be back in game in about 3 minutes time. Have to remake the draft.
We're just building the tension, building the drama. We're getting into draft remade, getting the players ready. But my goodness, yeah, I mean, you mentioned Skewmont, and I really want to echo that sentiment. He's genuinely had a spectacular finals.
Yeah,
like,
but sometimes he replays
G2
at
win,
1
he is
AM.
right now my front runner for player of the series, just because I think that he's been super consistent. He's been able to find such good early games, and he's been so impactful for this G2 squad throughout the entirety of this playoffs. And it's been a really fun jungle matchup to watch. The fact that Skewmont has been able to build these leads, find these opportunities. Yike has had to fight his way back, find opportunities of his own, largely working with Busio to make things happen. And it's a close back and forth that really is anyone's game to take.
And on the upside for Yike, it does feel like he's really starting to break off the mold or the shackles that
I don't know, I don't want to like share my things about his private life. If you know what his job is,
his engages set up that
I don't know if they
Busio, or at least that comeback working
do
with
night
Busio.
shifts.
He's now playing things like the
Just I asked
famous
for his
in the
hours.
LFL,
It
the
was not
reason
at
he
the
got
night.
noticed by G2 in the first place.
He's just built
And he's now
different,
got
he
a
doesn't
team
need
that is
sleep.
willing to support him in those endeavors. Know that he's capable of bringing them not only to finals, but maybe to one more trophy lift, depending on how this game goes.
And then they put him on Maokai.
Exactly.
Damn, they're yapping. If I was talking in pause, I'd get to hear. Love to talk.
Okay, well, as the draft gets ready, as a reminder, this is the final game of this final best of 5 here at the LEC versus. The winner of this will represent the LEC at first stand. The loser I mean, it's going to feel frustrated because whether it is
the loser
G2
is
taking the
indeed
trophy
gonna feel
and KC
frustrated.
being 1 game short of the reverse sweep, or if it's KC taking home the win and then G2 being 2-0 up, being in winning positions in 2 games and then failing
Getting
to close
reverse
it out.
swept like this when 2 of the games were so in your hands must feel
either way, though, it is no longer
incredibly sad.
G2 just owns LEC. Even with the win here, they've been pushed.
I'm scared that KC have momentum this game.
Pushed KC to the very limit yesterday. There is new stars rising up constantly in the LEC.
Like there's definitely a mental pressure.
Fans, a KC win would be huge to show that those roster moves at the end of the year have made the difference, that the team is starting to
mentality
really
in a best of series
but for G2 is to show that this project has actually paid off, that the investment over that last year in 2025 can net them something at an international level.
I mean, I think the LEC has wanted this for a long time. They've wanted someone to
Caps
challenge
always
G2 at
plays
the top.
good,
Last year, we
even
were
under
extremely
pressure.
lucky to have KC winning, Koi winning, into the G2 win, showcasing the top of the table really is super competitive, even if the finals themselves weren't always as competitive. But now we get our 5-game series, we see the changes coming to fruition.
Broken also strong mental.
Can they make the reverse sweep happen, or will G2 stamp their authority on the league and walk away
I don't know
with
as
the
much
trophy?
about other players.
Draft has been fully
I've never
remade.
seen
The
Hassan
intergame in about a minute's time.
like it's never
The
showed
last
in these
game
games.
of LEC versus a split that has had incredible highs.
They don't want me to go, but thank you, Drextery.
G2 and KC, it all comes down to
Yeah.
one final time.
You know, G2's decided not 3-0 KC, and now I'm stuck here.
Trophy in front of the fans here in Barcelona. In front of the fans, all watching at home with bated breath. One more time, we step out.
It's fine. I'll be in bed by before 7 AM. I'm chilling.
Their 3rd finals point, their 3rd
Should I just
championship point for KC, having fought back from 0-2 down.
No, I don't want to be
from
too tired.
a 5-1 Pantheon in game 3. From a massive disadvantage in game 4.
Should I be tired tomorrow?
Feels like the gods themselves are on the side of KC.
And there's a lot of really interesting stories,
I
specifically
could wake
around
up.
the champion.
I could
So
sleep like 5 hours and
a
be
fun
tired
fact
tomorrow.
about Caps, he's the one that really pushed and
And
I
then
guess introduced, I think it's a fair word, of the world to Anivia.
Okay,
I feel like that his
draft
impact on
analysis.
Anivia, I mean, we know for a fact that Faker himself said that, like, I was inspired
Honestly,
by seeing Caps play the champion.
I don't know anything about this Midland matchup,
The most famous
but
story he had about it was
Aurora
running up against
usually
Jojo
has
at
very
MSI
good
all those
push
years ago, and
in early
Jojo,
game.
what does this champ do? I've never
So I'm
seen
guessing
it
she
before.
wins pre-1 item.
In recent
I
times,
guess I'm
Caps has
scared.
been the person that's introduced everyone. I
Absolutely.
don't want to forget Froggen. Froggen
I mean,
was
of
the
course,
goat,
yes,
right?
of course,
He was
of
the
I'd rather
goat.
start using a
Absolutely,
prio.
absolutely.
Pre-level
That is
3.
unequivocal. I would never
And
besmirch
once
the
we get
legends
more
herself.
items, maybe she can
But the interesting thing
contest.
about it is now here in Game 5, bringing out the Anivia,
Young girl,
it's just something
whatever.
that he has a huge amount of comfort on. And in the same vein,
Top's definitely
like, when we
Kled
think about
favored.
Kana,
Isn't it
a
like
lot of people said that, like, if he's not on
a
carries,
niche
then they
Sion
can't
counter
win.
even?
And this was actually a story for them last year when they got knocked to the
6
lower
Aurora
bracket.
suffers
It was
strike
when
twice.
he
That's
was
what
playing
I'm
things like Sion
thinking.
into G2 that they lost
But
that upper bracket match. We heard from the coaches
yeah,
them saying,
Aurora just wants
no,
to do
no,
the
no,
same.
we
He
can't
just
have
wants to
Kana playing
insta
these
shove the
tanks.
wave and
We
leave.
need to have him having impact. They were a very top-focused team.
But
now
also,
they fully trust in his
Aurora
ability.
actually
They know that
has
they can trust the rest of the team to carry. And we see the
mobility.
evolution
Rice
of him
doesn't
as
have
a player and
dashes,
his
that's
impact on
why
KC.
it's hard to play against Nivea.
Last time KC were facing G2, Kana was on tanks, it was broken.
I just talked about this matchup. Please don't die. Oh my god. Didn't break a sweat.
The thing is though, for Kled, like now you mount up, you're still kind of okay.
Yeah, jousts forward, will get the pullback with the bear trap on a rope. Doesn't want to use a joust again to dive underneath that tower. Kind of okay and definitely okay are two different beasts.
But the thing was, the point I wanted to make is that Broken Blade set the record for the most damage ever dealt by a top laner in the LEC versus Kana when he was playing tanks. It was on the Gwen and it absolutely destroyed Kana thanks to an early gank from Skewmon. Not going to be the case in this game, but certainly Broken Blade, okay, wanted to find answers on this Kled into Sion. and now he trusts it in a game 5.
All right, well, Cap's going to take full advantage of his passive. I think proccing it very early on in the laning phase, definitely not a bad idea, but I'm expecting him to base soon. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, while we've been yapping away, look at the CS discrepancy that's been built up.
I was thinking,
well,
it is kind of
Decimating smash coming out, Yikes almost there, BB flashes,
oh no!
Dismounts before it can. Yike now trying to trade back onto broken tendencies, means he will remount. Forces
Didn't break a sweat.
Had to burn the flash, it was exchanged on the bottom lane. LeBron burnt flash and heal for just Busio's heal. Gets the root though, Hansama.
That's so cute.
With the Void Seeker. To the Nico to the dive though. It shows impact. Lands on Takana, no escape for him underneath the tower. He will fall and he can't get to the wave that quickly.
Okay. You have the early game again. Just don't drop the ball.
Scraps happen across the rift, but it is G2 that walk away victorious. A good gank in the top lane from Skumon. A 2v2 outplay in the bottom lane. G2 off to the races here in game 5.
G2, this is exactly how you want to start this. But after seeing the last 2 games, still doubts honestly in my mind as to how they carry forward.
Yeah, having a lead doesn't mean
we're already casters now.
Recent evidence, that's absolutely true.
I will not take out my caster flame on this gameplay, okay? I will not go that low. I will be mature.
Over Caltys and Busio, you do expect the Alistair to struggle in the early game. I thought the
I have empathy for players, so I've been there.
Absolutely pushing Caps to the very brink. Capsule back and TP back.
I'm not literally there, but
so in the end,
somewhat
grabs those
there.
items. Yep, okay, he does.
I think he really wanted to come back with a catalyst, but he doesn't quite have the gold. We'll come back to mid lane, get level 6. Now that he's got the ultimate, the laning phase should be a little bit easier for him. But yeah, I mean, with so many of the eggs on the Caltys basket, him being behind is not an ideal start for Casey's laning phase. Again, though, scaling is something I think Casey do have a decent amount of.
I do not miss bot lane.
Will largely come down to how these
every time I look at bot lane, I just feel miserable.
Eliminate Caltys before he can dish out any damage.
Everything about bot lane makes me miserable to watch. Or think about.
I was going to say, one item, kind of 2. Who is very strong, and especially if he's able to use the lead that he's now gaining to try and lean in towards this bottom side and provide a bit of support to Caltys and Busio. I think that can be something.
You're such a hater.
Control and this level 6 about to tick over. I don't think Casey can fight this.
This one, Yike goes in for it. Gets the smite on the scuttle crab, gets the 6 between worlds. They go as Skumon has the
was not there, surviving now.
Hansama's caught in the pit, and Casey collapsed on the final order of Boomerang. Finds its mark and returns the gold to Caltys. A 1-for-1 in the end, the exchange.
Well, with the jungler going down, there is no hope of getting the dragon. It will just be the push, but Busio still fishing mid. Lebrov should be able to escape away with this. But now, like, look, Caltys, solo boss.
Tangle barbs, Busio locked up in the glacial storm. Busio's down! How now, Brown Cow? Taken out by Caps and Lebrov.
I've been that Lebrov doubter before.
As Caps and Lebrov find the punish.
I think he's not been
and the target selection here from
playing
KC
bad
seems a little bit divided. They start by going on to Caps, then turn their attention onto Skumon.
Why did he headbutt that minion? He's just on another level. You don't get it, Palin.
Skumon healthy enough to get out of the fight. Hansama finds himself trapped, kind of wastes the flash, still losing his life off the back end. But then
still don't have my role.
After overstaying in mid.
Yeah, at this point you should just get banned, I think. No, just tag me on Discord.
We were just praising him for how good he was on this pick.
Actually, just DM me on Discord.
Now it's more trades on the top.
The biggest winner of this is Caps. The fact that this Anivia has gotten 2
color
kills in the early game completes the catalyst,
so I would
already getting some
remember
early magic resistance to help with the matchup. Caps doesn't normally like to go for tier on the Anivia. Usually he goes Rod of Ages straight into Liandry's so that she can spike a little bit earlier. So the fact that he's gotten these kills accelerates this scaling mid-mage.
I won't say that Caltys is a winner off it, but he's definitely put himself back in even though, because he managed to crash a wave and boss, got the kill and also a place, so definitely making things a little bit easier. Busio, phase rush crucial for him getting away there.
Using the heal for the extra movement speed, that gets himself out with that phase rush and the move speed, but goes in, doesn't really achieve as much as he'd like. Caps now, he's got plenty of mana, clearing out the way very easy.
What was they wanted? Caps to pick Hui, right?
Push and move, and that's what Caps loves.
If I ever meet him again, I will ask him why he did it.
Also not the best on Anivia.
Yeah, but you get into Fog of War.
I mean, that's true.
You do things like this. Clear out vision. Frostbite going to follow Yahoo there for a little bit of extra damage. But unless you can see Caps.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely. The threat of him just moving into the Fog of War, you're completely right, Medic.
See, what did he do there, Betty? He pushed the wave and moved.
Absolutely.
I mean, they are both moving potentially down towards this bottom side. The wave is there, level 6 from the Brawl, but it looks like they're just going to be happy to take the Dragon instead, as it will be the trade for Yike towards the Void Grubs.
Nice, we're getting
also
tired.
Grabbing those honey fruits to top up his HP, going to push another wave. Might look for a cheeky recall as well. Maybe look to pick up that blasting one to give him a little bit more damage in the 1 versus 1.
Ooh, Broken Blade looking at Yike here. 3 grubs already completed. Yike could look for the chase. Estimating smash. Pocket pistol gets him just out of range. Nature's Grasp. Broken Blade.
This is
Can't
saucy.
get back on Skull. A Bramble smash puts Broken Blade 6 feet under.
A nice punish by Yike. The way they played that was to
TP behind. Hansama doesn't have the flash. We use the Ghost and the Killer Instincts. Try and get out of trample range and manages to do so.
A very slow-moving
Gold lead is building on mid lane.
Investing that early
And this
means
is
that
not helping
he's going to get more
KC.
gold in the middle lane. It's a scary situation because you have to remember that while Caps has largely been quite quiet in this series, the more gold you give him, the more opportunities he has to make plays. And now Yahu's trapped. He's completely zoned away from the mid
Labrov
lane.
is in trouble.
Labrov needs to be a little bit cautious, not as tanky
He's
as
not
his
in trouble.
skin would suggest. Still, they do keep Yahoo away from the wave. Labrov now steps forward. Skewmon still just doing his jungle path. Thornmail first for Kana. Here up into Broken Blade on the Kled. As Busio is forced away. Does still have that Unbreakable Will, the Alistair ultimate. A huge damage reduction if so required.
It's mostly posturing from both sides at the moment, though, seeing if they can find any sort of crack in the armor. Not really too much to show from KC, but he already kind of said it. Caps opening up, but no!
Back by Busio, flash pulverized for the follow-on. Skewmon coming in, looking for the impale, lands it on 2! And he'll pull Busio back. Caltys uses the barrier. Busio almost
Sure that they killed someone here. Thank you. Nice.
Skewmon's passive getting the kill on the cow. Caltys goes down 2.
The idea was to punish the flank from the Brawl, but Caltys actually flashes in to try and get that kill onto the Nico, heavily committing onto that play. Busio sees the flank, nice engage, good flash follow-up, but then watch Caltys, he flashes in, the auto doesn't finish off the Brawl, gets double ulted by Skewmon, and then Hans
I didn't even
Skew
notice
clean up
because
the
they're flashing
kills.
into that.
Don't know what happened to the spell shield in that one, though, because I don't know if they used it just before, or if maybe the timing on the W was right from Skewmon, but I'm surprised that the spell shield from Caltys didn't go through.
I respect going for a pick even when you have disadvantage.
But for G2, dividends after dividends after
ever
dividends.
overcommit when you're in a
800 gold lead now for your AD carry. Skewmon a little bit behind in gold himself, a camp back, but still 2-0-2 now on this. Skarner has the Heartsteel completed.
1-for-1 if Alistar dies, or like Alistar dying and Silver still catching that wave.
Caps does still have the Flash Glacial Storm for the slow. Bramble Smash for the knockback. Between worlds we go. The Nature's Grass comes out from Yike and doesn't find its mark on the Anivia.
Nice attempt to try and make something happen in mid, but unable to convert. So KC set their eyes moving towards that top side and try and get some vision into Skewmon's jungle to spot out what he's up to.
Cap's going to go back to base. They do get the flash out from the Anivia. A bunch of flashes are now unavailable as it's Hansama who's first to complete his role quest. 1-1 and 3 on the Kai'Sa, a 1k gold lead for him.
Yeah, risky and
in the previous game,
unnecessary.
it was his Yunar that got caught by the feathers of Caltys. He's really going to have a strong performance today because, I mean, Kai'Sa in this position, it's a scary champion to play. All these tanks, all this CC that's on the other side, if you ult too early, then that could put you in a very dangerous spot. If you ult too late, then maybe you don't follow up from the engage that Labrov is trying to set up for you. Ticks over to level 9. As he now makes his way up towards top lane.
AC are trying desperately to get Caltys out of this matchup against Hansama, though. They sent him top, Hansama shows on top wave, and immediately kind of resets so they can match Kled against Caltys. G2 can use this to just get some turret plates though and continue to open up this lead for Hansama.
Unstoppable onslaught. Skew1's going to get in the way
of it.
relatively stoppable onslaught.
Someone's in trouble. There's no flash yet.
No flash here for Caltys. He's pulled back with the impale. The flash a couple of seconds away, but a couple of seconds might as well be an absolute age. G2 find another as Hansama will take some plates as well.
A nice gank setup. As he's trying to return to the lane, they have the numbers on the top side, and they secure an easy punish. G2 find themselves once again with a monstrous gold lead. 13.5 minutes in, 3k the advantage, 7-2 the kill score. G2 looking dominant.
Okay, the good thing is that Kana is not playing a champion that can get a 5-man Mega Bomba winning playing fights.
And no impale, no pop blossom. Will be a greedy contest at best.
So the odds of Casey doing a comeback are significantly lower. Their two best players are on tanks.
Well, there's a couple of saplings in that bush, not much more.
Well, Casey having to enter towards that mid lane, it does mean
And
Caltys is able to get some
G2
damage
already
on
have
the
their
side.
gold leads.
Clearing waves, Yehu trying to get access to the turret.
We'll be able to get underneath it. Busio dodges
So I'm gonna say
the
we're
well.
shilling.
Council will tank a tower shot, but the flash frost means Yehu couldn't go any further in. BB moving from the top side after proxying a wave. Was looking to see if Caltys had overstepped. I think the crowd here wants a little bit more action than they're getting. As Yehu is looking for caps, goes in between worlds, still has the egg. Busio there with the knock-up, headbutt first, alongside the pulverize. LeBron trying to trade it, the TP was cancelled in the top side by BB, and now Busio has overstepped a little. Pop blossom in, Busio tries to dodge it, uses the unbreakable will, but that is damn well broken. G2 find another.
Every single play that Casey tried to make just gets shut down. The good news for Casey is Yike is trying to cross-map on the other side, but now Yehu isolated on the bot side of the map. Skew1 cutting off his escape. The bot wave is being pushed. He's trying to TP out.
He's trying to TP out. You can't do that in front of a Tangle Barbs. Goes across the veil, invisible underneath the tower. Puts the damage back onto Skew1, but with Hansama on his way as well, G2 will just clean up the kill.
Yehu tried his hardest to escape away, but all he ends up giving is an assist across to Hansama.
Scaling is pretty
on Skew1, but can you really get much more?
Lucio maybe
some roles, but
I think from getting the push in
they
here.
even each other out.
But if it was a bit greedy, maybe just trying to distract because they're going to try and dive BB in that top lane. Nature's Grasp out on top of one as well for the CC. He remounts on the Skull, and now the dive becomes a little bit more precarious. BB with the pocket pistol, still Yike able to secure the kill, and the TP coming out from Caltys after he reset just to hold this lane. The tower in the bot side will be picked up first for G2.
I mean, on the one hand, yes, it's nice for KC that they got a pick, but
Kaisa after 3 items doesn't really do more DPS to tanks, but Anivia does, so it doesn't matter.
They just don't have it. A 1.4k gold lead for Caps, a
they also have a bruiser top.
lead for Hansama. 2 items now completed for the Kaiser. Caps quickly working on his second. G2 in a dominant performance. Once again, Casey will have to find another miracle to turn this game around.
In draft,
if anything, Casey have a low damage comp before Sever gets items.
Lebrov is now 2-0-4 on this Nico. Has been involved in 66% of his team's kills. And
but now he's going damage
This is
right
not
now.
The Alistair that we so often see from him.
Now.
He's been caught out, he's been trying to make plays, but sometimes too proactively, too eager to go in. Not willing enough to take a second.
He's trying to get some vision down in that G2 bottom side. Maybe a TP play, maybe just a spot what G2 are up to. Caltys taking damage as the tower mid seems to be what G2 are eyeing up next.
The thing for KC is they do have good wave clear. A weirding and a 2-fold hex from Yehu, enough to clear out most waves right now. The ricochet from Caltys will do the same. The problem for them is G2 can kind of run the map. It will only be second dragon of the game, this Infernal, up in 90 seconds time for either team. Whoever is able to claim it. Busio here. Well, that's a bear trap on a rope, but it's cow trap it seems.
That's a bit ambitious.
On onto Broken Blade. He'll charge away towards the top side, but dismounted now. Flashes in, is met by an axe from Kana, and just as I said, Busio wasn't having the best of times. He finds Broken Blade, who remounts again. Skull not so cowardly now. In the end, they'll find him, they'll chase him down for the CC, and Yike goes on a killing spree. Meanwhile, Busio again finds the knock-up here this time.
We're still fighting this.
Who's stunned up, will shape splitter his way away. KC won't take any more of that fight.
You just talked about Busio having a bit of a nightmare. That looked like a nightmare for Broken Blade. Everywhere he ran to was members of KC. And while they only get the one kill and it took a while, they still get to hold on to everything. KC just with a pick.
I mean, had that top tower already fallen? Because it looked to me like Caps actually secured the top tier one there.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong there. Yeah. I think it was.
Caps got to push out top
I mean,
with.
That's what I mean, because I'm looking at that gold and it just continues to go up for G2. And the other thing that was really scary about that is to me it's like they wanted to give that gold
really
to Caltys
get anything with that skill. I don't think Broken Blade had a shutdown either. I think he was the only player without a shutdown. I'm not sure.
Andrew's Bloodletter's curse. This guy's like, we need more damage right now, and I can give that to us.
Well, he's going to try his best as the Dragon is going to go over to G2. Casey's not in a position to contest. They've lost all of their towers. G2 in such a commanding position once more. And again, I set my sights on Caltys. He's going to have to be that late game insurance. Casey need to slow the game down once more. They need to buy time to get to those late game items, to get to a point where they can fight on even footing. Because the way things are going, G2 is just picking Casey apart.
Flash Frost and the Frostbite landing there with a good crystallized wall. Caps playing the blue wall champ against KC in game 5 has a certain ring to it, doesn't it? We'll see what he can do with that crystallized Baron now on the map, but neither team likely to go for it soon. 2 items on Caltys. It's an AP hybrid here for Hans Summer. He's got the Kraken Slayer, the Ginsus, and a blasting wand.
There are 3 Niveas on my mini-map medic. Stressing me out.
Never look at the mini-map, Betty. It's the play-by-play mentality.
Caps really wants to get level 14. Oh, perfect timing for Caps. Look at that. Gets level 14, ticks over to the Rod of Ages, straight to level 15. Flat 2-level difference now between the 2 mid laners.
Absolutely huge.
Gosh.
And it just feels tough for KC in this spot once again.
Last game I told you to just finish it and relive KC, and they lost, so I'm not gonna say that again. I will just be patient. I'll just be a good little watcher.
Unable to find a way in really to place it.
I think the only saving grace for KC is that the siege from G2 isn't really that great. Like, Caps obviously pushes waves well, but you're relatively short range, and Caltys has great wave clear himself. So at the moment, KC can kind of stall out. And with only 2 dragons for G2, maybe it buys them enough time to try and get towards that later portion of the game. With Caltys being 1.7k goal behind, that feels like a far-off dream.
Yeah, I think G2 just need to be more comfortable with forcing Baron. I think they need to sit there and say to themselves, we're way stronger, we know we should force, and let's put KC into a situation that they don't want to be in. Because if they slow this game down too much, you will give Caltys the opportunity to get that Infinity Edge completed. KC are looking for time, and G2, they need to play under the assumption that they cannot give it to them.
Is it just a Baron play? No, there's a control ward in there. TP immediately, it seems like it is. Kana has teleport, he's down towards the bottom side. Yike spotted around his
Yike's not here, they're just gonna one-shot this now.
Keep him at bay. Yike trying to get in there, pulled back with the bear trap on the rope. Kana TPing in now, Busio there as well. The Shade Splitter spotted Yahoo, but the Baron already secured. G2 sneak it away. KC unable to find anything, and on top alongside out from Kana. The charge from Broken Blade gets him to safety.
Kana just trying to see if you could get the top laner, but G2, great call. Vedi, you already mentioned it. Immediately take the Baron, immediate TP to top lane. They want to get full use out of this Baron buff.
Yeah, I think you have to, because as they recognize the same thing you did, Dagda, which is that their siege isn't very good, and there's a lot of wave clear thanks to this Sivir. So you kind of need Baron to push onto these towers, and you can't just wait around. With this kind of gold, you've got to push the issue, and they did just that. KC holding the defense.
KC needs some magic here today.
The Impale not going to connect too much as Busio still tanky enough.
Oh, they're getting it.
Oh. That goes to Caltys. now, Caps, you got an egg, but you're likely to be scrambled pretty sharpish, because Yike is on the flank. The Samurai Siege was broken against the blue wall of KC. There's an egg.
It's sort of a classic get Nash and then get caught when splitting up for the siege.
G2! What is going on?
KC are able to find another fight. The Baron becomes meaningless, the gold leads disappear. Caltys, look at that score.
I don't think it was a mechanic problem, it was a... They were 3v5 problem.
What a way to come back. A single fight
Nick was hovering mid.
G2
Red had no ult to connect.
But that's all they get off the back of this fight.
And a lot of it was just a great angle for the ultimate off of Yike. Moving through the jungle, catching onto several people.
Nico was there, but he couldn't connect.
Diving on towards Caps. But it's the fact that Hansama walks forward into Kana's decimating smash because of Yike's ultimate.
I mean, it's 3v5. It's 3v5 the whole time. LeBron can't get in. BB's in the mid lane. Like, we talked about G2's proactivity taking the Baron. KC saw exactly the same type of window and immediately jump in.
A lot of credit needs to go to Busio for that play. Not wasting any time, flashing in onto the Anivia, and the fact that they leverage their numbers advantage. Yikes, ulti doing a huge amount of work. Well played there by KC. We've got an interesting game 5 on our hands.
And it's 3 items now onto Caltys. Dragon number 3 potentially here for G2, but KC want to try and stop it.
Caps' lead has shrunk. And KC now stepping forward. Nature's Grass. Skumon tanks it up, so does BB. Hansama looking to get in towards the front line. LeBron goes in, Hansama dives onto Yike. There's the pop loss.
Big.
Hansama trying to get across the decimating smash. Caltys goes down. Hansama gets
Hansama's dead though.
Will LeBron not quite? The Istel's impact locks Yahoo against the wall.
Oh wow, thank God. This fight looked scary.
Only Kana's left alive now.
This time round, G2 will not
it was so close until it wasn't.
LeBron with a monster ultimate. The target was firmly on Caltys said, and Hansama was quick to shut him down. G2 fight back, and they will secure the dragon.
It looked like KC may have just found the angle again at the start of that fight. Caltys spell shields the impale from Skumond. And Yike positions himself well here to lock up parts of the front line, like Broken Blade and Caps get locked down here, but he gets separated by a great wall from Caps, so he can be focused down by Hansama. And Caltys then, with no spell shield, is immediately locked down. Hansama follows up to kill him off. And G2 with blinking health bars, they get away with this.
Busio does everything in his power to keep Lebrov out of the fight, but Lebrov just
split this start of this fight pretty well.
Into the ulti. Beautifully done by Lebrov. The goal lead is back in G2's hands.
The front line is so tanky.
But the game is kind of neutralized. Caltys is still a threat. I don't think this game is over just yet. These fights are going to continue to be intense. The battle between the AD carries has only gotten more fierce.
Yeah.
The benefit of Lebrov not being in the top lane fight was that he had his summoners. He had his spells, he could use them to get onto that backline. The gold lead now 4.5k for G2. They are 3.5 minutes away from an Infernal Soul. But KC have shown us they can fight back from this. That tree still very squishy. Only the Leandries and the Bloodletters now building up some resistance.
Hansama is Sonya's. He might do some freaky stuff now.
Met by Hansama, who has Dusk and Dawn, Ginsu's Kraken Slayer. Caltys, on the other hand, building up towards that Lord Dominic's regards, you have to think. He will just shred people, Rob.
Having that Zonya's working its way there for Hansama is so crucial as well. He can play hyper-aggressive in these fights and still have that safety net. If he picks off Caltys, that's a very worthwhile trade for that Seeker's Arm Guard.
Abyssal Mask as well for Skumond means that Caps' damage will be amplified, as will Hansama's. LeBron was acting as a minion, couldn't find the engage. Busio
actually don't know what is the most efficient item to buy when you're
this Baron, which is up in 30 seconds time.
Building like this. I mean, you don't really want to build armor panel when you have an on-hit hybrid build.
Someone has to recall and go and answer that wave. It's going to be Kana for now. Yahoo trying his best to catch up to Caps, but the goal
I
difference
think he's
is
overcapping on attack
being
speeds.
worked on, but it's still ways away.
If he does that.
This is where Yike comes in handy. You can check all these brushes with the saplings and make sure they try to go through. But
I imagine he would go an AP. Go.
A charge in from Broken Blade as G2 are trying to close it out of the game right here, right now.
Broken Blade doesn't care. He's going for it.
But she manages to escape. Kana TP'd in, was caught up in the Pop Blossom, but he just walks out too. Jungler down though for KC. Means G2 should set their eyes on the Baron.
Broken Blade can TP back in.
Shadow Flame is pretty good on Kai'Sa.
Just the pick you needed.
Well, he can buy 2 more items. He can finish Sonya's. He can go
Caps punishing his former jungler, and it will result
Magic
in the
Fan,
Baron
and he
once
can
more
go
for G2.
flat AP.
We look back and the vision toggle. He thinks he's safe. He thinks he can step up, but no, he cannot. The wall comes down. His avenue of escape is cut off, and then G2 go on the offensive. They're forcing the ultis. They're forcing the retreat. The flash from Busio. The HP from Yahoo, he doesn't have any. Casey can do nothing to contest the Baron. And G2 now find themselves with the Baron once more.
I think he'll go Shadow Flame.
And it's so easy to play from this position. Use the Baron buff to push in the waves.
Either that or
just over a minute's time.
Void Staff.
KC are hoping for a miracle. One misstep from G2 where maybe they can slow down what seems like an inevitable course towards a G2 trophy lift.
Yahoo pushing out the top wave, TP coming behind, G2 wants to collapse. They know KC expect them to be on the bottom side. Yahoo with the weirding, dodging back, Ishtal's impact going wide, but there's the Flash Frost, and that is a very dead Aurora. G2 fighting on the top side. KC were only playing around that bot side river.
I mean, KC can't be making mistakes like this. You have to feel that the pressure's getting to them. The lack of focus there from Yahoo. Such an easy pick for G2 with the Baron buff. Now they can stop pushing through 2 lanes. They don't care about the bot lane. They're going back to the tower that almost resulted in their downfall.
They're hoping that G2 will stay thin.
Rapid.
And they can try and look for a play in the midway, but there's the pings.
G2 playing through 2 lanes, have another Baron buff up minion wave here. Yike still looking for the Nature's Grasp. Caps moving across, Kana going forward, Skumon locked up, Nature's Grasp doesn't hit onto anyone.
Where's Marfield going?
Caltys has to use the barrier. Manages to escape for now. G2
didn't
take the
me.
top inhib tower, but did take the mid. Infernal Soul, their next objective.
G2 want to go foraging first though, see if they can find Yike. He's running for the hills, but G2 are able to move through walls.
Yike has the flash, it's an impact, killer instinct forward, hail immediately, and Yike has no way to escape. Timber goes the tree, and perhaps with it, KC's hopes of winning this finals.
KC fought back valiantly in Game 3. They were able to make the comeback happen in Game 4, but G2 is snuffing their light out in Game 5.
Go
finish,
finish.
A nearly 8k gold lead. KC's options are desperately running out, and they will need a miracle to turn this game around.
For G2, it is a story they have told many times before. Another finals, another G2 win. This one more hard fought than most. But they are setting their sights on the next. They're setting their sights on first stand. It's KC who took that spot last year. And G2 will have their vengeance. There's the crystallized. Busio has to use the unbreakable will and still almost dies. Nature's Grasp coming out. Busio will survive. The Grasp, they line up. TP behind. Unstoppable Onslaught is going to land, but only onto Skumon between
nice
go.
cooking.
As KC, one final roll of the dice. Broken Blade, though, diving through them. Still survives. G2 escape relatively unscathed. Caps has TP.
Pretty hard to end against
just such a massive threat every time
against Sivir. Of course it's game 5 with Sivir and Anivia in the game.
They have to retreat, and it's low health bars on G2 that are escaping back to base.
I love the idea from Kana. He was able to help with the base defense, and KC buy themselves a little bit more time. They'll look to secure this mid tower, get themselves a bit of gold, and maybe get this Sivir one extra item. Will it be enough to save the game? It seems doubtful. But KC will use everything in their power
Caltys is very strong.
that they've got to stay alive in this final game.
And importantly for KC, they've held onto their inhibs. There are none of these super minion waves
just that
coming
his front line
crashing
dies too
towards
quickly.
their nexus. We've got 1 minute and 50 seconds on the next Baron.
That's what I was going to
Like
say.
Yike is not tanky.
It's an exposed inhibitor in the mid lane. G2 can group and start to push that one down. And unless KC can try and find multiple angles of attack, it feels like once again they kind of get to bulldoze their way through with the gold lead that they have.
So, a 7,000 gold lead for G2.
True. Now we're talking,
larger
Mingo.
deficit for KC than we have seen them overcome in this series. An Infernal Soul. For KC,
Sama
GA
didn't
now
go
complete
voice
on
that.
Caltys, but if he comes back from the dead, if his team's dead around him, does it even matter? If that GA is
33
popped and
minutes,
everyone else dies,
still holding on to
doesn't
that.
really matter that you have a few more seconds
Torrance
of life.
not buying pink wards,
G2 will
that's
snuff
sussy.
them out. Kana finishes the Jack shows.
Even
On the
I
other
would
side,
sell
the
my item at
Overlords,
this stage and buy
Black
pink
Cleaver
wards.
and the Titanic Hydra. 4 items on Skewmond. Caps at 4, Hansama at 5. With the
wall?
Void Star. Ooh, the wall
This
doesn't
is,
catch out Kana this
sus.
time. Bucio looking for that flank position. Broken Blade still pushing in bot.
Broken Blade is free
That
pushing.
needs to be answered if you're KC.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to take this tower if you leave him alone with it.
I mean,
There
he's
he
gotta
goes,
take
it's
it.
gone. Going to happily pick up that gold.
And a dead
G2
tower.
keeping up the pressure, waiting for the Baron to spawn. I don't know if they even need Hansama there. I think Caps and Skewmon, maybe without the blue buff, it's a little bit difficult.
They're just gonna rush this,
GT know
aren't they?
that KC have to take risks in this position. That's why they're playing slow, just letting Broken Blade do the work. As long as they don't get caught separated, Broken Blade can always make it over. And now it's KC who might be overextended on mid wave.
Yeah, they're playing without any vision. Look at the damage coming out from those Void Seekers. Lebrov on the flank, on the Nico. Crystallized down, Bucio. Mikhail's away. Lebrov's still waiting.
Patience from Lebrov. I'm shocked he hasn't engaged yet. He's actually going to
Spotted
back away from that flank. The damage on the Yike is good.
He uses the stopwatch, but he can't get over the wall. Has to use his flash. Flash in from Kana with the unstoppable onslaught. Nature's Grass coming out as well. Hansama blocked up there by Skewmon to counter crystallize. Good knockback on the pop blossom, but Caltys has to flash himself. TV coming in from Broken Blade. Bucio trying to get in the middle of 3. Hansama dives in. There's the GA. An angel perhaps as Hansama.
Oh, Hansama's dead.
Caltys is back up. KC are holding on. KC are holding on.
Oh my god, they're all 1 HP.
G2 all die. Now it's all on Caps. He has the egg. He flashes away from the twofold hex and still finds one. Skewmon manages to escape towards the top side of the fight. A 3 for 3 somehow in the mid lane.
Unbelievable! The fact that the GA brings Caltys back and really does put an angel on his shoulders. The entire KC squad collapse around him to keep him alive. G2 just cannot find a clean
Okay,
fight.
is the damage
In a
just
game like this, seconds feels like years. Yikes, stop
All
watch
this is
for
just his
2.5,
damage. Aurora
and manages to
comes and
flash
finishes
away.
1 kill later.
Lebrov can't get into position, and Yike is able to buy space for
Lucy actually
Caltys.
pilled
They
him
turn
very
towards
well here.
Caps.
Look at this.
Caltys gets away
Nico.
from the Lebrov because of the knockback.
And look at the flashing from Lebrov. Locks down Caltys. Hansama sees at an angle, but now he's too deep. Yehu finally joins the fight. Gets the one shot onto Hansama, and with him gone, the amount of damage that they have is slowly starting to whittle away.
The Titanic Hydra doing so much work from Broken Blade there across 3 members, which sends them packing, and Caps matches the play on his counter mid lane and holds on. And now a Baron
Tessa
up,
gets so
Elder
skilled
Dragon
by
up. We go
Cryptid
back
carries.
to the scene of the crime.
I didn't hear no bell. We'll
She's
go
not
another
super
round, my
useful at
boys.
this
Let's
point.
see who lands the haymaker.
The cooldowns
In
are
comparison
there for G2 though.
against
GA
ranks.
significantly longer than Azanya's Hourglass. G2 looking to make the same thing happen
Nivea is
again.
still very,
Bucio
very
force
strong.
low, crystallized double stun from Bucio. There's the Nature's Grasp as they look for the on the hunt engage.
Oh.
Finds the backline. It's a Nivea. Pop Blossom lands onto Bucio. Hansama
Okay.
kills Kana. Meanwhile on the backline, Caltys still standing. A killer instinct.
Hansama?
Sana, and an instinct to kill it seems, but now Hansama locked up by Yike and Yehu.
Oh, Osama saved that fight.
To run.
It's another 3 for 3! I thought that G2 would won that fight once they got the kill onto Caltys, but it wasn't enough. The Elder is alive, Casey have the HPs, but Caps has TP.
Still losing Elder.
He's gonna go back to base, TP back into the fight.
Maybe?
They're not giving this one up for free.
Double Zonya's available on Yike and Yehu. Caps needs to make a miracle happen.
Loses his Banshees as he gets met by a sapling. Lebrov on his way out. Yike there on the wrong side of the crystallized glacial storm, doing a lot of work. Caps dodging away from the weirding. Yike falls towards the top side, twofold hex. Lebrov looking for it. Goes on to Yike, who uses the twisted advance to dodge the CC. Caps in egg. Now it's all on Lebrov. The dragon down to 2,000. Yike gets the smite. Caps is revived. Will take out Yike. Caps trying to trade onto Yahoo.
Oh.
Dodges the weirding. Dodges
Clutch dodge.
the route. G2. Double stopwatch, a pop blossom.
Oh my god. They get Nash from this though. Nash is higher value here, I think, because they need Nash to hands. Elder is only gonna delay the finish line.
Then the damage really starts to be unleashed from this Sivir. LeBron finds a good ulti, but then on the back line, Hansama finds the angle. He gets
Such a long game, yeah.
He takes out Busio.
I'm not allowed to
the
sleep.
damage has already been done. With Yehu still alive, he's able to take out Hans, and we return to live with a Baron being secured for G2.
And they're in the base. They're at the inhibitors. There is no inhibitor turrets remaining. G2 get to play with their food as they stand on the cusp of winning the series.
Yehu up in 9. The countdown continues. Busio looking for the engage. No flash on Caltys.
Okay, Caps just need to hold his wall to cancel to peel himself of the silent engage.
Double inhibs down. Yehu's gonna match this bot side wave and clear it out.
My goodness, with the lead that G2 had, I was not expecting this to be the outcome of this game 5. That's true. That's bloody true. Let's look back at this Elder.
It was absolutely insane. The double stopwatch is coming through at this stage. KC just make the call, burn the Elder, kill it, we can win the fight after. But as Caps comes up, he picks off Yike. And then Yehu doesn't manage to hit the E, doesn't get between worlds.
Sonny has perfect timing. Boom, boom.
And it's the perfect timing. They finish off the mid jungle at KC.
Crazy to think a few other skill shots going differently.
Yeah, Elder's gonna expire soon.
Maker in that fight.
Is full build Sivir enough? Caltys now has his flashback up. That is a true
Def cap last item.
GA as well, back off of
I read some, or like I was told that Def cap on Kai'Sa is very low value.
We're not quite there yet. 17 more CS.
I think full build counts, Betty. I think it counts, and KC will be hoping that it does. BB towards the top side being met by Yehu. KC now need to defend 3 lanes at once. Supers crashing towards their nexus, knocking on their door. G2, they've been here before. They know how to do it.
Can't fully clear all of this on his own.
Nature's Grass coming out. Root only lands on the Shape Splitter. Skewmon dodges around to the side, but BB's on the nexus. Opens it up. Hansama goes in with a killer instinct, and now there's no turrets remaining for Carmine. Caught bear trap on the road from BB. Will pull Carter to the side. Busio looking for the trample, but he just can't get in. The crystallized down. The nexus still full HP. The G2 are poking and prodding and trying to find a weakness in case.
Caps is getting really chunked by the Sivir Ws.
Oh! And Hansama is killed. No instinct to kill. No Zonya's. No time. G2 now. Will you continue to advance in a 4v5, or do you just back away? BB gets out, and G2 have to retreat.
Yehu actually saves the game. He just one-shots Hansama, and now G2 is forced to retreat. Caltys is just wave clearing.
Watching Hansama right now.
Goes invisible. Oh my god, gets the Q, gets the ult, gets the one shot.
Yeah, even if it's only us, he's gonna die
We
there.
said it at the start of this game. Hansama had to be so crucial and thoughtful with how he used those killer instincts. He didn't get
Yes,
the
flash
value in
up,
that fight.
sure,
and
but
punishes, but still every single tower
Yahoo
is down for
kinda
KC.
hate his
They can't
Q in
leave
his
their base
R.
right now.
And you're never gonna open with flash on the...
What a game 5, what a game 5.
When we were 2-0, I'm pretty sure some people
He could Sonya's the Aurora up damage if he's quick enough. Then maybe he has a chance if he instant flashes after.
Well, the goal just doesn't matter anymore. We are so late into the game. It all comes down to execution.
Thank you, Doreen.
Anyone that's been a League fan for this long knows that the 500 CS win condition was an old school meme because her ability to just wave clear and wave clear and wave clear was so difficult to deal with, and G2 is facing that here today. They are short range, they don't have the easiest engage.
I mean, no, I'm still
tired. Time while Casey's players look for plays.
You've level 16 hit on both.
I feel like I should rebrand
into this.
My streaming overlay.
With Elder Dragon in 50 seconds.
Because, you know,
that has to be the focus. With little to no vision being allowed.
I always told that your stream is so chill, you're so relaxed.
So difficult.
You're my background sound.
Towards this objective, into those Anivia walls,
so I should have something more cozy.
If you give up the Elder, you give up the Baron. You have to feel also. If you leave your base,
And
maybe you just give up your base.
There's this one like male VTuber that I used to be friends with.
Yeah, I mean now we're at the pot stage. You can see everyone
he was a
pods.
big streamer before.
Going for the AP pod as well, relying
His
a lot
whole
on his
aesthetic on Twitch is that he's like drinking warm chocolate or something and does ASMR. Like, that's his entire aesthetic. And he really is rolled with it. And I felt like it really fit his vibe to have that.
But BB's in the base. This is what you were talking about. KC, they're caught between two different areas.
It's smart tag. Yeah, this mic is a bit ass though.
It's like, can we catch Broken Blade? He immediately backs away. That's Elder to G2. 20 seconds.
Okay, with Elder surely they can fight. That's not a 3-4-3.
Elder Dragon secured. The countdown starts at the top left of your screen.
It might attract
2 minutes, 20
boomers
seconds.
well.
G2, will they wait for the Baron? It looks like that's the game plan. They want every buff
So
that they can
be
get to try and close out this game.
I mean, but what do you do if you're KC? You give this over, the game is done. You have to fight against an Elder. Sure, Nexus Towers have respawned.
If someone wants to go, what am I supposed to do about it? As long as I don't know about it, just don't tell me, you know. Just don't tell me you're losing.
Okay, well, gentlemen,
Then it's
what do you
uncomfortable.
believe is greater? Civit defending
The big pack. What are you even talking about? I'm saying if having an ASMR tag like this to that, then that's probably not the reason. Like,
I thought that the last time they were sieging Medic.
and I just don't care.
That is true.
I just don't care. You know how long you've been on the internet. You have to not care.
They're being so cautious. Look at how much time they're waiting. They need the waves to
For
sync up.
dopamine.
Top is pushed in. Bot is pushed in. Busio.
Oh.
Looking for him. Skimon flashes away. On the hunt was popped there by Caltys, and now KC need to get up towards this top side. Nature's grasp out from Yike. Kana going in. Can't put the soloq between worlds. Yike.
Okay, Yike is one shot. That's a big Nick ult, but it doesn't change anything. Oh! Oh my god, are they gonna win like this? Oh my god. Big. Wow, that must be such a relief. They look so happy.
LEC versus KC fought tooth and nail to the bitter end, but G2 just barely came out on top.
So many moments it looked like
What a happy ending.
the miracle happen. But G2 stand tall once
And now
again
I'm
at
getting
the top of Europe.
my happy ending, which is going to bed.
The
I'll watch the
handshake
trophy
starts come through.
lift
The smile on
because
Yike's face,
I'm
of course, disappointment from
committed.
KC, but they know that that was a great series. Games 3 and Game 4, the comebacks that they made happen. This series could have gone either way. KC found some incredible plays it just wasn't quite enough.
And G2 get the honor of lifting the LEC Versus trophy, representing Europe at first stand. And we'll see.
Okay, lift it and then I will leave. Then I will take my leave.
The victorious champions claiming their prize.
Bro, let's throw out the gun now. Like, you need the gun now.
In our trophy ceremony presented by Kia, G2 will raise the title, and we're going to hand it over to the stage to take it away.
Okay, no offense, but if you shoot gum and it's visible, like you can literally see the gum, then you need to improve your shooting techniques, okay? Anyways, GG. Okay guys, thank you for watching. Yeah, sure, Pontus. Goodbye. Oh, the stream just disappeared. Oh well. Bye bye.